A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless. They said there's a limit in the Women's League. In MWI, we say, limit? Watch us bounce from the MWI queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless. They said there's a limit in the women's league. In MWI, we say, limit? Watch us bounce from the MWI queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless. They said there's a limit in the women's league. In MWI, we say, limit? Watch us bounce. From the MWI queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, In MWI, we say, limit? Watch us bounce. From the MWI queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless. there's a limit in the women's league. In MWI, we say, limit? Watch us bounce. From the MWI queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless. They said there's a limit in the women's league. In MWI, we say limit? Watch us bounce from the MWI queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless. limit in the Women's League. In MWI, we say limit? Watch us bounce from the MWI Queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless. There's a limit in the women's league. In MWI, we say, limit? Watch us bounce. From the MWI queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless. There's a limit in the women's league. In MWI, we say, limit? Watch us bounce from the MWI queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless. They said there's a limit in the women's league. In MWI, we say limit? Watch us bounce from the MWI queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless.
or us. Hello, everyone. Welcome to Mobile Legends Bang Bang Super League here in Myanmar. My name is Afel. Alongside with me is Mirko, and as you guys can see, I'm here in the Black Void. Mirko actually has stuff in behind, but hey, Mirko, how you doing, man? Are you ready for some Myanmar playoffs?
Bro, I am ready. Even though I don't have the black void to cover up everything in my room here, LaFell, I am ready. I'm tunnel visioned in for MSL Myanmar Season 1. And again, I actually got the pleasure, LaFell, to cast for MSL MM. It wasn't called MSL MM last season, but it was the Myanmar qualifiers. That was the one where Falcon qualified to the M6 World Championship. So it's already crazy, LaFell, that we don't see Falcon in the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, that is insane. And for this one, just to let you guys know, whoever wins does go to MSC. So that's something that me and Mirko, we're both going to be checking out because we got to scout the competition, see how good everyone is for this upcoming MSC. And the thing is, they're fighting here. They're also fighting for some prize money. We're up to $19,050 US. And in fact, I already see some names that we gotta pay attention to because I'm looking here and it looks like the MVP for the regular season is Zipex, where he's a goal laner. We've seen him play. He has his ups and downs. I do want to see is he a bit safer now? Because before this, either he's a little bit too aggressive or not aggressive enough. So that's definitely something that I do want to check out on.
I think if we talk about the MVP in the play-ins as well, Alita shows up there as number one with 4 MVPs. And, while we're talking about Zipex, I want to bring my attention to Alita because just last season, I think the bright star from Myanmar in the gold lane that caught my eye wasn't really Zipex. It wasn't even Benny. It was from Falcon. Honestly, yeah. It was Alita. Alita has been, I think, amazing. Throughout Snapdragon as well, if you guys watch the qualifiers, Alita has been the main guy carrying AI Esports. So I'm very interested to see how good Alita is currently, right? How much he's progressed from the past. And interestingly enough, I thought Falcon would be number one, obviously. But then I thought it would be Mythic Seal with Falcon. Currently, number one in the standings for the regular season is Yangon Galacticos. So, again, a whole new team, even though we have a few familiar names here and there. Stitch, Lena, obviously from the previous Burmese Ghouls lineup. But it's just interesting to see, again, a new organization be number one instantly.
Yeah, but again, those are the things that they've done in the past. It really does come down to what's going to be happening today as well as tomorrow. Because I feel like we've already have the experience of people look good for the first, say, 4 weeks, 5 weeks, 6 weeks. But then once you go to the playoffs, even if the timing is very short, say just 1 week away, 2 weeks away, but people really step up. It's almost like, people say that some teams just have that playoff buff. Some teams have that playoff nerve. They will be playing offline. So I do want to see how they handle that nerve because at least here in Malaysia, I'm pretty sure that this doesn't happen in Indo, but we still have players that legit get stage fright for some reason where if they see the audience, if they hear loud drums or any kind of sensation, they just crumble. I'm pretty sure that will not happen today, but it is something that we do have to watch out for.
It's a good point to bring up, honestly. For a lot of these players, they have the experience already. Again, for Mythic Seals, Ken, Zipex, they've been to MSCs, multiple MSCs. They've been to international. So I think when it comes to experience, that'll definitely help them. But again, when it comes to AI Esports and even Yangon Galacticos here, with a lot of newer members that we haven't seen in Pro Play, not even MSL before, that could definitely come in and become a factor as to, how they perform. Stage fright, will that be a factor that we have to consider here in this tournament? Because again, LaFell, Xeno Esports as well. I mean, looking at their lineup, this is a very fresh lineup for Xeno Esports. Yep. I think for everyone else, again, Mythic Seal and Yangon Galacticos, we see some names from Burmese Ghouls. We see some names from Falcon in the past, like Ken as well. And for AI Esports, it's literally just the same lineup that they have trusted here from last season to Snapdragon to this year. It's been the same few members here. I think only Madzi is the change for AI Esports or XP lane. So I'm very curious, honestly, to see how good Xeno Esports are. And considering, I think for the first time in a while, we don't have any imports. Casting in an event where there are no imports. It's a full Myanmar lineup for every single one of these teams.
And honestly, that's going to be interesting. Heck, you know what? For anyone that just dropped in, just to let you guys know, today's schedule, not pretty sure if we're going to have that visual or not, but today we'll be casting a two best of fives. And I believe the first best of five that we'll be watching is going to be Paladins going up against AI Esports. After that, it's going to be Young on Galacticus as well as Mythic Seal. So today there's going to be two best of fives. Tomorrow we will have that grand finals where we have the low bracket final first and then the grand final. So in terms of how things will move around, I'm pretty sure it's just going to be a standard best of five. The real question is, I have not seen a lot of the Myanmar meta for this season because, caught up in our own MPLs and stuff. So personally for me, I'm pretty excited just to see like what's different there, or it's just going to be more or less the same, Not going to lie, I actually won't mind seeing a few more Mashas in the EXP. That happens in Malaysia, and it works. Don't knock it, right? It works.
No. Hey,
maybe just in Malaysia, but
no worries, Lafel. It also came through a couple of times in Indonesia. I think it came through first in Indo with Luke, Mr. Luke, trying to force this out. He at a certain point in the season, it looked like he was just trying to force out the Masha because he likes playing Masha. But now that we see it, even in MPL Philippines, again, I think both of us got the chance to watch party and have a bit of fun with MPL Philippines. Seeing their draft is very, very interesting to see because it's very different to what we saw from the MSL regular season. Now, obviously, this is regular season. It was quite a bit ago. Firstly, I want to bring up the topic, Lafel. Which side do you like more, red side or blue side in this meta?
So, personally, for me, a lot of top coaches that I know, they prefer red side. Red side is the first pick, right? Or is
red
it the second one?
Red side second pick.
Okay, you know what? I'm colorblind. You know what? First pick. A lot of the coaches really like the first pick because you get to have that priority, especially because Boxer is such a big deal now.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I actually like first pick. Like as a coach, I like second pick. But when I play rank myself, I don't know. I really like first pick just a little bit better. The flexibility in the bans where you can open up some stuff and then ask the opponent, you guys have to make the tough decision. What do you guys want to do? And then get a priority pick, because I feel like nowadays we have enough star players that we can play around it, that we can draft around them. So actually for me in this meta, I kind of feel like first pick is pretty good. Not by that much, but I think it's good enough.
And that's why I brought up the question, because in MSL Season 1, red side actually has the better win rate here. Pretty significant as well. I think it's 53% to 47% when it comes to win rates on blue and red. So there's a significant gap in the win rate when it comes to red side and blue side. Maybe again, it's because we're seeing a lot of new picks come out. Sometimes they have to kind of wait. A lot of regions have to wait for the Philippines or Indo for Malaysia to use as reference, but maybe because they didn't have that before in the regular season, they just had to wing it, right? Granger is number 1 in total picks. It is standing at a pretty good win rate with 50% win rate, by the way, which is, in my opinion, quite crazy. The fact that it's picked up 77 times and it still has a 50.65% win rate. But I think by far, out of all the mems, out of all the picks that are meta, it's pretty similar where Harith is sitting at get this 67% win rate, Lafel, in Myanmar with 49 times picked. So this is definitely, now 51 on top of the play-ins, is definitely the prio pick for me. I think every single game I played, if I get blue side, I'm picking that Harith. Yo, this pick is busted.
Well, you were talking about the most picked heroes, and now we can actually have a visual on it. We see the Granger, Gatakacha, Joy, the Badang, the Harith, Suyo, Moscow, Farsa, as well as Hyla. So far in terms of the picks, not many surprises here. The only surprise I would guess is like picks like Baxia, Kimi, the one that's really new. But again, this is just like they're new-ish. So maybe in the playoffs we can see a little bit more of that. I really like with how Kimi came in and really shift the meta in a way that Baxia, Hayabusa, as well as Ling got higher priority. But looking at the heroes here, I kind of feel like every single one of them is perfectly usable, right? Joy, even though she got nerfed, but since Moonton doesn't like to buff defense for Magic anyway, she's still going to be hella strong.
Yeah, and the buffs towards Farsa definitely has helped her. Helped a lot of teams who, again, have Farsa players in the lineup to do better. All the mages, I would say. Even in the MPL Philippines in the playoffs, I think we saw a huge dip in performance when it comes to win rate for utility mid laners. Jusin, we didn't even see the Vexana. Feramis had a pretty horrible win rate too in the playoffs of MPL Philippines. So looking at just the previous playoff that I've seen, I don't think we're going to see that much of utility mid laners, LaFell. I think we've shifted to the meta of magic damage dealing, pretty long range damage dealers in the mid lane. The Farsas, the Yeeves, maybe even the Low Yees, but the Low Yee mainly because of that crazy burst that she has, that output that she has, the CC that she has, plus that diversion. But the Farsa, I think the Farsa is a very, very good pick. I think it actually is the best mid laner currently that is not Loi. All right, Loi number 1, but I think that's going to be contested in the bans for the most part.
Yeah, no, 100%. I do completely agree. And since we're talking about damage mid laners, honestly, that is very surprising because I'm actually trying to look for the Jushin, and I don't really see a Jushin here. So that is quite interesting. Which comes to the question: will they shift inside of the jungle? Because talking to many different players, a lot of teams are talking about utility junglers being back in the meta, but I would say it's not 100% thing, right? We've seen wins on both. We've seen wins on utility. We've seen wins on assassin junglers. Although I feel like just from memory, just from my eyeballs, I kind of feel like we're looking at more damage assassins in the jungle that's doing much better. But now we got to look at the goal per minute ranking here. Han is the highest with 914 goal per minute, follow up with stage 830, and then Zippy Cutie or Zipex that I remember is 105 goal per minute. Interesting that both Han and Stage on the same team still have the highest goal per minute here.
Goes to show you how dominant Yangon have been technically. They've been really, really solid. I would say, again, when it comes to the game rate, it's ridiculous. The reason they're number 1, LaFell, isn't because they have gone undefeated in the whole regular season. They actually lost against Mythic Seal. But in every single one of their wins, except the loss against Mythic Seal and 2 other matches, they've gone 2-0. So it shows just how good they are. They are currently, I think, the top dogs here with Mythic Seal. Although, when it comes to the matchup, I will say, LaFell, I think I gotta hold my my bias here for Mythic Seal. I think Mythic Seal are still the best team in Myanmar currently. Looking at the matchup, that's how it is. Towards the end of the regular season, Mythic Seal were actually able to beat Yangon, giving them their only loss in the season.
Yeah, if I were you, I would shut up about that because you're not really all that reliable for saying good things about a team. But now we got to look at Paladins here. We got T-Brock, Yuri, Avatar, D-Cross, as well as Cherry Cutie. And yes, I can hear your moan and groan. Mirko, I have to hold you accountable, right? We got to make sure that the tournament is as fair as possible.
That's true.
Don't bring in any of your curses here.
Yeah, you know what? My bad. That's true. Ever since I started supporting Mythic Seal, LaFell, they've not made it to an international. So that's true. But here, let's welcome Paladins, the team lineup for Paladins, already showing up here to show us, I mean, it's going to be a fire match here, LaFell. Looking at the standings, Paladins didn't do too well in the regular season. But I'm not looking at the regular season because a lot of teams, surprisingly, they don't do too well in the regular season. But when it comes to the high-stakes matchups in the playoffs, T-Brock, Yori, Avatar, Cherry Cutie, and D-Cross, I believe. You know what? Never mind. I'll take your advice. I think they'll do okay.
Yeah, they'll do fine. That's it. And now we got to introduce the lineup coming in from AI Esports. We got Madzi, TS, Oh My Jenny, Black, as well as Alita, which, of course, we got to see how Alita performs in this matchup. Looking at the lineup, it's balanced. All 10 players are equally good.
Yes. No one is favored at all. Listen, guys, if you guys know of me and LaFell, if you guys have followed us for a while, you know why we're not, going to favor any teams, and that's for the greater good of these teams. So for AI and for Paladins, those are the lineups. Tell us what you guys think in the live chat. You guys think AI Esports going to win? I saw some support for Alita earlier. Or do you think Paladins are going to pull off the upset? Because clearly, not from us. It's not coming from us. It's coming from, the general public. I think AI Esports are favored. So let's take a look at the head-to-head here for AI and Paladins. First with PS and Yori, both the junglers. KDA looks to be, again, when it comes to the kills, quite even, but PS has just been more clinical, right, man? I think it may be because of the different picks that we've seen. Yori may be playing a bit more utility jungle, but PS on the Assassins, he really is phenomenal.
Yeah, and because of that, I actually do want to see like the numbers when it comes to damage taken as well as damage dealt. Because again, if we're looking at the gold per minute here, it does look more or less the same. And I feel like a lot of top junglers worldwide, they really make a difference when you look at the gold per minute. For example, King Kong, I have no idea. I feel like he just spawns extra jungle creeps.
Yep.
Like how the heck he gets those levels way too early, man.
Pathing is a very important thing in this game right now, and I think again when it comes to clinical pathing, it comes with experience. King Kong, a good example that you mentioned again, it would be King Kong. How he was able to develop his pathing style, how he was able to develop the dynamic pathing that he has, is through the experience he's had back in TNC to Onyx Peach, failing again, to then taking the game into his own hands. And I think when it comes to PS and Myanmar, PS definitely has the potential to do the same. He has had experience, so much experience playing professionally for a while. Again, this is a name that was kind of unfamiliar in 2 seasons ago, but now he's a veteran of the game. I think one of the actual oldest players in AI esports playing today.
Yeah, and honestly, looking at the journey here, Paladins actually did quite okay. They only lost against Yangon Galacticos, lost 3-0, but again, they are the favorites here. If we're looking at AI, they started in the play-in and the semifinals, able to take down Falcons, lost against Mythic Seal, but again, it does look like the hierarchy is pretty clear here that Yangon as well as Mythic Seal are on top. But now it looks like we are going to start game 1, AI Esports going up against Paladins, where I really feel like for this matchup, I just want to see the first draft because I really feel like the first game will set the tempo of how the teams are going to be moving. Because I do feel like lately we do see a trend that a lot of teams, they play off momentum. If they have a pretty good first 2 games, it's going to be pretty good for them the entire series.
Yeah, especially in Myanmar, I feel, looking at the play-ins finals, Mythic Seal versus AI was 3-1, Yangon versus Paladins was 3-0. So just seeing how good they were, just seeing how momentum-based they were, I think you're right here, LaFell. I think momentum is going to play a big factor in this best of 5 with Paladins and AI Esports, considering also it's a knockout match, man. Ladies and gentlemen, this is an elimination match. Whoever loses here, Paladins or AI, will be going home. Unfortunately, there's not going to be any second chance because whoever wins here, they'll make it to the lower bracket final. But they're also going to have to face off against Yangon Galacticos or Mythic Seal. So even if they win here, LaFell, I think they want to win it as fast as possible. They want to get it quick so that they don't have to reveal as too many strats. So they have some strats prepared for either Mythic Seal or Yangon Galacticos, who are sitting very comfortably now in the upper bracket finals.
Yeah, especially like you don't talk about this a lot because we expect a lot from the players, but the fatigue as well. Physical fatigue, you can kind of offset it with some energy drinks, have some food, blah, blah, blah. Depends on who the sponsor is, right? But the mental fatigue, that one is the one that really people have no real way of dealing with unless they have mental coaching, because you ask players, they will say that they're fine. They're like, we don't care. We can go 20 games a day. It's like, yeah, bro. But the first 3 games, you were hella disciplined. And then game number 9, you start throwing, where you have a Ling and you try to go for a 1v1 level 1. So that is something that both Paladins as well as AI Esports, they got to balance out. They got to go all out enough that they can close the games fast enough. At the same time, don't reveal too much that you don't give an advantage to Yangon Galacticos or Mythic Seal. But if I were them, it's like, screw it, man. If you know, you know. I'm just going to end the game as fast as I can.
Yeah, I think you got it at this point. Again, looking at the meta too, it's kind of weird, LaFell. Initially, before the MPLPH Grand Finals, I thought, okay, we're in a meta where the early game is super important. You want to secure neutral objectives, you want to just snowball out of control. But then we watched the MPLPH Grand Finals, and it was the opposite. It was kind of like whoever had the late game was able to win. But I don't know if that's because of just the high level of execution, the high level of the high level quality of players that we were able to see in the MPLPH Grand Finals, or if it's a whole MLBB type thing. I'm gonna lean on it being more execution based, though.
I kind of feel like for Myanmar here, because every single time I remember how they play internationally, doesn't matter SPS or M Series or whatever. In terms of the team fighting, their execution is actually pretty good, right? Even against Philippines, Indonesia, doesn't matter. Their mechanics in the team fight is going to be pretty good. So I feel like the timing that both of us really have to pay attention to is the second turtle. Of course, it depends on the draft, but usually the second turtle is the one where people are a little bit more confident in taking that fight, unless you have a draft that's abysmal at taking the turtle.
I agree. I think Turtle 2 is a big contention point, yeah. And at this point, I think the neutral objective isn't really as important as winning the team fight straight up, for the most part. It really comes down to how good you brawl. We've been, I think for the longest time, a lot of fans have been looking at Indo saying, that's a brawl server. We don't do that. But now everybody's kind of leaning towards brawl. Hey, there's a saying in Indo, once you go brawl, you never go back. And that's why we haven't gone back from that brawl playstyle. And I think that's why the world has gone through and now are playing the brawl meta. I think Myanmar are really good at this, by the way. This is the point that I want to bring up. When it comes to team fighting power, that was what made Falcon super impressive at the M6 World Championship. Early game is just alright, their laning phase is alright, but when it comes to those team fights, Falcon were able to even bring Onic, the M6 World Champions, to a full 5 games. Through what? Through team fighting power. Benny getting power picks, getting a Bruno, mainly was in the M6 World Championship, and winning it out in the team fights.
Yeah, I kind of feel like two factors that really shifted for us to go more for a brawl meta is the change of gold. Oh, hold on. We're starting in the drafting phase here. It looks like AI Esports will be first pick. Paladins will be the second pick here. And it does look like they've understood the meta here where AI, they're banning out the Fanny, the Badang, as well as the Phovius. And Paladin, they're banning out the Boxia as well as the 1-1. Wow. Interesting thing here, Mirko. AI Esports, Hiccup is their coach. Paladins, they got no one.
Yeah, no coach. Paladin's completely self-taught, I guess. The Kalea, though, left open. AI definitely going to go for it, I believe. But it is quite interesting that they've banned out the 1-1 here, Lafel. I think the Boxia Loyi makes sense, It's just the pick order, too. It's interesting to see that the Fanny has been banned on the other side, not on red. Chip will be the first pick. So Paladins are going to try to look for that trade here. Chip, what is it going to be the response for Paladins? Will they go for the Kalea Harith, or will they choose to play the safer out of the gold lane with a Granger with extra range?
I kind of feel like the reason why they ban out the 1-1, it's either three things. Either number one, it's a power pick, right, for Alita. The second one is you do want to pick up that Harith, because honestly, looking at the numbers, a lot of 1-1 has been winning against the Harith. Not necessarily in lane, but just in the matchup itself. Yeah. Or number three, they do want to pick up something like a utility jungler like a Fredrin. That's the only reason where I feel like you should ban a 1-1. But I do agree, Kalea should be picked here, but looks like they're revealing everything now. Isn't this a little bit too early? Kimi as well as Moskov.
The flex potential taken away instantly by themselves. Kimi first pick, sure, they banned out the Baksha, so proper setup that, but the Moskov, again, comes out, I think, way too early, giving away the Hayabusa that finds itself in a very good position here. 2 marksmen, 2 also, Lafel, late game scaling marksman versus a Granger that can snowball from the start versus a Hayabusa that loves munching on marksman. Paladins, they need a secure front line here, and honestly, I don't know what it is. Even if they go for the Kalea here, they're going to have to... If they go Kalea, what will be there to actually follow up with the Kalea? Because I don't think the Kimi and Moskov are really suited for helping out the Kalea early.
Yeah, no, I agree. Not enough burst damage. The Kalea, if you try to open up the map, you can get punished. Because now they're picking up the Joy, which is okay-ish, but I'm already not liking Paladin's draft here. Because AI, they basically have won a lane just with the draft. Like you said, the Granger is good in the laning phase, right? And you know that you're going up against a Moskov. You're not guessing, is this going to be a Moskov or a Kimi? Like, no, you already know that this Moskov is going to the gold lane. And even Innocent, he said if the opponents have a Louis or a Chip, the gold lane is going to have a tough time, right? Like, you can be aggressive, but because it's always in the back of your mind, what if a gank is coming? It makes you play more passive than you really should. So power spikes doesn't matter. But now it's even worse because you know that the Granger is going to be winning anyway. So just with the first 3 picks, Paladin already kind of lost the gold lane. So this is a very rare sight for me personally where just with the first 3 picks, you're kind of losing.
I agree. Usually I would try to, play devil's advocate here at LaFell, but I agree with you. AI definitely have the better draft coming into second phase here. They have responses for everything, and I think Paladins kind of shot themselves in the foot with the Joy pick too. Like the Moskov and the Kimi, sure, you already have some solid late game. Yeah, it's going to be a weaker early game, but sure, you have a strong late game. Putting in the Joy there, I think makes it way too one-dimensional. Now it's a composition with 3 carries that need resource. They're very, very resource reliant. I don't know how they're going to disperse the resources among the 3. Either one of them isn't going to get resources, or all of them get resources, and AI just completely snowball. We can already see the response from AI after seeing no roam picks in the first phase. Kalea taken out, Tigreal as well. It will be, interesting. You can see a Khalid on the side of Paladins. What do you think about this?
If I'm reading Paladins, it's like go big or go home. If we get lucky and we win the trade in mid, like super early, just snowball out of control, that we don't need defense. We have all the offense, right?
Yeah.
But that's kind of, for me, just a little bit too risky, right? Because in my head, I was thinking like, okay, pick up a Hylos and then eventually a glue. And this is also a problem because now AI gets the glue and there's not going to be a Faramis, there's not going to be a Vexana. So, and then with the Farsa as well. Marco, look at how many bursts that they have.
Oh,
and
man.
Then a Joe. Oh, no. Yeah. Oh.
This
I don't know about this one.
This is a very, LaFell, to give him credit, a very high execution draft, right? If they're able to pull this off, we're going to see them at MSC, baby. I'm going to call it here because this is a ridiculous draft from AI Esports. It's almost like they got every single meta pick, like every single best pick in Roam, in Jungle, in Gold, in Mid, and even in XP. They've taken for themselves, LaFell. This is a complete outdraft in my opinion. But again, I'm not going to count out Paladins. I think, again, even though there's a very, very small angle of attack, there's a very small margin for a win condition, it's still possible. Nothing's impossible here, LaFell.
Oh, yeah. Sure, buddy. Anyways, the good and bad thing, like, I'm just going to talk about AI's draft just a little bit. With that glue, I'm just going to say it's going to be hard for him to grab away one person. But in terms of tankiness, I have no idea who's going to kill this guy.
Definitely. Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the first match of MSL MM Season 1 playoffs. Already a very, very aggressive early game. D-Cross going to be taken very low. First blood. Black takes him down. And, LaFell, it's not really shaping up to be a good game already for Paladins.
Yeah, maybe it's already over,
Oh, man.
It's already over. Here's the thing. In my mind, if you want to go for that cheese, you gotta go all in, And now even Brock is not having a good time against Madzi. Oh my, Jenny coming in.
Yeah, and he's just walking there. Good roll. I mean, I thought they would actually commit a bit more into that. But again, already winning first blood, already getting the XP laner low is so much value. And LaFell, I don't know if you agree with this. In the current metagame, I think drafts actually win you the game. Like, for the most part. I think it's 60% to 40% when it comes to higher level games. But drafts are very important in the current meta.
I would agree just by the simple fact I've seen way too many games lost because of the draft, right?
Yeah.
Like, in terms of the wins, I would say mostly it is execution, but I do agree there's so many teams that lost just by draft. And I noticed when we were looking at the emblem setup, nearly everyone, at least for the first part of the setup, they're going for damage. Even Madzi on this glue, the first one is Drill.
No, good show. Oh my god, Yori gonna be caught in the shadow kill, taken very low, the quad shadow on the back as well. PS finding the connection. 2-0 start for AI before the turtle.
So you know how I say, like, you want to get a good early game and then possibly win of that. Maybe they can get PS here.
Yeah, if they do, which they don't, it could have been much better to stabilize. Looking for a die, perhaps cross coming in as well, but the recall happens. Black rotates down below. Should be a level 4 angle to bring PS back into fight, but Madzi rather, this is the reason the glue is so prio, boys. He's so tanky, and I don't know. Do they even have enough artillery to kill him?
Honestly, not really. The only way that you can play around this glue at this point is just not to give him stacks for him to jump on you. But I kind of feel like that's very difficult. Even though they have a lot of dashes, he may not be able to pull you away, but at least he can get on top of you, and just by that pressure is going to be more than enough.
No, they're gonna all in over to Madzy. Black coming in with the flank as well. That's gonna be the feather airstrike as Avatar goes in. Raging Sandstorm not gonna down, but Yori taken out in the back. Now it's a full all in with SOD landing. Will they connect? D-Cross go in. Cherry Cutie will take it, but look at the fight, Madzy! What a grab into the spread, finding them all. Black in the midst of it all. Again, Alita is shooting through. It'll be a kill and a turtle to AI, but he's going to be mounted on. T-Brock taking out PS, getting a clean quad shadow in.
This is more or less what we expected when we do look at the draft, because Paladin, it's unfortunate. They just don't have the answer to what AI is really showing, because even when we think about the show, the only one that you can really catch at this point is probably PS, because Oh My Jenny, looking at the positioning, should be fine, especially because she does have that Purify. And Alita, like, he's like, I don't care. I'm just going to go for a flicker. There's no way that you can get on top of me. And if AI continues this snowball, control the bushes, make sure that he can't hide, then yeah, like, it's not a bad choice. Just pick up the flicker. There's no way this Cho can get on top of you.
Mm-hmm. And you know how we were talking about them being very resource reliant? Yori 0-2 already, right? So I wonder if now the plan is to funnel to Avatar or Cherry, because I honestly feel like Turtle 1 should not be contested. I don't think they'll ever get the win in the first Turtle with this composition, you know? It's kind of like a...
Yeah.
You say Turtle 2, previously, like, is very important, but I think for Paladins, for their sake, Turtle 3 might be the best Turtle to fight.
Yeah. They already lost the timing. Looking at the numbers here in terms of the gold, the biggest difference is in that gold lane, which about 600 gold difference. Honestly, like, even in the jungle and mid, it's not that big of a difference just yet. And I feel like if you want to funnel onto anyone for Paladins, I think just funnel for Avatar first, because Cherry Cutie will get there eventually, but
agree.
Avatar has the better early spike, like earlier spike than Cherry Cutie. So might as well play around Avatar, but I feel like it is a bit risky, because even if Cross gets a pick off, like, I don't know who they can kill.
Yeah. You can see already, though, why the very resource-reliant composition is at a disadvantage in the current meta, with the gold lane taking double lane. Moskov still has to stay up top, so Alita is getting a pretty big lead. And if Cherry Cutie does the same, which he decides to do, it means that Paladins are caught in a position where Avatar is a bit behind. Now again, Madzy trying to look for a position, going into the back shortcut, coming down with a feather airstrike as well. The Raging Sandstorm comes down, good retribution, but look at the team fight. D-Cross taking low, Alita still there. SOD not going to be taken, still going to be staying in the bottom lane as Oh My Jenny looks for the kill on T-Brock. It was actually a win for Paladins.
That was very surprising. I was about to criticize, saying like this is not a good idea, but they're able to get something and then trading nothing for it. I mean, now they're trading the top lane, but I kind of feel like that's already gone nonetheless. So honestly, pretty good play coming in from Paladins. Very very ballsy, if I do say so for myself. So actually looking not bad, especially because after the first 2 minutes, not a lot of aggression coming in from AI. So if this is a nothing game up until, say, 60 minutes of the game, Paladin might actually have a shot if AI legit does nothing for the next few minutes.
This is why I say, LaFell, never say never. There's always a chance here when it comes down to it. So Paladins are actually looking to group up in the bottom lane. Good moves for their airstrike, though. Look at the zoning of the Farsa. Just as we were talking about it in the drafts, how prio the Farsa is. We see it here. The zoning, the damage, free turret to AI with this comp.
Yeah, at least they don't kill themselves there. I kind of feel like 3,000 gold is probably the max that you should give to AI Esports, which AI has right now. Because if you have more than that, then there's going to be 1 or 1.5 items difference. And I feel like at that point, it's going to be way too difficult.
Oh, they don't get the kill on Yori, but it's still a free orange buff taken by PS. Yori a level down in the matchup that isn't really the best for the Joy, you know, against the Hayabusa. It's a Hayabusa-centric matchup. Good shove in the mid lane as Madzy zones the frontliners in the side. Actually, Traction Pulse utilized by Avatar. Just to poke, I believe. And this is why I don't like the Moskov, by the way. It's the chip.
Looking at the chip. Yeah, the chip position is going to be... Like, I feel like looking at all the cooldowns, only PS doesn't have the cooldown on right now. So... But it looks like he should be going on to the Moskov, no?
I think he's just going to wait and play for Turtle. again, that's what he does. He just rotates over. This is going to be free, I believe. Yori looking for an angle. Raging Sandstorm locking him down in the back. Yori actually immobilized still. That's going to be the shadow kill and the retribution. The SOD lands, but I don't think he should take it. A good way to drag it over to PS, but it will just be D-Cross who gets taken down by Alita as he takes the portal back to bot.
Yeah, and they got everything here. Like, even Alita makes sure that the bottom lane doesn't get destroyed. So AI Esports with 4,400 gold lead. Madzi 0-0-6. PS 100% kill participation 3-0-4. He might get another one. No, he's not gonna go for it.
Yeah, I didn't have the shadow kill there, although it would have been cool to see the feather airstrike plus the shadow kill. Avatar was saving the flick, but oh yeah. That's a second item bod, bro, for PS.
Yeah. Yeah, second item, Blade of Despair, as well as actually Oh My Jetty giving a lot of respect here, but hold on, Brock taking a lot of damage, might get taken down here. No?
Yeah.
No, he's...
A flank in the back by Black, a mount down as well. Sky Piercer 1 for Alita, and the backline Avatar. It might not be an assassin, but look at the feather airstrike coming down. One shot is all he needs as Cherry Cutie gets mounted on the SOD lands, but it will be the basic attacks from Madzi that keep him at bay as Alita picks up another stack, putting him in a killing spree position.
This is so difficult to watch because there's nothing that they can do against Madzi, man. It's 0-0 and 9. Like, the change on Glue is absolutely amazing, dude. And now Madzi just makes this hero look nigh unstoppable. He's even going inside the turrets just because, you know, the baby glues.
Yeah, the little glulets.
The glops.
Dude, me and Wolf did a patch review when they revamped the glue. And there was a name for it. I think it's called the Long Longs. I'm not even joking. That's what it's called. It's called Long Longs. Way the dragon, but it's into a spread glue. They're all inning on the glue. He's not taking any damage. Mounts on D. Cross brings them back. Alita getting some free shots in the back though. Yori going for electrifying beats. Good flicker out from Alita. Doesn't give him any kill as Madzi is able to flicker out. It's a 2-for-0 to AI.
Yeah, you can see the damage there where Yori did 5,000 damage, but it's still not enough to kill anyone here. Black looks like he is going to be able to get away no problem. Yori does have that Holy Crystal, but at 9 minutes, Holy Crystal, it's not It's not okay.
So we just got it confirmed by Zipper. I'm going to call him Zipper. It's Renmar anyways. Yes, it is Long Longs. The little glulets, Lafel, it's called Long Long, so... If you want to refer to the glulets, it's Long from now on. Ooh, actually good immobilize with the traction pulse. No! Raging Sandstorm doesn't land. They all in onto the immortality. And boost bought by Black. Shortcut come down. T-Brawl can be caught in the bad position. Madzi kick back, but I don't think you want that to happen. A double for Alita. Almost the last shot to kill Avatar.
Look, at this point, what do you do as Paladins? Because even your wave clear isn't that great. 8,500 gold lead for AI Esports at this point. And looking at Oh My Jenny still being alive, the Lord marching down bot, I kind of feel like the minimum you should take here is probably 2 inhibitors. One at top, one at bottom. Heck, maybe they could even get 3. I have no idea.
With the Farsa and the Granger, they got crazy siege control. There you go for the airstrike. Avatar Cherry Cutie's on the way already. Wait, the dragon goes wide. D-Cross will fall. Godlike for Alita as a base turret in the bottom lane, taking down Yori with electrifying beats. We'll be able to clear out the Lord. Madzi jumps in. We'll be able to find the mount down. Shadow kill, but it's only onto. Oh no, Avatar caught in the bad spot. Quad Shadow back again from PS.
You know, overall, still good defense coming in from Paladin at least right now because they only lost 1 inhibitor. They might lose the second one here in mid because Oh My Jenny already using the ult.
A flank in the back with a shortcut. And it will be all that they need. Avatar Quad Shadow from PS. Fadeaway kill from PS as Avatar tried his best to flicker out.
It's a little bit too early, but that was greedy, picking out the Moskov and Kimmy way too early. And now the siege is continuing up top.
D-Cross all in, trying to look for an angle. Way the dragon, but it's only onto the chip. Raging Sandstorm lands with a shadow kill, deals with him. PS kited away. Alita, I think, is at 70 stacks on the Sky Piercer. Just needs one more for the 80 stacks, baby. Yori forced to electrifying beats away. PS just styling on Paladins.
Right now, 12 minutes in, I don't believe that anyone from Paladin really has enough items. We're going to look at the in-game equipment here. And looking at Kimi, definitely not enough items. And even though the Moskov does have that Holy Trinity, looking at the defense items coming in from the glue, having that blade. Wait, hold on. Is that a Malefic Roar on the glue? Am I seeing that correctly?
It looks like a shortcut also into the back. Avatar dismantled. Cherry Cuties next. Both the picks, the first 2 picks of the game, taken out. D-Cross trying to save the game however he can. Full stacks for Alita already. 10, 0, and 8. And with Yori and T-Brock left defending, I don't think they'll be able to. Another stack for Alita going through the healing. Paladins, they got to go back to the drawing board for game number 2 because the draft definitely was not in. And all in into the base. Yori going to be taken down inside of the fountain. 13 minutes is all it takes for AI to beat Paladins in game 1.
Yeah, honestly, like, money on the nose there, right? In terms of the draft, that was not Daijobu, man. Like, they did not have a good time. And I feel like the nicest way that we can say is that it's not really balanced, right? You don't have enough front line. You don't have enough early game burst, DPS, like, etc., etc. They just feel like pick up heroes that are good, but don't really synergize well together. It doesn't hold the weaknesses of other picks. So gotta work on it. Have to have a little bit of balance. At least a front line, someone tanky enough to open up the map.
I agree, and I think this goes to show something we already spotted out. AI have a coach, right? And maybe the lack of a coach for Paladins is why they've drafted for a very greedy composition. Thinking again that maybe they could have just pulled it off through execution, but in the current meta game, as we mentioned in the game itself, draft plays a very, very, I think, big factor in how you win, how you even go toe-to-toe with your opponents. And with that draft, we called it was a complete outdraft. Maybe they could have executed it better.
Yep.
But even then, I'd say, yeah, they're probably going to have to wait for like 16, 17. By that point, I think 18 is more realistic to win the game.
Yeah. To the point where if we're going to talk about draft Mirko, we got to see what bans really make sense. They ban out the box, yeah. Sure. You got a Moskov, you got a Kimi. Makes sense. Louis, generally just very good.
Yeah.
But I don't see what's in their draft that makes them want to ban a 1-1 unless Alita is just godly on the 1-1. The only one that can really consider is probably the Cho, where you can purify out of that. But at the same time, I don't think wanting the Cho that bad warrants a 1-1 ban because other heroes like the Hive can just use a purify. So
I agree.
This 1-1 ban is starting to be a question mark.
I agree with you. I think that was the pick that I was also questioning, the ban that I was questioning, but there were more questions in the picking phase, right? Picking up the Kimi is fine. I think the Kimi is a great first pick, especially when you've already dealt with the Baxia. But going for Kimi and Moskov, I think, is way too greedy, and I think it shows. Not having the mid lane flex gave over the free glue. There's no fairness to be seen there, right? The Farsa wasn't taken away. I really wonder why they didn't pick up Kalea. The Kalea is so priority for every single team, I think, in the world right now. In the Grand Finals of MPL Philippines, as a reference, TLPH always contested Kalea. When they're on first pick, they would leave it open, forcing Onyx to ban it out, or they would get it. In second pick, they would be the ones to always ban it out. So I think Kalea is a small change that could have changed the game entirely if they picked up Kalea with Kimi.
Yeah. The only thing that I would consider that they wouldn't pick it up is just they're not good at it. Like, it feels weird to see pro players not good at a certain pick, but it still happens. If I looking back at a draft, even just changing the priority, right? If you want to first pick the Kimi and then you pick up the Joy, I think it's still okay. Yeah. But I agree. 100% Kalea, amazing pick. Rank, tournament, doesn't matter. I really want to look at the items because if it really is a Malefic Roar on the glue, that just shows how much they're like, you know what, there's no way we're losing this game. Like, that's so insane for me. I don't even see that in rank.
I really hope it's a visual bug, LaFell. I really hope it's kind of I hope it's a glowing wand that they forgot to change to a Malefic Roar because it doesn't even make sense, Looking at the Malefic Roar for Alita, though, that looks pretty real. Man, I don't know. When you can get third item BOD on a Granger, you know the game is almost kind of cooked. Because usually the build for Granger now is Hunter Strike, Sky Piercer, obviously that's the 2 core items, but it's into Malefic Roar because of how many tanky guys are on the other side. Or even a Sea Halberd if you have healing, people with a lot of heals. The fact that he's gone BOD, LaFell, shows me at least that this game was kind of over. When I saw the 2 Legion stores, I was like, all right, I think we're going to go GG here.
I mean, like, you kind of don't need all of those because Khalid, Joel.
Exactly. There's no front line, so it's
you
over.
You don't need that, yeah.
Oh,
yeah, exactly. Okay, hold on. I'm going to look at the items here.
It
was a visual bug.
Okay. That makes a lot more sense now, LaFell, to be fair, right? I mean, if it was a Malefic Roar, I don't know what Madsy thinking, you know?
If it did went for a Malefic Roar, that's just... that's a touch of BM there, you know, just showing that the game's so cooked, the game is so over. I can buy an extra boot, whatever. But either ways, 30 minutes and 15 seconds. Looking at the itemization here, T Brock with the early Thunderbelt, it's good, but honestly, the matchup is so bad that I don't think he even has a lot of stacks on that Thunderbelt for it to really legit be a thing. And I kind of feel like you got to balance it out where if you have an aggressive front line, either in catch or in damage, you still need someone to be able to protect the back line. In this case, it almost doesn't matter anyways, just because AI has such a tremendous lead. But still, we can see that Paladins, what they were trying to do early game, invade the jungle, which already kind of is a bad idea because below 2 minutes, you take extra damage anyways. Like, if they don't know about that and they forced it, yeah, upcoming seasons, they might need a coach because I kind of feel like Paladins in this game just shows the lack of understanding in the basics of the game.
Yeah, and they did quite well despite all that, right? The fact that they still were able to contest Turtle number 2 with this composition, technically they don't have any setup, dude. They have a Cho, they have a Khalid, like you mentioned, these 2 were kind of a non-factor throughout the game. D-Cross, it's not really their fault, by the way. What could they do, right, up against this draft? D-Cross, all that he could do was go for the kicks onto the glue or the chip. There was, I think, one towards Haya, but even then, there's just so much artillery coming in from AI Esports that it didn't really matter. And again, there's no follow-up for the Cho. We're talking about how the Kalea could have been a better choice, but I would say the same thing. Even if they go for the Kalea, there's no one that can really burst the person who's getting knocked in the air.
Actually, now that I look at it, if you're going to pick up something like a Cho, why don't you just pick up the Kalea?
Yeah, right? I mean, it's literally a better Cho.
Yeah, and the thing is, it's easier.
It's way easier. I mean, like,
it's way... Okay, you know what? Rich guy, the carry, sandbag, best wingman. I don't remember everyone's faces, but still, these are your key players. Oh my god! Now that I look at it, you pick up the Cho. Why don't you just pick up the Kalia? Okay, 100% different draft Paladin. Maybe game 1, they're just warming up. They're just like, hey, the stage is kind of cold. Aircon, it's working today. You know, so game number 2, change it up. You know, at least win a draft.
Yeah, I really hope they do though, because this game was not it. This game was a pretty big stompy stomp, in my opinion, here for AI Esports. And I think you guys share the same opinion. Best wingman, total assists here for Madsy. He went deathless on the glue. Usually the glue is quite easy to kill because of how deep he goes. But here, it doesn't even matter. You know, he mounts on anyone and there's no punishment. There's just not enough damage. And I think towards the end, again, I think he's dealing more damage to the Kimmy and the Moskov by not hitting them, by letting Moskov and Kimmy hit him. Oh, man.
I like that blade armor is a legit item now.
Yeah, it's so good against Kimmy and Moskov, right? These attack speed items, mainly against crit, obviously for Blade, but hey, if you're up against some really high attack speed heroes, like the Kimmy, and you're ahead, especially when you're on Boxia, that Kimmy's gonna have a bad time, man.
Yeah. Honestly, it's nice. Like for tank items, I'm starting to see a resurgence of certain items like the blade armor. This is going a bit off tangent, but I'm even seeing some people tickling with the idea of the cursed helmet for this heroes like Glue, like the Boxia, because even I forgot about this, where the newly buffed cursed helmet actually reduces the opponent's defenses. So who knows? Maybe with a little bit more optimization, we might even see that item being used after this.
Yeah, I think for the most part, we just see Molten Essence, right, on top. Not just the Curse Helmet, like, we just see Molten Essence. They don't build towards it. They just ban it out. Or, sorry, they just sell it. But this was turtle number 3. This was the moment where they were able to get PS again, but there's just too much artillery. They've already won the team fight. And the thing about the chip against the Moskov is usually the Moskov has the advantage of always being able to trade. The chip does not allow that. Alita can just go back bot.
Yep. And the crazy thing here, the highlights, the MVP is Alita, but at the same time, how can you not perform when the game is this one-sided, especially as a Granger? A Granger, I gotta tell you, when the game is even, he still feels bad. When the game is in his favor, that's the point where you're like, all right, guys, GG next.
I agree. I think, yeah, that's true. He got stacks so early in the game. They didn't even have to funnel them. Usually, you would actually see teams having to funnel Alita, right? Having to funnel the Granger. But in this game, they didn't have to. Alita was just throwing shots and people would die. That's how squishy all of them were. Even D-Cross, look at this. Instantly taken away. I think Avatar gets taken out as well here, right here, I believe. Yeah, with Quad Shadow, PS. Yeah. There's just too much to deal with, man. Way too much to deal with for Paladins. And not enough early game control. Not enough early game power at all.
Yeah, so it's just a combination of Paladins got a not optimal draft, and then you have AI Esports, which has like S tier picks everywhere.
In every role, yeah.
Every role. Alright. Even a chip is usually bad, and they got that. So legit the strongest draft in the current patch right now. So GG's, good job by AI Esports. If they continue to play like this, I don't even feel like we're going to curse it by saying it's going to be a 3-0. Like, if we're able to curse it, I'm impressed.
Yeah, I agree. I think it'll be a 3-0 at this point. Looking at how they were able to draft, AI, again, have a strong grasp of the meta. Meanwhile, for Paladins, they're kind of still scrambling for the meta. They're still scrambling to find what works. Oh, man, I think we're going to have to... There's, I think, a big gap between the top 3 and all the other teams. I mean, looking at the play-ins too, right? That's how it's been so far. Mythic Seal and Youngon have just been destroying everybody. AI, there have been a couple of close games here and there up against Falcon Esports. It was 3-1, but yeah, I think there definitely is a gap currently, LaFell, and I think it might be because of the draft. The draft is super important. Falcon Esports, they did really well last season with RC, the coach now that is coaching for TLPH, who've actually won MPL Philippines. So, yeah, losing a coach can have that effect. Having to re-synergize with the new coach, having to re-strategize with the new coach. Mythic Seal and AI, on the other hand, and even Youngon, they've stuck with almost the same lineup. Mythic Seal, though, they have changed a few of their players here and there. I'm very interested to see how good they are now.
I would say in this current meta, the coach is important when you're thinking about winning a draft. It's really not just getting all these OP heroes, right? Like, that's not the relationship that we're looking at right now. Priority, like, who do you pick up first? Because certain roles, they have legitimate answers to an entire draft, right? For example, if you pick up an EXP laner early, there are ways where people can just pick a counter matchup and then you don't have a front line in that game. And at that point, it sucks as an EXP laner. And mid lane, Kimi is pretty prio. But at least here in Malaysia, we've seen players like Stormy waiting for that last pick where he just has that one pick that just destroys an entire draft. Picking up something like the Odette again, dealing with the Joy and then having 3 other melee heroes. Like, once you get the Winter Crown, is GG. There's no way you can win any Lord fights. So I really feel like picking the priority of which one is safer not to get countered by is also an important aspect of the draft now, which Paladins might have trouble with because they don't have a coach.
Yeah. Identifying a few of the mistakes in the draft as well is going to be quite difficult for the players here. So we'll see if they're able to adapt to game number 2 because AI seem ready and loaded currently. With game number 1's draft being so solid, I don't see how it will... I don't see... Maybe the chip maybe you ban out Chip and maybe they crumble. That's that's wishful thinking in my opinion. Man. Yeah, it's going to be really tough for Paladins. Hopefully they'll be able to come back. They've done enough in the drawing board to change up some things here, because if they go for the same greedy composition with a Moskov Kimi, we're going to see a 3-0 for sure.
Yeah, honestly, the problem is, like, you're even scrambling what to ban, right? Say even if you ban the Chip. AI looks like the team that will be okay with picking up the Kalia, which is still a very strong pick.
Very strong, yeah.
And then looking at how Madzi plays, it might not matter, right? Give him a Glue, give him a Phovius, give him a Hilda. He's going to perform very, very well, because I'm looking at the draft here, and it's like, yes, they got all the S-tier heroes, but the way that they play kind of signals to me that they can pick the second best, the third best, maybe even the fifth best, and still make it look good. So right now, it just looks like the gap is a little bit too big. Maybe early to say, it's just game one, but as of right now, it looks too big.
Yeah. That's fair. That's very, very fair to say. I think currently, especially considering, how good Glue is, the Feramis isn't really even a pure counter to it anymore. Like, yes, the Feramis will smash the Glue when it comes to a pure 1v1, but it never is a 1v1, right? It's always a 4v4, 3v3 minimum. And with the Farsa, the long-range artillery, the burst damage, the AoE burst damage, long artillery heroes, Lo Yi, Yve, Farsa, you're not really going to find a lot of value on the Feramis. Once you pop the Netherrealm, it's actually going to benefit the opponents, because you're going to silence your entire team, putting your team in a very easy-to-set position. And then the Glue just goes in and then mounts and then bang, boom, bang, bada bing, So that's why I think, haven't been seeing a lot of Feramis, even though it is the way usually to beat the Glue.
Honestly, Mirko, I've played a lot of Glue into Feramis.
Yeah.
And I figured out why it doesn't matter.
Why?
So how the Feramis pops off is the Ghost Bursters bouncing between the long longs.
Yeah, long longs. The long longs.
Right? The long longs, right? The problem is, with the revamped Glue, he gets the stack so fast that there's no bouncing, right? The moment he uses the grab, he'll just get on top of you.
Yeah,
so then,
dude. Okay,
there's there's legit no damage. I've done it so many times where, like, okay, first skill in, and then I second skill. The moment I see the Ghost Bursters, I just ult, and then it's like, where's the damage, bro? I thought you countered me. I'm feeling nothing here, man. And now, speaking of which, 1-1 getting banned again. So at this point, you know what? Maybe Alita is a 1-1 god. Maybe when he was born, the doctor was like, you know what? 1-1 is going to be your hero. This does not make sense right now. But trust me, in 17, 18 years, I'll see it. And then me, first pick. Oh my God, Miracle. What is going on? I hope that's a bug.
Okay, that was a...
All right.
I hope, for the love of God, LaFell, that it was a mistake. All right? Because...
Okay, look at them.
They're confused. I don't know if it was a mistake. Wait, hold up. It looks like a... Okay, we're going to have to calm down here, LaFell. I don't know if that was the pick. Kalia's open, I don't think you pick up Mia here. Even the Harith, the Harith is pretty good too. You ban out the 1-1. Yeah, sure, Kimi too, right? The Bakshis ban out on the other side. AI are definitely gonna get a lot of value. There you go.
Okay.
Thank goodness. All right, it's not a Mia.
Oh my!
It's a Kalea first pick for Paladins. Oh man, that was a shocker.
My blood pressure skyrocketed for a second there.
Were you on a verge of a heart attack, LaFell?
So Kalia pick, great. Kimi, maybe even consider like a Gato Kacha or something if you want frontline. Oh, they pick up the Badang, the next best thing. Yeah. Phew. All right, looking good.
Really good stuff here so far for AI and for Paladins. I think it's safe to say that they gotta pick up a marksman now, Harith or Granger. Those are the two prio picks that could actually still get them a win in this game. It would be very difficult for them if they don't have a marksman and then AI pick up a marksman and then ban out everything else, right? Because the Granger Kimi is a quite ridiculous composition to go for. If not, though, they gotta go.
Kimi Granger.
Kimi Granger, yeah. Kimi Granger could be great. Paladins, though, I think if they don't go for that, maybe Farsa Haya. Oh, they go Farsa Granger. All right.
Honestly, much better already than game number one.
Way better.
So AI here, if we're looking at the jungle, not a lot of picks are available now, at least when it comes to assassins. The Joy, the Ling is still there. I don't think I've seen anyone use the Lance a lot in Myanmar, so I don't know if they have that in their arsenal. So they do pick up the Joy, and at this point, AI, if they know Paladin enough, they can ban out the priority junglers and then just win in that sense of the draft.
I agree. The Hayabusa has already been dealt with. Lucas gets taken out as well. I believe the Fredrin should come next with a Granger Farsa. That should actually be a pretty strong pick. Then they could just go for XP damage, right? So Paladins on the other side, now they're left kind of confused. They don't know where the Badang's going. The Kimi will probably go mid, so the safe bet is to just ban out gold lane. Moskov, Irithel perhaps? Or do they want to... I think the Harith is definitely not something that AI are thinking about, knowing that they have already 2 magic damage dealers.
Yeah, so they ban out the Moscow, so that's great. Looking at the lineup right now, yes, I really feel like if they do pick up a Fredrin, that's going to be really clutch here because the Kalia is a good pickoff hero, but she's a support fighter. Her stats aren't that tanky, so you still need a front line. So I do agree. Picking up a Fredrin here is going to be kind of amazing. They ban out this Suyo. Maybe they just think Paladin can't use that. Maybe they're like, they have no idea how to use a Fredrin. Maybe that's why. Maybe
they're just very assassin based, right? So far the bans have.
But Suyo isn't great right now because of no more magic resist. Dealing against a Joy and Kimi.
Exactly.
Suyo can't do much in this draft.
Exactly. As a Suyo player myself, I would not pick Suyo here in this game against the Joy and the Kimi. But maybe AI have different plans. They have something else. Maybe they want to pick a Fredrin for themselves. Put them XP. Who knows? Moskov. And it's going to be the Irithel ban there for Paladins. AI, first pick. Honestly, I think the glue is pretty solid here. If they want to deny the Fredrin, it should be the glue and put the Badang Roam, right?
Yeah. No, I agree. 100%. Although, to be fair, you really can't go wrong in terms of EXP pickups right now. Yeah. They pick up the Gatakacha just to deal with the Kalia as well as the Farsa, of course. And in a way, you're still hiding who's going EXP, who's going Roam. They can go either or. Yep. Paladins, they still have the Fredrin if they pick it up. If they want an assassin, I don't even think a Ling is going to be all that great here, especially if the Badang is going Roam. You will get punished 100%.
Yeah. I think the best choice will be Fredrin Phoveus, maybe, if they really want to get control over Turtle number 1. There's quite a bit of dashes with the Joy, right? So you should be able to punish with the Phoveus. With the control with Kalea too, this should be like an early game snowball draft if they go for the Phoveus plus Fredrin. They could also just go for Glue Fredrin. That works too. But actually...
Either or, some kind of front line. They pick up a high loss, which is okay.
Who's going to be the jungle? Alf?
Alpha.
Ooh.
I feel like it's okay-ish. Maybe this is just one of those comfort. So maybe that's why they don't ban the Fredrin, because maybe his Fredrin went 0-18 before.
Yeah. Oh, maybe. Who knows? Madzi went 0-0-19. Now Mage, should be gold lane, honestly, unless they've just flexed the Kitty.
Yeah, but the Harith is still open if they do want that, and I feel like it's not that bad of a matchup for Harith. I mean, like against Granger, not that great, but hey, maybe you're just confident in your lane. It's like he won't do much against me.
The only concern I have with them, the only concern I have with the Harith would be there's too much magic. But even then, Joy and Harith actually, when they get their items, they go through magic damage. We're at a state where magic defense is pretty weak, so Joy Harith goes through that. They decide to go for the safer choice, which is the Claude. Not bad against the Granger, very good against the Farsa. So I like it again for AI. They have a solid draft again, solid win con. The only thing that I don't like is the fact that it's pretty similar to Game 1's Paladins draft, where 3 of their carries are all late-game scaling heroes.
No, I agree 100%. And just to say, it looks like the Badang is going to the EXP. Black will be the one using Gatakacha in the roam position. And something to say, Mirko, I did call my mom the other day, and before she hung up on me, she did say, son, there's no such thing as too much magic damage. And then I'm like, all right, mom, cool, peace out.
Hey, your mom is right, man. You better listen to that mom. But you guys better listen to us as we bring you into game number 2. Into the land of Dawn we go. Will it be a match point secure for Lita and AI, or will it be Paladins to equalize on the scoreboard?
All right, so now there's no more shenanigans in the early game. We don't see any kind of early invade coming in from either side of the team. And I almost had another heart attack. Just now the D-Cross taking a lot of damage, has to flicker out.
Is that why you almost got another heart attack? Or is it the emblems?
The emblems are fine. The emblems are honestly pretty okay. Right now, Cherry Cutie tries to deal damage against Alita already having to use that Purify. But other than that, it's going to be okay. The heart attack was that in the pregame, we saw the draft, and then PS was having an Inspire. I know that was a graphic bug, but at the same time, in the back of my head, what if? What if? Know? It's a good thing, no, it's a retribution, but
yeah.
It's that.
If it was an Inspire, then we would have some big problems with a very heavy resource-reliant composition, plus the Inspire. Oh my Jenny, you can already see a big difference here from game 1 to game number 2. Kimmy and Claude both having a tough time. Alita, oh man, his wave is getting frozen. Cherry Cutie is going to shove this, I believe. And then, yeah, it's a win in mid, win up top too.
Yeah, the only way that Paladin really loses this one, if they do nothing with their early game advantage, right? Do nothing with the Alpha, do nothing with the Kalia, because you have enough damage for sure. And to the point where you have true damage as well as magic damage. So D-Cross is spoiled for choice. Like, usually you do want to get someone squishy, or it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. God thought, Badang, everyone's going to die.
Mm-hmm.
At least they should. They should.
They should, unless they get like a crazy set onto Cherry and Avatar, which can be a possible win angle, because at least in game number 1, AI had the respect to go Purify on one of their carries. Paladins have gone for a very, I would say, even greedy approach here. PS already on the turtle, coming down, good Tsunami Slam, locking him down already, but it's on to Cross, not on to PS, who gets the turtle for free, and Black wins it out with the first blood. He will fall, though, and now 2 for 1, technically now, as Oh My Jenny runs away, goes for the kite, T-Brock, kite of the way, Avatar, flickers it forward, doesn't get the shot, Oh My Jenny taking low, but look at the save from PS, who's able to equalize. Meanwhile, Alita munching on the goal turret.
That was a little bit tough to watch, Mirko. I was about to say this is why Farsa is so good right now. The burst is just too much. But then Oh My Jenny was able to outplay that. Because look at this, right? Oh My Jenny scaling 0, 1, and 3. 3 assists. That's huge.
A taunt coming down. Alita right there. Don't think it'll be an all-in. Tsunami Slam not ready just yet. Oh, there you go. They're going to go for it. Yori goes for the shred. AOG locks Avatar. And it ends up being worth it. Black traded for Mr. Avatar. T-Cross goes in again. Oh my Jenny, able to cut away, gets away from that Sonata too. Oh man, even though they don't have the early game, AI are just outclassing Paladins.
I mean, like, they're outclassing because of 2 things. Number 1, Avatar really needs to start respecting AI, because both times his ult, the Feather S-Strike, got canceled. The first time in the Turtle Pit was by Madzi. Madzi just fist cracks onto him, canceled it out. Great, but then you saw the one in mid first got canceled by Oh My Jenny with the traction pole, and then just to have, saw the injury, Black even jumped on him, and Avatar couldn't do anything, right?
Yeah.
You already got caught twice here. Make sure you don't get caught again, because you are the reason why your early game is so good.
That's taunt again. They're going to lock him down. It's only onto T-Brock here. Good for the airstrike to retaliate. Oh My Jenny taking low. Tsunami Slam locking him down, but PS able to pop in the electrifying beast. D-Cross taken down as PS dashes away to safety. 1 for 0. Black looking for the re-engage. Matty! Fist crack in the back. Avatar and Yori both caught in the pin.
Dude, like, again, right now, Avatar, it has to be careful, because you got clipped by the AOG again. Sure, it didn't really cancel out your ult, but still, that's a sign that you got to be careful, especially coming to the late game. Cherry Cutie, that's very late.
Flicker out, still going to be pinned down, and that's going to be the all-in still by Oh My Jenny and PS, who's on a mega kill.
That was, like, I have to be critical for that one. You already know where they are. You know they're grabbing the turtle. You really shouldn't be that far ahead. Minions are important, but I don't know, man. That was a little bit too greedy. A little bit too greedy for my book.
Way too greedy. I gotta agree. And it's a 1,000 gold lead into Joy. AOG. Yori goes in for the Spear Alpha. Gets taunted. PS walks in. No more CC under the turret. Unstoppable Joy. 5th minute.
Yep. You know what? A late game comp with 2,500 gold, this might be checkmate already. Because we see Paladin making some bad choices. Yori tried to outplay that by grabbing on to Alita, if I'm not mistaken, was down bot as well. I kind of feel like the safer choice is just to ult away, just dash away.
Oh, Jenny, quick feet there. Able to evade from Avatar's Feather Airstrike as Alita just gets value for free. No response by Paladins. They really are scrambling here, LaFell. There's not much they could do. They're losing out minions, and they're technically forced now to Tsunami Slam, instant purify out. Blazing away from Alita in the back as Black goes over to taunt Avatar. Force a flicker out PS, diving in deep. Dodges away from Spear of Alpha and goes over to Electrifying Beats as they get pinned down, and the fist crack comes in for Oh My Jenny. Target practice there, just putting the damage on him.
It's unfortunate, but it does look like they're not really planning all things out that well, because I kind of feel like we see this in Indo and Malaysia, where teams are just forcing it out. Like, you shouldn't be doing that. You shouldn't be trying to get a catch, especially when the person that you want to catch does have that Purify. You can't make the argument you don't know whether the Purify is up or not, but at that moment, you got to figure out, okay, this guy purified. There's no way we're going to win this fight. Looking at the position of the rest of the team, just back off. Like, I feel like Paladin, yes, they have a good early game, but when you're losing by almost 5,000 gold, you don't really have that early game advantage anymore. Whether you like it or not, you got to wait for your items. You
really do. And for AI, they already have those items, despite them being a late game comp. Like you mentioned, I mean, a late game comp is a mid game comp. If you get this much gold, it's an early game comp, technically. Manzi able to zone in the back. Alita and Jenny just munching on that turret, taking it for free as T-Brock. At this point, this is why I don't like the high-lows against Kimmy, by the way, LaFell. You're not a hero that dashes in, that blinks into the backline. You're a hero that walks, that runs. And Kimmy does well against that. I mean, the Immobilize stops you. There's no engage for Paladins, except for D-Cross.
Personally, for me, Mirko, like, even if you get a box, it's still difficult to go up against the Kimmy. Early game, she does no damage to you, which feels great. But eventually, it's very hard to catch her because now she flies away. There's not a lot of heroes that can fly. Oh, and then you just, okay, relax, don't overextend.
That's the thing about, again, the Kalea. Yes, it's a way to dive into the back. Good Glorious Pathway actually cutting him off. T-Brock looking for the angle again, but oh my, Jenny's able to kite away in the back line, though. It's going to be an all-in over to Black, who's still able to sustain for quite a bit. Cherry Cutie takes him down. Alita gets the kill back. It is 1-for-1. T-Brock from Black. T-Cross going to be taken very low, though. PS from the side looking for the Electrifying Beast. Will be able to pop it out. That's it! Oh with a fist crack to fight all of them. Oh, Cherry Cutie in the base taking down PS. Gets a triple kill.
Yo, Modsy, man. I don't care what the numbers say. Give this man the MVP, dude. He did it in game number 1. Now he's doing it in game number 2. At this point, he's flexing a little bit too much. Hide your ladies, man, because, that was hot.
Hydro kids, Hydro wife. Madsy doesn't care. As long as you don't bring Purify, you're on the wall, baby. And Paladins, no Purify on the board, really hurt them. Really, really did.
I mean, at this point, Mirko, I gotta be honest. Even if they do have that Purify, at this point of the game, might not be that big of an issue here. And looking at T-Brock only have one item, he's not gonna be surviving this. Even if he has a blade armor, can't do much. Can't do much.
Even if he has full items, LaFell, I don't think he can. There's too much damage. I mean, AI have physical and magical, plus the CC lockdown. You're not running as a Hylos, man. When you're getting punched, when you're getting taunted, oh man, that's a poor horse right now.
Yeah, being a horse in this climate really isn't the best, even if you are a centaur. Now 8,000 gold difference, 6 kills to 17. AI Esports, they are able to win the game. Like in the previous one, they won the game at 10 seconds. And now they're winning the game at like what, the 3rd minute, the 4th minute.
Yeah, that's true.
Paladin, their wave clear is actually pretty good, but I don't think it matters because Modsy soon he will get that flicker, and then it's gonna be over.
Yeah, and this is where the Purify would come in handy, right? In your base, when you get engaged on, maybe you can Purify out. That's gonna be an all-in over to Black, who's still able to sustain for a bit. Now PS in the back line, looking for the electrifying beats. T-Brock able to survive, and they live to see another day, LaFell. It's not over yet. AI have only cracked open the mid lane base turret.
Yeah, very good cash there, getting on to Black, and then Black taking actually a lot more damage than I thought. So maybe it's not completely over, even though if we're looking at the items here, not a lot of items for anyone, honestly. Like Cherry Cutie only having 3, which is okay because the fact that he has the Malefic Roar means that he can actually deal with the front lines. And then looking at the Farsa, the Genius one, very interesting here. So you're just all in on getting Oh My Jenny or Alita, which is fair, right? Let Cherry Cutie deal with the front lines.
That is a very greedy move by Alita, but it actually will work out. T-Bra, oh no! Again, you can try to run to the other side, but when you get Fist Crack Purify out of the Tsunami Slam 2, AOG into the back, Cherry Cutie gonna be caught! Manzi! Again and again finds a Fist Crack! And that one might have just ended things for Paladins, but no, AI decided to play it safe. The 3 carries are still alive.
Dude, Mirko, Madzi is just farming clips at this point, man. Like, he's building up his resume. Say if he wants to go out into war and be like, hey, have you seen my play? Have you seen my 3-man Fist Crack? 5-man Fist Crack? Have you seen my glue? I got a lot to show you. Hey, all of it is on Instagram and TikTok.
I don't know,
even
Madzi.
Facebook, whatever's big in Myanmar.
I don't know, Madzi. At this point, you're forcing me to watch it, right? I don't even have... There's no consent. I'm just forced to see Madzi pin 4 dudes.
Dude, at this point, like, he'll pay for your VPN just to show you. I'll give you my VPN account so that you can see this all day. Yeah, he's that committed, exactly.
Oh, man. Madzi, finally, we might see him punish here, but Tsunami Slam only locks him down in the front. Winter Kron coming down. Avatar caught, electrifying beat, steals with him. Even an all-in on Madzi can't stop him. He's going in this time. He's taking all the kills. Oh, my Jenny. Looking for the shots, 12 minutes. It's going to be a whole minute faster than game number 1. An all-in again with a pin down from Madzi, and he wants the kills. He wants the stat pad. Alita, a bit too aggressive, has the BMI. PS buys a Winter Crown, Cherry Cutie. I don't think he'll be able to defend this one. A Winter Crown to come in the end, just in the fountain, as AI claims match point.
Yeah, 2-0 now. One more game to win this one. And we already talked about you got to end the game fast because you want as much rest time later on. But actually, no, they're not playing again. But either ways, man. AI, like, they're not even making it look close, man.
Yeah. I love the progression that we've seen from AI. Not just in this game, not just in Myanmar, but in real life too, Lofel. Like, a few years ago, you see AI, they're like, they're all right. But now you see AI, and they're so technologically advanced, man. Just like AI we see in real life. You know, we use it in our daily lives, and AI, they really played like today's AI, man. It's so responsive, so adaptive, so smart and intelligent. I love it. I love this new version of AI.
Speaking of which, I'm looking at a comment. Someone saying Madzi is Zip Cutie brother. Is that real? Is that true?
Whoa.
Because if it is, then that's quite a brother dynamic. One playing the gold, one playing the EXP. Just get another brother to play mid, and then you got a trio.
They're built to play side lanes, Lafel. What if they're only XP and gold? You know, they're good in XP, good in gold.
So the dad plays the EXP and the mom plays the gold, and then they just pass on that knowledge. Like, son, I gotta tell you, minions are kind of important. Deal with that. And then the dad's like, yo, the flicker, master the flicker, and then you will win in life.
Master the sets, badang. I wonder if as a kid he just fist cracks it, right? Boom, 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 just to make him ready for badang. We're talking about in-game, by the way, not in real life. That would be pretty bad.
Hey, as kids, it's fine, Mirko. As long as it's not the older person against a younger person. If it's Madzi and then Zip Cutie is like, hey, you're a gold leader, dodge this. Like,
you know what? I'm glad we're talking about Badang and his skill names and not Glue, because that would be pretty...
Oh my god.
I love the Glue skill renames, man, honestly.
Yep.
Long longs.
Grab, slam.
Yeah.
Long longs.
You know his new... you know what his second skill is right now, right, Lafel?
Wait, what is it? I actually didn't check. What is it?
It's spread, bro. Like...
Oh, it's spread.
Yeah.
Oh, I keep saying grab. Oh my god. Like...
So imagine, right? Yeah. Against certain matchups, that could be bad.
Long longs?
No, like, let's say you're up against that tanky XP laner that heals a lot. Consecration Ultimate. Right? I mean,
yeah.
I brought that concern up right away as I saw the patch, but right now, the big concern is how do Paladins come back? Can they... Like, they had the draft wasn't bad. The first phase wasn't bad. The second phase, that Alpha Hylos, I think killed it for me.
Yeah. like it was not as bad as the first one. Like they had ways to do something, right? At least Kalia catches someone, give a kill over to Granger and Farsa. You can already see the vision. The execution, the decision making at this point is just unfortunate to say that AI is just at a different level, you know. And this is not the AI in game where you can get free wins. This is the AI that can have a still image and then move around. This is the kind of AI where you chat with them and then they say the things that you want to hear or read.
Yeah. PS, definitely a good depiction of what AI he's talking about. This guy's clean. He responds really well. He adapts to the situation. 83% kill participation. And honestly, he has a dagger. That's it. Okay. This one is not a mistake, right? He just wants extra damage to, I guess, take the turret. Yeah, but it's really quick. The fact that he was able to get... you know, I'm surprised that he actually went Blood Wings here, Lafel. I thought he would just go for more damage.
Maybe he considered it. No, he does have a Blood Wings, but either ways, Paladin, man, Paladin. I don't know. At this point, I feel like it's kind of GG's because looking at Alita, the difference in gold here, 11,000 gold to 9,000 for a gold laner, it separates poverty. I guess. Can I even say that? I don't even know if I can say that, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, I think 9,500 gold is kind of like, it's not poverty. I think it's all right. It's okay. You know, it's okay.
Yeah, but like, put into consideration like 5 minutes ago at 7 minutes, this kind of difference, it's a lot.
Yeah, I think if we're really talking about, you know, the discrepancies in gold, we gotta look at T-Brock, man. T-Brock. 5,299. I mean, it's expected on a roamer, right? But this is why I just don't like the high-lows. You saw it in the game. It was so easy to kite away from him. Even when he had a pretty good glorious pathway, there was always a fist coming his way. There's always a tanky Indonesian man taunting him, you know? There's too much to deal with. Even with the vitality and tenacity, that isn't going to help you get away. The whole point of the high-lows usually is you have mobility and sustain. Here, you have none.
Yeah, one thing that I don't like is D-Cross going for that support emblem. Like, I can see if you want to play for the heals, but the way that he plays, he's not playing for the heals, he's playing for the catch.
Yeah.
And if you're playing for the catch, might as well go for tank emblem. So, like, I've used a Kalia support emblem. It does not feel good at all. So I really feel like I missed that earlier, but that was a very bad catch. Second thing I do want to say is, like, I agree with you. High loss is not amazing. The only time I feel like it's okay to have a high loss if you're putting him in the EXP against a Phoveus, because at that point you can actually deal with the Phoveus.
Yeah.
Other than that, it's really not that great. Like, he's so situational right now.
I agree with you. The Phoveus matchup is great. Hylos was literally the old glue. Like, glue is now the one that you pick up against the Phoveus, up against these picks, but Hylos was the OG to do it, right? Now there's just too many ways to counter the guy. There's too many ways to make him irrelevant in the game. I think you guys saw that here in this game. 1 and 6, I believe. Sandbag is still Mr. Paladin's man. The carry, actually, with Rich Guy, is just... And Best Wingman, it's the same story. It's the same story, Lafel. It'll be full AI. Except for Sandbag.
AI is just evolving. I find it funny. The other day I said Onyx PH, they're like AI, but in a good way. And then a lot of people take it as an insult. Oh my god, you're saying they're easy. They're saying they're not good. It's like, bro, no.
Look at
I'm
the
talking
AI
about the good AI.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Man, people gotta widen their minds, man. They gotta practice their minds out or something.
I really like that Muntan can actually see the future, where when they build Gatot Kacha, like Gatot Kacha is one of the best taunters in the game. So I like that they're showing that Indonesians are very good at taunting, because it works out. You can see it, like it's manifesting.
Yeah, you know, it's pretty funny that the Indonesians are only good at taunting in Malaysia.
Anywhere else, they're not that great.
They play it safe in Indo.
I understand now. I understand now. Yeah, they're pretty good. They're pretty good. Yeah.
Shout outs to the Indonesians who actually, you know, who actually taunt. The one that taunts in Indo didn't make it to playoffs, so that's pretty sad.
I like that you even have the CEO of a team in Indo making fun or taunting his own player. Like that
Yeah.
that is the highlight of my year.
Hey man, I love Cordelwin as well. That guy has been really entertaining. But looking at this game highlights, that one really hurts, man. The
This
flicker,
is so painful.
because this was really what could have stabilized the early game for them, but it didn't happen. Oh My Jenny was able to dodge skill too. Yes, he ended up dying, but it delayed it enough for PS to wipe them out.
Yeah. And at this point, I would actually consider maybe even batting out that Kimmy, because even my experience, if you're just going up against any average old Kimmy, you'll be able to deal with him. But very good Kimmys, like you just have these heroes that has outplay potential that even if you do have the counter for it, they'll find ways, you know. Picks like the Cho, even if you have ways to stop his kick, if you're a good enough Cho, you'll figure it out. The same with Kimmy. The first skill was she can just fly around. She will figure out how to dodge away from your engage.
Yeah, Kimmy is really good. The only way I would say is a good way to beat the Kimmy would be the Ling, dude. The Ling does amazing at just smacking him. But Madzi, yeah, highlight reel, really forcing us to watch the highlights here. This is what I was talking about, folks. In the highlights, we're just going to be seeing Madzi 24/7. And in the end, he had enough. He had enough of all his CC plays. He's like, no, I don't want to set anymore. I want to get kills. He gets a double here. He actually gets a triple, an unofficial one on Yori later on. But yeah, man's done setting. Man just wants kills now.
Yeah, Madzi is the real Madland, man. Here's the thing, Madzi, let me tell you, man, the art of farming clips. If you want more of that, you already used the glue. You already used the badang. Time to bring out that Benedetta.
Ooh.
That's where you get the clips. That's where you get the clips.
Yeah, you know Diablo? That's how he got the clips. Literally with the Badang and the Benedetta. Maybe you could put on the Jawhead XP, a Guinevere XP. Look for those crazy flicker moments, you know? Have a Keyboy highlight reel. He already has the Madzi highlight reel.
One other one.
All right. Shoot it.
You saw.
Ooh, okay, that is a really good pick that I really want to see, but we haven't seen it. Not in MPLPH, not here yet. I don't think it's.
I've seen it at MY.
Did it do well?
The player itself was okay, but they lost. But the player itself, it was fine. Like, he had a good laning phase, and he's able to get like 3-man petrifies, 4-man petrifies.
Okay. That's not bad.
You know, it was Arrow, if I'm not mistaken. They still lost because they didn't have Hazel. Hazel was having his graduation during that time, but
yeah.
It's okay. There you go.
So there you go, ladies and gentlemen. Right now it's match point to AI. AI just need one more, and at this point, we were talking about Paladins going back to the drawing boards. They did in game number 2. They fixed their draft. So is it? I think it's very possible for them to again fix the second phase. They already fixed the first phase. That first phase was amazing. I thought first phase actually had the better draft. So fix second phase, or pick up a jungler in the first phase if you know that's going to be banned out.
I almost want to say, just keep it simple. Even if you lose, you lose. Play a very good draft that has a good front to back, because we see one of the mistakes that that Paladin did was they basically get out of their own position to get that kills. I'm talking more about the far side here, Avatar. Right? You always get into a very bad position where you allow your opponents to catch you. So kind of like play front to back, but actually more importantly, have that discipline. But again, they don't have a coach. And this is one of those situations where the difference with having a coach and not having a coach, honestly, even if the coach is not that amazing, you just need someone that's not of your main 5 to let you know what was wrong. Because if anyone in your main 5 says like, oh, you suck, and then it would just like be bad for the team dynamic. But you know what? I feel like we will give them enough time because this is match point. So we're going for a short break. After this, AI going up against Paladins. If Paladins wins this one, they can extend. If AI wins, it's game over. My name is Ophel, and with me is Mirko. We'll catch you guys after the break.
They said there's a limit in the women's league. In MWI, we say limit? Watch us bounce from the MWI queens everyone knows to the stars who came out from nowhere. to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless. They said there's a limit in the women's league. In MWI, we say limit? Watch us bounce. From the MWI queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to MLBB Super League Myanmar, where right now we are looking at the matchup best of 5 between AI going up against Paladins, where unfortunately right now Paladins have suffered a 0-2 loss, losing game 1 in 30 minutes, game 2 in 12 minutes. So can AI Esports actually close this out with one more win? Welcome back. My name is Safel. Alongside with me is Mirko. And so far, the games have been, unfortunately, a little bit one-sided.
Very one-sided. I think a little bit doesn't do it justice. Unfortunately, currently it is very, very one-sided towards AI. AI have just been able to draft really well. They've been able to, I think everything has been really good for them. The draft, the execution, the in-game decision-making, everything has been amazing. And for for Paladins, they got to fix one thing first. I think, again, they've had a lot of questionable decisions in Game 2, but I really think it's all in the drafts. Without a coach, this is something that they have to deal with themselves first before we get into the in-game execution, and I don't think it'll be enough time for them to avoid the sweep.
I feel like Mirko, we're putting too much hopes, too much pressure on Paladins because this problem of dealing with AI has been going on for a solid like 25 years, 26 years. Because even when I was born, like even Will Smith asked, like, how do we deal with AI? Yeah, in that one movie. It's robots.
Yeah. I know that movie, brother. I know that movie. I think it's literally called iRobot.
Exactly. And then you even have the Terminator. Every single movie comes out every 5 to 6 years where the question is, how do we deal with AI? And then we expect Paladins to come up with an answer in 9 minutes? Bro, that's a lot to ask for a team that doesn't even have a coach.
That's true. It is a bit unfair, too, to ask them to do that, right? So, at this point, we're just going to have to hope, guys, that they have a solution. If not, then just like in all those movies where we ask you guys and ask the main characters, how do we deal with AI? They'll just get beat by it. AI will just be better. And then somehow we'll get the chosen one, that may be Mythic Seal or Yangon, to beat them in the end. Who knows? You know, this could be a very Matrix-y storyline for MSL.
And the problem is, like, most answers will come with disqualification. You can't spray water on them.
Yeah.
Maybe they like it. Who knows? AI has grown. They have evolved. Now I see clips on the internet, and I don't know whether they're real or not. And then people say, look at the fingers. If they have 6 fingers, then it's probably AI. But I know people that have 6 fingers, Mirko. Are they AI?
At this point, we don't know what's AI. We know, actually we do. We know these 5 players and their coach are AI, right? That's all we know. Let's see if at this point I don't even know about the drafts, LaFell. I don't even know. They draft like AI. It's just so good. They have a structure. They have a template that works. And Paladins, their structure hasn't worked yet. They've been trying to break the code, but the code has been relentless.
See, here's the thing. The final strategy that you can do,
Okay.
very difficult to do. How can they know when we don't know? Right? Expect the unexpected.
If you don't know what you're doing, your opponents won't.
Exactly.
Okay.
Like,
Gotcha.
we don't know the last second. We want Lancelot. It has not been used at all in the entire tournament, entire MSL. And then when you bring it up, maybe you can short circuit AI to the point where,
whoa,
even if you lose, at least make it look cool.
You know what? I like that idea. I really do. Maybe you go guns blazing, right? If you're going to go, are you going to go in in glory, or are you going to lose just like that? You're going to take the L, or are you going to try to do something, you know? Try to take the risk.
Exactly.
All right. A blaze of glory it
Franco.
is. Blaze of glory. Come on. Go down in the blaze of glory.
Bring out like the
Paladins.
Franco, right? Where at that point, it's more luck than skill. Sure, there's skill involved, but let's be real. There's a bit of luck there because you've seen Franco where the hooks are not supposed to hit, and it just diverged to the left a bit. And then,
Dude,
they'll
that
get
annoys me, man. How is that?
It annoys me so much. I agree.
The hitbox is so weird. And that's why it could be a good tournament hero. Franco is actually I would say a very, very good tournament hero. Like, he does really well in tournament settings. For some reason, it's always him. It's always him getting these crazy, nasty plays. And it was a Myanmar, it was a Burmese player that made us go crazy at M4. Remember, LaFell? It was Naomi.
Oh, Naomi, dude. Oh, I wonder if he's still in Indo. Probably not.
No, he's not.
Yeah. Sad, man. Naomi's actually a pretty cool guy. Brings out the Natalia.
Very cool.
And during the time with Justin, they even brought the Johnson back in MSC.
Yup. Justin Johnson.
That was fun.
We even made him a moniker.
Man.
Me too.
Justin with the Faramis.
Justin Johnson. But
that's his name.
We still have Ken. In the Mythic Seal lineup from the old Falcon, Man, damn, you're really bringing up memories here, man. I remember Silent as their gold lane too back in the day. Remember?
Oh yes,
Yeah. That was some good times for Myanmar.
I remember one time they got disqualified because he didn't have battery.
Wait, I didn't know about that.
Yeah, I think they talked about it where basically he didn't charge his phone or something like that, and then that caused problems. But either ways, we're just flexing to see that we know Myanmar history. All right, now
Yep.
Paladins going up against AI second pick. They still banned the 1-1. You know what? After this, I want to see Alita on that 1-1. Like, is it really bannable?
Is it that good? Right? Yeah. I don't know. Let's see for Paladins though, because I think it should be a Kalea first pick again. I don't think they want to give I don't think they want to give. Oh wait, Hayabusa has been left open for the Phoveus ban, and now the Hayabusa actually gets first pick. Kalea though is up for grabs. I think AI will just take it away.
Yeah, I'm actually quite weird that we don't see a lot of Harif here, but yeah, I do agree. Pick up Kalea. Okay, they got the Kimi, which I think this just shows that they're really not concerned about this Hayabusa at all. I mean, like, to be fair, with the Kalea, I feel like if you want to buff Hayabusa, make sure his channel time for the Ogi Shadow Kill is not that long. Like you can say 0 point something seconds, but in the eyes of Kalea, that's long enough, dude.
That's true. So Kalea and Kimi will be picked up by AI. They can flex this all throughout the draft. This is what makes Kalea and Kimi such a good duo in the draft. Usually it's Kimi Badang, right? And I think Paladins will be the ones to take out the Badang. But no, they actually go for against the Kimi. Interesting. And the Novaria. Yeah, I really think they're going to go with the Blaze of Glory strat that we were talking about here, LaFell, because AI have gone for the Frederick. They're playing full front to back this game with a Kimi in the mid lane, possibly a Granger coming up next. So Paladins, you got to be careful. I think they got to ban Granger.
Yeah, I mean, like, I said that this should be the strategy coming in from Paladin, but then AI take it up. Now, here's the thing. If you want to go guns blazing, right, you want to go crazy local here, I kind of feel like the gold laner for Paladin has to be either the Beatrix or the carry. Because those are the kind of marksmen that once you have full items, balls to the wall, you can probably get a win, right? Carry just destroys the front line, and then Beatrix maybe just kill them before the fight even starts, especially when you have the Novaria there.
Both those picks I actually like better for AI, actually. The Beatrix carry, just with the Kalea, because they'll be able to, I think, one-shot anyone they grab with the Tsunami Slam. The Gato even, right? So Baksha, carry, I think those are the two picks that AI could go far for if Paladins ban the Granger. That's only if the Granger gets banned down here. If Paladins don't ban Granger, I don't see why not. Why they won't go for the Granger here. Granger, Kimi into a Fredrin Kalea comp. Dude, that is a very, very good comp. Very nice to play in for the... Okay, they ban out Hilda. Which is a pretty good ban, but this means Granger, right?
Yeah, let me just say... Oh, they pick up the Badang.
Oh.
Right. So here's the thing, Mirko. If I was the Gato Kacha, right?
Whoa!
Even...
Blaze of Glory.
Okay, you know what? Blaze of Glory. Make it look cool. Right? Now, okay, first of all, I do want to say, Paladin can make this one mistake. Because if I was the Gato Kacha, right, I would tell my team, in Myanmar, of course, I'm not going to engage. There's no way in hell I'm going to start a fight. I'm gonna, you know, help you guys out. If someone dives in, I can help you guys out. But if I go in, there's a Kalea, there's a Fredrin, there's a Badang. It's, oh my god, hell, Kurt!
Wow.
Night falls.
Hey, that's a good impression, man. It's Alita? Gold lane Hellkurt? Okay, now that's something different. I thought it would be like flex into Rome, but no. This is a gold lane Hellkurt. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a battle of Paladins versus AI, and AI has gone rogue. The AI has started thinking for himself. The Hellkurt is going to be the pick in the gold lane.
Hey, we talk about it, like, short circuit them. Go too loco that they're like, can't compute, Hellkurt answer. Although, to be fair, the Hellkurt could be a very good answer, right? Because Diggy has no HP. Like, maybe you can just kill Paladin over and over again. You know what? Because let's be real. Who's tanky enough? Even Gato can't deal with this amount of damage.
That's true, especially considering, again, it's mainly magic damage. The Kimi, they're really trying to all in on the Kimi to win out in the game, and against the Gatot, it's pretty good. So ladies and gentlemen, leave your votes in the live chat right now. Will it be an equalizer, at least a step into the equalizer for Paladins, or will it be a full clean sweep for AI? Welcome to the Land of Dawn for game number 3.
So Ixia is pretty good in lane against most matchups in the gold lane. So you should be able to have a good time against the Helker, at least level 1. Maybe level 2 there'd be a bit of a problem. Oh, look at Avatar as well as D-Cross already not having a good time. Looks like the Diggy is going mid mostly. Looking at the emblem setup here, looks like Cherry Cutie really does want to ramp up much more. Having the Warcry is pretty interesting. If you're able to get that stack and then use the full barrage, maybe it will deal a lot of damage. I haven't seen enough Ixia games. Heck, no Ixia games at all. So I really can't tell.
Yeah, same here. So we're just going to have to wait and see if the Ixia actually works in the end. Because Alita, he's already kind of struggling in the gold lane here. This is pretty expected, though, up against the Kimmy and the Diggy. But you can see the priority into enemy jungle. Purple buff still taken by Yori. Oh, my Jenny taken out. First blood to Yori.
Guns ablazing. D-Cross finds Black. Black, can you get away from this? Probably
Goes out.
Can. All right. Able to.
Yeah, so far so good for Paladins, honestly. They got a kill on Yori. It's just here, Alita. How much damage can he deal
Cherry Cutie?
early? Because if he
Not
does,
enough.
yeah, if he dives in here, I think he's the one who's dead. Cross can just pop him.
Yeah, so he's just gonna dash into the bush, making sure that no big mistakes are happening. Right now, looking at AI, they're looking like they're in position. They're in a very good spot for them to secure this turtle. I hope Paladin won't make a big mistake here by giving away kills, because you don't really have a draft for that.
Yeah, PS already hitting level 4, and look at the damage on Yori already. He's at a quarter of HP. No sustain too, so it should be free for AI. I don't even think PS is going to retry this. I think they're going to go Oh, they had to. Okay, that could have been bad. PS forced to retry out. Black now walking up as well. Yori gets the retry on orange.
Yep, good try, good try. So right now I feel like what we should be talking about is the win condition, right? Coming in from Paladins. So you kind of want items, right? That's kind of clear, because Ixia as well as Novaria, you don't need those items to be relevant. The problem here is the counter argument. Alita, when Alita has the items, I don't know, maybe 2 items would be enough to just destroy Cherry Cutie and Avatar. And at that point, you really won't have enough for anything. And you're just hoping for Yori to make a big play.
Big AOG locking him down now. Black looking for it. Full barrage in the back. PS looking for that Praiser's Wrath, but Cherry Cutie gets the kill. Alita in the bush waiting for the moment. Oh, gets spotted out by Cherry Cutie, forcing Alita to blink backwards. Cherry Cutie with a flicker forward too. Paladins, they're ahead, LaFell, 3-0.
Yo, you know what? Time to celebrate, boys. Win or lose, time to celebrate. Paladins, they're doing it. Going up against AI, going up against the domination that the world has been fearing for 300 years, maybe. I don't know. I don't learn history that much. But now Black, they want to engage. Oh, got
canceled from off the wall.
Was it Cherry Cutie? Was it the Star Helix?
It was Cherry Cutie, yes, sir. It was. Second skill. All the way, takes him off. Any form of CC takes him off, or takes her off the wall. Sakura. Bottom lane, oh my Jenny, really just looking for trades at this point. Alita, every time you can see him looking for angles, but as long as T-Brock is here, I don't think there's going to be an angle of attack.
Cool name, by the way. T-Brock.
Uh-oh, T-Brock lifted up in the air. Black looking for it now. Let's see what they go for. PS in the back line, that's going to be the pin down, but it's only on towards the AOG T-Brock, who gets away with D-Cross.
Yep. Honestly, good ult coming in from the Diggy, making sure that T-Brock is actually able to get away from that, because that's kind of the problem in the previous game, right? Where the front liners of Paladin get chain CC'd so much that you just can't get away, and now are they able to actually get Madzi?
Uh-oh, chain CC is still able to flicker out. T-Brock looking for the chase. Oh my Jenny, zoned away. Now, turtle number 2 should be free for PS. Black actually walks up. The quad shadow is ready for them to go for it. PS, can you go for the retry? Now, reverse time still. The retry win coming down as well, but it is going to be the Appraiser's right and the full barrage. Oh, my Jenny, sniped down from downtown by Cherry Cutie.
Now, that was a lot of damage. Now I'm starting to be a little bit more convinced. And Cherry Cutie just picked up the... I forgot it. But anyways, he sees 3 kills here. Looks like he wants to go for Black.
Tsunami Slam, but Alita, even the CC there, it's kind of useless against the time journey. Cherry already, right as he picks it up, LaFell 2 stacks on the Sky Piercer.
Oh, and that's huge. But speaking of huge, Alita got Yori. And now Avatar looks like he's trying to get away. D-Cross is going to get taken down. I don't know if you have the damage to deal with Oh My Jenny right now. Oh, T-Brock.
Full lockdown. Alita takes it. The execution, and somehow, some way, AI are still in the game.
Yeah, and looking very good. And Alita's starting to stack up, right? 2-0-0. I really just don't know what's the power spike. Is it one item, two item? I don't know. But either ways, right now, Black as well as Alita is making sure that they get the turret up top. It looks like they are gonna get it. And in terms of favorable trades, I kind of feel like AI is taking quite a bit of better trades here. I think they're just surprised by Cherry Cutie's damage, but now the Flash of the Oasis on D-Cross, making sure that time journey does a lot, but D-Cross is gonna get tackled. Oh, my Jenny gets the kill.
Oh, my Jenny gonna be caught in the full barrage, flickers out, the Sky Piercer still takes him down, but an all-in with Madzi up top two, gets PS the shutdown. Avatar, not too sure if you want to defend this. That's a very low turret. PS stashes forward, and T-Brock is now caught in an awkward position. Yori's there to back him up. Good shot over to Black. Still, though, he was just waiting for a cross. The AOG locks him down. Now it's going to be PS looking for the play again. Yori with the quad shadow, unable to land it. Reverse time coming down, but Cross is able to get the kill in time. D-Cross, though, is the one to pick up the kill on PS as Madzi goes in for the highlight play to try to save his life. T-Brock with the chase. Avatar looking for the shot. Direction pulls. Madzi gets away again. Oh, snipe from Avatar. Oh, my Jenny gets away.
Yo, Paladin, they're doing it. They're doing it right now. 11 kills, but we can see the man-to-man defense here. Alita looking at Cherry Cutie. Cherry Cutie has to be careful because he really trusts D-Cross. He does not have a Purify. So the moment he gets caught, he gets caught. Nothing that you can do about it. And right now, 11 kills to 7. The bad thing is, the goal lead isn't really that big. It's barely 1,000 here for Paladins, but they can still get it back. But I kind of feel like Cherry Cutie needs to get more kills because his stack just got cut in half by that mistake at top.
But how good or bad is the late game here for AI? I mean, technically for AI, they have on my Jenny and Alita that both can scale, but Paladins are... Oh, what the hell? Alita almost taken down there. Let's give it all in over to Avatar, who stepped up way too aggressively, got Tsunami slammed, and then taunted down. Cherry Cutie on the other side gets a turret in trade.
Yeah, and now with the Malefic gun as well, it's going to be much easier for them to play front to back. Yori finds Alita, looks like Black. Try to make an outplay there, but looks like pretty safe. And to answer your question, I feel like in terms of the late game, AI will be so good if Alita kills Cherry Cutie. Because at that point, most of their damage is gone. So unless you get Cherry Cutie, your late game ain't got nothing on Paladin.
Yeah, and that's good. That's very, very tough to do. Quad Shadow in, Traction Pulse actually locks him down. It's very hard to do here, Lafel, because if Alita jumps in with the Helker, there's always going to be a time journey. There's so much peel, too, from T-Brock with the taunt.
Yeah, and you know what I say? It's going to be tough with that kind of mindset, Mirko.
Okay.
You can't have that. This is you trying to get 3-0. You got to be like, yo, I don't care if they got 5, got to catch us. Gonna be able to get it. Just trust. Just trust.
You gotta
blaze
the glory it. Yeah.
Exactly.
And for you guys, MSC 2025 and MWI 2025 at EWC will be coming your way just like the AOG. Almost looking for a play. Oh, full barrage. Flicker 2. Getting them, but PS. Appraiser's right, big block. PS with an outplay against 3 members under the turret. He is an absolute Chad. Tsunami sandbagging him down. Yori gets the kill on Black, but it's a tier 2 on top of the 3 kills for AI.
And Alita got so much farm off of that. Heck, you know what? Paladin, it looked cool. But look at the gold difference. There's none, a nada, a zot, a 0. Because right now, AI, they're farming so well. And that big appraiser's Wrath. Alita not going to go in for Avatar. Because Avatar, he cheats. He gets out of the map.
And Avatar gets away. But man, Cherry Cutie... I know that was the blaze of glory we were talking about, but maybe that was too blazy, too much glory, you know? Flickering under the turret with no time journey. That was ambitious, fam.
And you know what? Maybe he forgot that he has the Sky Piercer. You know, just saying. It's like, what is this item? Looks like a sword.
Looks like
Maybe
a
I should
sword.
sell it.
Alita on the other side, though. I don't know if they actually want to go for this. I think Fredrin is much better when it comes to neutral objective battles. Black already on the wall, going to be canceled out. That's going to be the Lord knockup coming down with a full barrage and the AOG. PS! forward, dashing into the retribution, secures it for AI as Alita continues the elite split push.
Yeah, and right now, Paladin, they're losing it all. They lost the Lord. They didn't get a kill. Alita might kill Cherry Cutie here.
Uh-oh,
Okay, no,
Dark
never
Knight
mind.
Falls
Alright.
just to escape.
Hey, maybe he doesn't have that mindset just yet. You know, like maybe in this game he's just like, you know, I'm gonna split push because I hate turrets. Turrets are bad. And this is a visual bug. There's no way T-Brock has a Malefic Roar. That's probably Radiant Armor? Probably Radiant.
Yeah, last time it was a Radiant Armor. So Alita just jumps into the bush, finds Yori. What a read from Alita, finds him, and now one member down. This could be it, LaFell. AI might just dive in.
Yeah, you know what? A 3-0 is kind of cool if you can get it in the best of 5. And now Cherry Cutie as well as Avatar, as long as they don't get caught, as long as the time journey is there is a chance that they can defend this. They got to make sure that they're using it correctly. Cherry Cutie cannot flicker forward.
Oh, Traction Pulse baiting out the time journey. Already with Banzi jumping in as well. He will be taken down. T-Brock in the back line too with a full barrage, dealing damage. But Alita continues to split push. A good Star Shatter over to Oh My Jenny. But they've lost a far lane base turret.
Yeah, I think like that was the idea, right? Bait him out. Like make sure that Cherry Cutie uses the full barrage, but then Cherry Cutie goes a bit further as well. He used the flicker. If he didn't use the flicker, it might not have been that big of a loss. And now Yori 1v1 against Alita.
With a shadow kill too, Alita will be shut down by Yori. Solo 1v1. And at this point, I think the winner crown is going to be a very important item for AI if they want to close the series out.
Yep. Especially, I would say, the front line, because there is a chance for you to bait out Cherry Cutie here, because it does look like he's very trigger happy, right? If he has the chance to use the full barrage, use the full barrage. Like, if you're able to time it so that your flicker will be up after the Winter Crown, that might be insane. It might be another highlight play, the kind of thing that Madzi would usually do. And now Paladin trying to get this turret. Cherry Cutie too far ahead, man. Be careful.
A jump to the front, Cherry Cutie. Don't worry though, that's the Iksha sustain for you. Makes up in sustain for what she lacks in mobility. But I'm looking at it again. It's going to be very difficult. Oh, Alita. This is a very good position to look for a pick over to Avatar perhaps. But even the split push at this point isn't as lethal as it was before, I feel, LaFell. Because the Hayabusa should be in a winning position against the Helker now.
The Paladins, they gotta be careful because they lost the Retribution battle like twice now against the Fredrin. So if they go for a third time and then they lost again, they should know that AI is kind of built for that, to make sure that they don't make any kind of mistakes when it comes to numbers.
Oh, I don't know about this though. Like contesting it while the top lane is slow pushing. Remember, AI were able to crack open the base turret, so this is a super mini wave constantly slow pushing up top. And if AI have the control over the Lord, this could be a forced error again, where the Hayabusa is sent up top and it's going to be a blitz from AI.
Yeah, either way, you should just try to stop AI and maybe even try to get a kill. Definitely don't contest for this Lord, because at this point, even if AI gets the Lord, big whoop-de-doo. If you're able to get a few kills, then it's fine, because your wave clear is okay. It's not that bad, you know?
Yeah, there you go. Yori is showing up top, and that should be the all-in. Oh my Jenny in the back line. Still the full barrage from Cherry Cutie finds them all. It's all of them taken down by Yori in the back line. Oh no! The minion waves, two big cannons in a blaze of glory. Paladins try to stop AI, but AI are inevitable. 3-0, clean sweep.
Hey, you know what? It's a clean sweep, but we talked about it. Go in the blaze of glory. And let me just tell you, of all the games that they played, this is the most entertaining one, and this is the one that Paladin looks much stronger.
Wow. Just wow, dude. A Hellkurt pick to seal the deal, to seal a clean sweep. That was already so good from Cherry Cutie getting the massive full barrage, but in the end, man, that clutch decision making, very decisive moves, and it's crazy to see that they didn't hesitate. They have a draft that's so hard to execute, and they didn't hesitate in any of their plays. They went for it. Yuri was caught off guard and taken out.
I mean, like, if Yuri won, that would seal the deal. But the problem is, it wasn't a 1v1, man. It was not fair.
Yeah.
Because Black was there as well. Even if Black does not do anything, the fact that the Ogi Shadow Kill bounces off of 2 people should be enough to make sure that Alita actually wins that 1v2.
Congratulations once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the people you see on your screen, AI. And I believe, LaFell, we're going to be throwing it to the hosts. Never mind, we're back.
Or not. It's just... I mean, like, to be fair, even if they did say something, I can't translate it. Actually, I can. I just don't know if it's accurate.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, to be fair, you've translated before, and every single one of the people you've translated for have said that your translations are actually pretty accurate. So, I'd give you a shot, honestly, at translating Burmese to... I think you're better than Moman, you know? And that guy's Burmese.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
No, I agree. I can see it now. The question is, how do you guys feel? And then they say, like, we feel nothing. We're AI. That was just us doing our job. We're programmed to do this. And then the host be like, huh? And then that's the end of the interview.
What do you think about the Helker pick? Why did you pick the Helker, AI?
And then AI will be like, we malfunctioned. We couldn't think of a good gold laner. We couldn't think of a good marksman. And then someone accidentally pressed Helker, and then we just roll with it. And then I'm like, how am I going to join the team fight? And then the team is like, compute, don't join team fight. Split push.
Damn, you're really good at this,
That's
LaFell.
the answer.
Like, are you listening to them real time, or do you have, like, telepathy?
No, see, I have 2 earphones, right? So one is to hear you, and one is to hear them. Yes.
I've been using my headphones
languages.
wrong the entire time. I've just been listening to one thing, dude. Like, both ears have... I'm just listening to you right now.
You gotta step up, dude. You gotta step up.
Is that an amateur move?
That's below amateur.
Oh, man.
That's Tumir.
That's reverse amateur, not below amateur. But yes, I get the idea. That's pretty solid. I'll accept it, LaFell. I'll accept it. I will improve my game. Next time, I'm gonna have 4. But I only have 2 ears, LaFell. I don't think that works.
Some people have 5 holes, man. Like, you can make it work if you have the right mindset. Okay? It's all about what you think in your head and making it into a reality, Mirko.
It's all mental, ladies and gentlemen. It's all up here, you know? When you're trying to deal with your demons, if you don't believe in demons, you won't have any demons, right, LaFell?
Or be worse than your demons. Make it a competition.
Make it a competition. Okay, probably not, guys. No.
Maybe don't listen to me.
Maybe don't listen to us,
you know.
Yeah, this is...
Shout outs to mental health. If you need a therapist, go find one. Nowadays, it's cool to have a therapist, you know?
Yeah.
If you don't have one, suck, man.
You know what is good to have? Another thing that's good to have is a coach, I think. And Paladins, I think the fact that they didn't have a coach in this game and they did so well shows you that they have a lot of potential. I think if they get a coach next season, if they're able to improve with the coach, then we're going to be seeing these young guys, you know, pop off maybe in the next international for Myanmar.
And you know, if you don't have anyone as a coach, I actually wouldn't mind getting some of the older players back, like UVDD
as a coach.
If you can get Naomi back, Justin back, doesn't matter, right? Like, I feel like coaches, they don't even have to be the smartest person in the room. Sometimes experience is just enough to let you know this is the direction that you have to go.
Damn, I didn't expect actual wise words from you, LaFell. I thought you were going loco mode today, but you know that's why you gotta expect the unexpected when you're casting with LaFell. That's true though. Again, you don't need to be the smartest guy in the room, but having that experience, being able to elevate your players morale-wise, is so important. And I think that's something they lacked. On top of the fact that the drafts were also kind of like very wonky, it was also the fact that I don't think there was someone that, you know, could raise their morale in the back, that could keep their spirits up while, again, losing 2-0. If they had someone there, it could have been different. Maybe could have been a 3-1 instead of a 3-0. Could have been a 3-2. Maybe, perhaps a reverse sweep. We saw that a lot in the MPL Filipino playoffs, LaFell. And I believe we're going to see a lot of that later on as well for MSL. Mythic Seal versus Yangon. Who knows?
So Mythic Seal against Yangon, that might be an amazing matchup, Mirko.
Yeah.
Or disappointing. Either or. I've seen both sides of the spectrum because Yeah.
You are the spectrum.
Could be. I am a spectrum. Yes. According to the chat, I'm a mentalist. I don't know if that's good or bad, but I'll take it.
A mentalist? What does that mean?
Mentalist is a show.
Yeah. Okay.
What is a mentalist? A mentalist is someone that knows someone's mental conditioning, which I might or might not have that ability. You know, I'm gonna Google that. What is a mentalist?
Yeah, you better do, because I don't know what a mentalist means. But I will agree. LaFell is a mentalist.
According to AI, a mentalist is a performer who specializes in mental skills and psychological techniques to create illusions of mind reading, telepathy, and other seemingly supernatural abilities. So yeah, I'm a mentalist. Yeah,
dude, that actually fits. Yes, whoever said that in the comments, you are right. LaFell is truly a mentalist. He sees, he achieves, and then he conceives, achieves, and he believes. Okay.
I can even make weird looks on my face just by having a
Wait,
shiny
what
forehead.
the heck?
Yeah,
that's a mentalist right there. Those are just mentalist things, man. If you guys wanna join us again for that second match, you guys can go. Stay tuned, because we're gonna have another stellar match for you guys very, very soon coming up. With Jay's gonna be Mythic Seal and Yangon, the top two in the regular season, both undefeated in their own brackets for play-ins. But for Yangon, it's a bit different. Yangon were undefeated in games as well in the play-ins, so they've been on a roll.
Yep, and now we're looking at the interview again with fans. Are these fans?
Yeah, I think these are fans.
They're fans because they have the armband, right? Which shows like tickets.
Tickets, yes, ticket holders. I wonder what they're. You want to try to translate, LaFell?
Sure. His asking is like, "Hey, how are you doing?" And then she's like, I'm okay. I'm not sick." And then he's like, "Oh, do you play Mobile Legends often?" And she's like, "Actually, yeah. You'd be surprised. I'm a girl, right? But I play a lot." Oh. MWI, shoutouts.
Hey, yeah. I mean, if you guys want to qualify for MWI, technically it's already too late, but it's not too late for next year. You guys can go ahead and try. What about this guy? What is he saying, LaFell?
Yeah, she's asking, is like, "Oh, where you're from?" And then he's like, "Around." And then she's like, yes, yeah, I see. That's great. How's your day been so far? And he's like, "Okay." And then she's like, "Okay, I'm getting nothing off you. So I'm gonna ask the next guy." And then he, just like the other guy, just answers one thing at a time. This time she's asking, "What's your name?" And then she's like, "Are you guys friends?" And it's like, "Nah, fam."
Damn. I mean, yo, LaFell, I didn't know you spoke Burmese so well. That's a skill right there. Oh man, we're just gonna get through this, ladies and gentlemen. Again, for you guys back at home, maybe you guys can help translate LaFell. Let's see if LaFell's translation is actually right, or maybe he's just a mentalist.
Okay, you know what? Now I'm curious. The answers are so short, but they completely understand what's going on. Is the Myanmar language just very short? Because I remember Moman when he translated. He translated 3 minutes worth of content, and it was just 20 seconds.
Yeah. I think that's just a moment thing, you know? Like, he elaborates.
Dude, that's so unprofessional. Like, if you want to translate something, just go word for word. Don't need to add or subtract. Okay. That's not professional.
Yeah, I agree. None of my friends do that at all, you know? When someone says okay, he doesn't say we want to have a good game, ban gear against Evo's SG. It was Chiku who said that. Too much. Yeah. Definitely
know your line.
Know your line, man. Know when to stop. That's how you do it. All right.
That was so aggressive. Looking straight into the camera, like, know when to stop.
Well, LaFell, I think I know when to stop, because we're gonna go into a break to stop the shenanigans here. The Mentalist, LaFell, and Mirko will sign out up until the next match. We'll see you in a bit.
there's a limit in the women's league. In MWI, we say limit? Watch us bounce from the MWI queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless. there's a limit in the women's league. In MWI, we say limit? Watch us bounce from the MWI queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless. There's a limit in the women's league. In MWI, we say limit? Watch us bounce from the MWI queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless. They said there's a limit in the women's league. In MWI, we say limit? Watch us bounce from the MWI queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless. They said there's a limit in the women's league. In MWI, we say limit? Watch us bounce from the MWI queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless. Women's League. In MWI, we say limit? Watch us bounce from the MWI Queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless. always said there's a limit in the women's league. In MWI, we say limit? Watch us bounce from the MWI queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless. said there's a limit in the women's league. In MWI, we say limit? Watch us bounce from the MWI queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless. there's a limit in the women's league. In MWI, we say limit? Watch us bounce from the MWI queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless. There's a limit in the women's league. In MWI, we say limit? Watch us bounce from the MWI queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless. always said there's a limit in the women's league. In MWI, we say limit? Watch us bounce from the MWI queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless. always said there's a limit in the women's league. In MWI, we say limit? Watch us bounce from the MWI queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless. in the women's league. In MWI, we say limit? Watch us bounce from the MWI queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless. There's a limit in the women's league. In MWI, we say limit? Watch us bounce from the MWI queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless. They said there's a limit in the women's league. In MWI, we say limit? Watch us bounce from the MWI queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless. They said there's a limit in the women's league. In MWI, we say limit? Watch us bounce from the MWI queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless. Women's League. In MWI, we say limit? Watch us bounce from the MWI Queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless. They said there's a limit in the women's league. In MWI, we say limit? Watch us bounce from the MWI queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless. said there's a limit in the women's league. In MWI, we say limit? Watch us bounce from the MWI queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless.
Hello, boys and not boys. Welcome to MSL, Mobile Legends Super League Myanmar. Now, the question is for you guys, are you guys ready for another best of 5? It doesn't matter if you're ready or not, because we're going to do it anyways. It's going to be the upper bracket finals between Yangon Galacticus as well as Mythic Seal. Mine is Alfel. And alongside with me, I have another person here.
Yes, sir.
Frederick.
Thank you. Thank you for, yes, I'm Mr. Frederick, a.k.a. Mirko. Thank you so much for the energetic opening, LaFell. We had a conversation just earlier. I did not feel this energy. That came on from out of nowhere. But, yes, ladies and gentlemen, that is true what LaFell said. It doesn't matter if you're ready or not, because this matchup is going to happen whether you like it or not, all right? Yangon Galacticos, Mythic Seal, it seems like it was meant to be, man. All the way from the start of the MSL Season 1 regular season, all the way to the end, it almost seemed like we just wanted to see these two in the finals. This is the upper bracket finals. Whoever makes it out of the upper bracket finals will get their first slot in the grand finals. But remember, this ain't like the Philippines, this ain't like Indo or Malaysia. There's only one slot for the Burmese teams for MSC. So, it really is ride or die for both these teams, Yangon and Mythic Seal.
Oh, hell yeah. I feel you when you say, like, this is written already. In fact, I think I found a scripture back in 1820 where it wrote, Yangon Galacticus going up against Mythic Seal in the upper bracket finals in 529 GMT plus 8. Specified, they did say GMT plus 8.
Okay.
Which is Philippine time, but also Malaysia time. Like, that scripture, man, it was written by a woman called May, and she's correct, man. She got it on the dot.
Man, I aspire to be that good at, remembering or mentalisting. So before this, we had a conversation. LaFell's a mentalist. The guy can create anything and then make you guys visualize it, right? And that's what you just did. You imagine how this matchup was destined, and honestly it was, right? Looking at the way that both of them have been performing in the regular season, 8-1 match record for both Yangon and Mythic Seal. Both of them have only lost once. Yangon have only lost once, and it was up against Mythic Seal, which is definitely interesting. And Mythic Seal have only lost once against AI Esports. So we kind of have a rock, paper, scissors situation here in the last 3 teams of the MSL Myanmar Season 1.
Hey, if I can choose, if I'm rock, paper, or scissors, I'm going to pick the rock, man, because he looks like he has a lot of money. But anyways, as we're talking about this, can we just take a bit of a step back? Because we got a video to see, like, the venue there. Dude, there's a lot of people. Like, there's a crowd. Like, I'm amazed. Let's just do something and... Yeah, let's just travel around the world. Let's go everywhere, Mirko.
Yes, sir. I'd love to. LaFell, oh my goodness. Yeah. Yes, sir.
Maybe I should stop yapping,
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, maybe I should do that.
Maybe you should slow down. Maybe you should stop. You shouldn't stop yapping, but you should just slow down.
Where's
agree,
my
though.
medicine?
Yeah. Last season when me and Mo casted as well, and Naisu, we were quite surprised by the size of the crowd, man. The crowd was ridiculous. We actually got to hear the crowd too, LaFell, last time around. Again, it was amazing. Yeah, the Burmese crowd is amazing. I would love for an event to be held in Myanmar again. Maybe in the future we can have that international event for sure there, because, again, especially if the Burmese teams can step up and perform in the international stage, maybe make it to the grand finals again, just like the M2 World Championships. Man, that's going to be crazy hype. We know all the way from back in the Burmese Ghouls era that the Burmese love this game, man. The Burmese live and breathe MLBB.
Yeah, I love this game too. I live and breathe, sometimes oxygen, sometimes other substances. But yeah, breathing MLBB is one of those things that keep you alive. And in this day and age, in 2025, you got to hold on to something to stay alive.
The big 2-5.
Let me tell you, it's getting more and more difficult, man.
What do you hold on to, LaFell, to stay alive?
Bananas.
Just like the fruit?
Yeah. Dude, potassium is important.
You don't hold on to, like, cash? Because, like, cash can buy bananas? No?
I mean, I didn't really say buy bananas, because that would be a bit sad. So just take it.
From your own tree?
From monkeys. They grow bananas, right? So we just take it from them. Like whenever monkeys farm bananas,
Okay.
you just take it,
Uh-huh.
and then it becomes a race. Which one is faster, you or the monkey? Because because this is the reason why there's a question: who would win, 100 men or one gorilla? It all started from people like me. I'm not the only one that hangs on to a banana to stay alive.
Oh.
And look at that, Granger, most picks, 69. Nice. Same as Gato Kacha. They both have 69.
Nice. Yeah, most big heroes here. I mean, we've been seeing a whole lot of Granger, a whole lot of Gato Kacha as well. Now, LaFell holds bananas to stay alive. These teams have been holding on to the Granger and the Gato Kacha, but mainly it's also the bans, man. The chip ban is a big thing to hold on to if you guys want to win in this meta. The chip has been quite ridiculous too. We haven't been talking about it as much just because it's more banned than picked. And we saw it so far in the playoffs. I guess it's a 100% win rate. We saw it from AI up against Paladins in the first game of the first match. And we were reminded again just how deadly chip could be. But obviously, I really don't think the Harith has been that priority. I don't know why. Maybe it was just an AI versus Paladins thing.
Yeah, maybe. I feel like this matchup will really understand like the priorities between both teams. And honestly, I'm not even joking here. A lot of teams have been figuring out how to deal with the chip, especially in Malaysia. And apparently, the way that you do it is just that you have one person stationed at the portal. So you see when the chip is coming, and because the chip isn't inherently that tanky, just kill the chip first.
Yep.
And yeah, and you know how it is. If you kill someone first, then life gets easier. So just do that. You don't have to go for objectives if people are just not there.
That's true. That's actually the same way that I think most teams have dealt with the chip in that way, where they just wait for the chip. They either pick the chip off or they have a crazy team fight composition that can deal with the chip. Big sets is what I'm talking about. Even the Badang, you know, a lot of the big sets usually do really well up against the chip, and so far that's what we've been seeing. But the answer is definitely not a Moskov Kimmy pick to answer the chip. We did see that, ladies and gentlemen, the chip dealing with the Moskov and Kimmy, and I think it was not that good for Mr. Moskov and Kimmy. But we've seen kind of a rise in Baksha. We've only seen it banned here in MSL. So it does mean that I guess Kimmy is more of a winning pick here in Myanmar. Meanwhile, in the Philippines, in the grand finals, Kimmy was sitting at a 0% win rate, Lafal.
I mean, if there's gonna be no Ling, then yeah, you know what, go for it. Pick up the Kimmy, because the Kimmy really is just more about, is there any predators? If there's no predators, then she can do whatever she wants. A Hayabusa can deal with her, but you got to be really good on the Hayabusa. Make sure your quad shadow actually hits onto her. The Ling is much easier, but in this climate, like in this meta, if you can't use the Ling well, then yeah, Kimmy is something that you really have to be careful of, because as a EXP laner, unless you go for a Yuzong, unless you go for a Benedetta, maybe even a Lapu Lapu, right? Unless you're gonna go that route, the Kimmy will do whatever she wants. And isn't that like the life of the story? Like usually girls just do whatever they want. You need a guy to stop her. That guy's Lapu Lapu, but Lapu Lapu ain't here.
Yeah, Lapu Lapu currently is out of the meta, which is, again, something that I hope comes back. Lapu Lapu has been one of the many heroes that have just popped off hard, man. That has given us a lot of casting moments as well, like a really, really good amount of casting moments where the Lapu just goes for outplays and stuff. I would love to see Yuzong too, but so far in the meta, I don't know. I don't know if it's just because we've been here for a while, but it has been just the same picks all over again. Like, if we don't read the drafts, we're probably going to say the team that didn't go with the normal draft have lost the draft, you know? Kind of that problem that we have going on for ourselves, LaFell. Just like in game number 1, where they went Kimmy, Moskov, you know, an unorthodox way to start the draft, and we're already like, all right, GG.
Yeah, okay, so let's think about this, okay?
I'll think about it.
I'm going to predict the meta.
Okay.
To see if the Yuzong or Lapu Lapu is going to come up. And here's how I'm going to conduct my research. I'm going to see which skin is going to be released soon. So we have Sylvana, we have Chang'e, we have Fermis, Popol and Koopa. Oh, Phobia's July 1, but he's already here. Jawhead, 1-1, Hanzo. I do not see any Laplapu or Yuzong, so it's probably going to come in at 2029.
Okay, so that means there's no Lapu Lapu? We're not going to see Lapu Lapu buffed anytime soon? I actually
they
heard
could
that
give
the
him a skin
Lancelot...
later.
What, was the Lancelot buffed? I heard that the Lancelot was buffed.
Ling, I think you're talking about Ling. Ling is going to get buff.
Damn. The Tempest of Blade slow, right? Yeah.
Did you hear that Selena is going to get buffed?
Dude. All right.
Dude, I mean, like, she's not strong enough. I mean, like, clearly, right? Like, her first skill barely does any damage. Her stun, the arrow, is like, what, 0.02 seconds? Like, barely nothing.
Yep.
You know, so yeah, I agree. She needs to get a buff. You know, maybe more damage. Maybe, you know, her skill will use less mana or something, or lower cooldown.
Yes, sure. Yeah, as a gold laner,
she needs that.
As a gold laner, I agree with everything Lefel said. But yeah, looking at the, I mean, wait, have we even seen Selena in MSL right now? Like,
no,
we haven't seen it in the playoffs.
No ban, no pick. No ban,
no pick.
Wait,
Zoe is also just been banned down completely. So, yeah, we haven't really been seeing that much of the Selena. So I guess you're right, Lefel. We just don't have enough Selena games. We need Selena in the meta a bit more. Looking at the regular season, it was actually picked up 7 times to a 71% win rate, Lefel. So, hey, that says something.
That's why she's gonna get buff.
That's why
only 71. That's like rookie numbers.
That's true. And the team who picked it up, I want to look through this. Who picked it up? Who picked it up, yo?
Okay, let me see if I can have
it. Was Mythic Seal AI. Okay, so Mythic Seal and AI are the ones that love this the most. Mythic Seal picked it up 3 times, AI picked it up twice, YG picked it up once, and then T7 picked it up once too. Interesting stuff. So Mythic Seal are pretty good with it. Very good with it.
Looks like they have a Layla pick before. They have a Layla pick. They have a Nana pick. They have a Lilia pick. They have a Kaja pick. Interesting.
That's kind of crazy. Layla is kind of crazy. And actually, it was Falcon Esports who played it. Wow.
They use a Benedetta as well, so maybe we can see a Benedetta.
Yeah, the Benedetta makes more sense though, right? I mean, compared to the Nana, Layla.
Kelra used it.
We've seen some goofy. Oh, that's true. He did use it in the M6 World Championship, but I don't count Kelra as a normal human being. You know, that guy is he's kind of special.
In a good way, guys. In a good way. Don't take it the wrong way.
He's pretty godly, you know.
Yeah. Oh, dude, Moman is in the chat and he says looking like a Mythic Seal in AI Esports Grand Final. Whoa, Moman. Hold on.
Wait, which chat is he in? In the MLBB Esports channel?
Yes. MLBB Esports chat with 2.2 million subscribers. EN MSL MM 2025 Season 1 Playoff Stage Day 1.
Damn, well, shout out to Moman, man. He has given us his prediction, Mythic Seal and AI Esports Grand Finals. I think should we join or should we just shut up?
Shut up, man. Shut up. Hey, 5 minutes coming up. 5 minutes is going to be Yang going up against Mythic Seal. Now, this, Mirko, we have to set ourselves up. This is one of the matches of all time. This is going to be one of the matches of this month. The month just started.
That's true. There's also going to be the MPLID playoffs and MPL Malaysia playoffs, so we're going to have a lot of matches this month, Lefel.
Yeah. But this is one of them, okay? This is one of them, right? Like, you got to put your mind into the game.
I'm putting my mind, in the game.
Think of it like a virtual reality, right? When you're using Kimi, you can see everyone rushing in, and then with your backpack, you can fly. Imagine that you can fly. Kids, you can do it. Just jump up and fly.
No.
No.
Guys, no. Don't do that.
Don't do that.
Lefel was talking in-game, all right?
In-game, yeah, of course. What do you think I was talking about?
The way you phrased it made it sound like it wasn't just in-game, Lefel. It sounded like, But, by the way, Lefel, when you imagine things, do things visualize in your head, or are you a visual guy, or because I heard a lot of people when they imagine the stuff, they don't actually see it, which is wild to me.
For me, it's like someone tells me what to think, and then I'm just like, okay, I see it. I don't actually see it. Actually, now that you say it, I don't see the things that I think of.
Wow.
But I know they exist. Like, if
Okay,
you ask me to think about a pink elephant, I can't remember what an elephant looks like.
Oh, that sounds like a memory. Okay, Han, Stitch, and Zippy Cutie, by the way, LaFell, are the top 3 GPM leaders here when it comes to this matchup. Which is crazy. Again, Stitch and Zippy Cutie, they're gold laners. Makes sense. Why is Han here? Han has been popping off, and maybe this is the reason he's been the top dog.
Okay, hold on. If we're talking about dogs, we have to see, what is he playing as? He's playing as the... Nothing?
He's jungle. He's a jungle.
Oh.
He was the substitute, but they I think became the main roster, or I think he might still be the substitute right now. I think it might be Rixum Leo, who's still the main jungler for YG.
So you know what? Congratulations to him.
Han?
Because I feel like when we talk about GPM, it goes without saying.
Okay. Yep, I agree. It goes without saying. That's why he didn't say anything. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome Young on Galacticos team lineup. Ying, Han's gonna be playing Lina, Blink, and Stitch.
Oh my goodness, Stitch, Alien 626 will be playing here. I think that's still a good show. Lilo and Stitch, man, like one of the best things in my childhood. Yeah, honestly, like, Han is playing highest GPM here, which comes to my mind. What is he gonna play? Like, obviously, it's gonna be some kind of assassin. But what assassin does he prefer? Like the Joy? Because in my head, the fastest assassin is gonna be the Nolan. Nolan hasn't really been around, so very interesting to see.
Yeah. Well, let's welcome the second team up here as well. It's Mythic Seal with their team lineup: Kun, Ken, Nico, Boye, and Zippy Cutie.
You know what? Mythic Seal can still looking pretty good. Now, I don't know why, but have we played with him when he used a Yisun Shin before?
I think he was on Karina, not Yisun
Yeah,
Shin.
I remember
Ken.
I remember the Karina, because when I think of Ken, I think of, don't think of what heroes are meta. He can come up with some serious bang for your buck super value picks in the draft, because in history, I believe that his lineup, doesn't care, in Falcons or Mythic Seal or whatever, he usually records the highest first blood in the game. So he needs something really aggressive here. And what is really aggressive right now? Okay, maybe I shouldn't do that sound. I'm lost for words. Maybe I should shut up.
Yeah, like Lancelot. Back in the day, it was the hybrid Lancelot. It was the tank slot that he brought to the table in MSC 2022. And yeah, to be fair, he was really, really good at making. I think it wasn't just him; it was the entire Falcon Esports lineup at the time, right? Justin Johnson with the Johnson and Kadira, the Johnson and Beatrix combo, and then again the tank slot, the Karina tank that was meta back in the day as well. But that's true. They were pioneers of very, very unique picks that I believe we should see more of here, unless again they go and play it safe by the books, which is the normal way to play here in the current landscape of MLBB. The meta just doesn't really suit creativity. It doesn't really reward creativity. By the way, LaFell, apparently YG is pronounced Yanggong.
Yanggong
Galacticos.
Okay, we will try our very best to not be racist and pronounce it properly. It's very difficult. Like, you would think it's one of the easiest things in the world, but sometimes you just gotta hold yourself. So Yanggong.
Yeah.
Yanggong Galactica. We gotta say their name right, Mirko. They might go to the grand finals.
Galacticos,
that's it. You know what?
Yep.
You're that guy. You're that guy. Mr. Frederick High Mirko, man. Like, you are
High?
Yes. You gotta change your name up. Like,
right.
It brings you down. You gotta change it up.
That's true.
Like,
That's
my
true.
name
That's
isn't
true. That's true.
Ayman anymore, okay?
What is it? What is your name now?
Tom.
All right, Tom. Your name's Tom now. Why is it Tom? Dude,
Because
he
it's
doesn't know why it's
easy.
Tom. Okay.
It's easy. It's like, yo, Tom. I'm like, hey, it's me. It's me. I will have
That's
that
true.
one picture where I'm just like this.
Tom. Employee of the
I'm
month
friends with
here,
everyone.
Tom. Yeah, that's true. All right, I'll call you Tom from now on, LaFell. But that's true though. Right now, it's all about simplicity in the meta. All right, I will say that LaFell's been adapting to the meta, having his name be simplified. Now the gameplay of a lot of these teams have also been simplified. It's been very one-dimensional drafts for the most part. But Yanggong and Mythic Seal, Stitch and Zippy Cutie, they have just been the outlier when it comes to carrying in the gold lane. No one does it better than Stitch or Zippy Cutie. 107 kills, 18 deaths, and 84 assists. Stitch, but Zippy Cutie has been more active as a gold laner. Even though Stitch got more kills, got less deaths, Zippy Cutie is more of a I'll join more team fights type of guy. You can stay in your lane, Stitch, and I will participate.
Yeah, with 106 assists as well. So yeah, it does seem like Zippy Cutie is the type to really join the fights. But it comes to the question, like, when? Like, again, in my head, Second Turtle is the most optimum time for you to join the fight. But then what heroes are you going to be using? Because I feel like Harif, in certain drafts, one item is totally enough for you to deal damage. Especially because if the enemy comp is mostly a lot of squishies, you know, not a lot of front lines, or the front line just doesn't have enough dashes to really deal with you. I actually hope for this matchup we actually get to see some Harif, just to see, like, is it just a team thing where we don't see the Harif, or is it just going to the playoffs here where in Myanmar they're like, it's a little bit too risky, which then it becomes the question, what is the risk of picking up the Harif? The only thing that I can think of is like not a good lane matchup against Granger. Other than that, Harif is so balanced that you should pick it up.
Yeah, I agree. It's one of the most balanced picks of all time, and that's why the Harith is literally a modern day Natan. If you get full items on that thing, you're not losing team fights as long as you play for the Harith. So I'm very excited to see again if the Harith finally gets picked up here, or if it gets ignored again. Because if it does get ignored, we're seeing a new, I guess, Burmese meta where they just ignore the Harith. They go for the Grangers, they go for the Kimmies, they go for even the Moscovs before the Harith so far, and AI versus Paladins. So we'll see. Maybe team fighting like that isn't their style. Maybe it's all about winning in the early game this time. That's why maybe the Granger is up there. And I think that might be why Zippy has more assists. Like he just plays Granger. So he double lanes a lot and he participates in turtle number 2 over, you know, the Moscovs who just farm in lane and wait.
What is the easiest hero to get an assist? Honestly, it's probably Claude, just because you can touch
AoE?
everyone with the Blazing Duet.
I think it's Granger, dude. You shoot your Death Sonata as AoE, right?
It is. If you hit it,
There's
which
no way
they're
you're gonna
professional
hit it.
players, they should.
Yeah,
They should
yeah.
hit it, right?
They should hit it.
Either ways, what's this? Fun fact, Zippy and Manzi from AI are brothers. We heard that fact before. So if that's true,
Yep.
shout outs to their parents for educating their children to be able to play different roles. Like, it's one thing to teach your children how to play one role, but then when they play different roles, they can play EXP, they can play gold.
Yep.
If I'm their parents, I'll be so proud. It's like, son, I wanted you to be a doctor, but this is second best thing.
Yeah, honestly, W parents, right? Again, Manzi has been able to create a lot of highlight plays. So, Zippy, now it's on you, man. Now it's on you. Highlight plays are already done. He actually forced us to watch a lot of those 3-man, 4-man, 5-man sets. But we'll see in game number 1 because it really starts in the draft here. And Mythic Seal, for the longest time, have been kind of like a... I don't know. They've been swapping the rosters so much back in the day. They had a different gold lane before Zippy. They constantly have swapped their rosters. Now, I think this is the biggest revamp of the lineup yet for Mythic Seal. And even losing their coach who was there for a while, Zaya. Now he's in Vamos. I wonder how Mythic Seal actually drafts.
Yeah, that is a very good point. Now that you mention it, so maybe the crazy drafts did come from Zaya before this. Because let me tell you, him in Vamos, very crazy draft. Very unbook-like. Like, people draft by the book. He drafts by the magazine, a sports magazine. He drafts like a sports magazine.
So it's
that's
all
talking
about.
about cars.
So it's all about speed.
Actually, no, I take that back. A motorboat. Do you have
So,
magazines of motorboat? I'm pretty sure you do. I'm pretty sure you do. What's this? Mythic Seal. Seal the day, seal the glory. The slogan. Oh.
seal the day, seal the glory. Let's see if they can seal MSC, because I don't think Mythic Seal have qualified for a single international major just yet, unfortunately. So I just want to say to the owners of Mythic Seal, I'm sorry. I've been supporting you guys because I like the roster. You know, I like Justin and Ken and Yellow Flash and Ruby DD back in the day, Zippy. So maybe that's why.
Yeah.
So
Sorry for trusting you guys, you know.
sorry. I will say you guys don't make it, so you make it this time. Don't worry. This time it'll be Yanggong or AI.
Yeah. Anyways, we're about to jump into the game. I assume, right?
I believe so.
Because here's the thing, like I'm very bad at what you call it? Oh, hold on. Am I right?
Yes, sir.
Because I've been predicting everything wrong today, Marco. Like I thought it was gonna rain, and then even the sky is like, gotcha. Yeah, it's just sunny.
Mm-hmm.
I brought in my laundry for nothing.
What? Is that a
I
chat?
brought
Is that
in
a
my
comment?
laundry.
Okay. Well, it's okay, LaFell, because Yanggong Galacticos are ready, with or without your laundry. Zal-G! Let's see if their drafts can be good. I wonder what's going to be the real picks here. What's going to be the real prio? Do they go for some cheese strats by leaving Chip open in game 1, say, try to counter it? Or do they just go for the normal, nah, no, we're not going to face off against Chip?
Yeah, no, you know what? They're gonna ignore the chip because they're like, we're Yanggong Galacticus. We can deal with Chip. What is that? Just a R7 cosplay. What do we have to worry about? Right? Exactly. Harv gets banned, Fanny gets banned, and both teams does have coaches. Now we have Lin Daddy and Marzi. Marvs. Yes.
All right. With the Baksha ban, it does allow Mythic Seal to go for the Kimmy mid in first pick, but it really depends if the Chip gets banned out and the Kalea, right? Because I think Chip and Kalea are still a bit more valuable than just going for the Kimmy. But there you go, Yanggong already taking away the Kalea with the Baksha. Mythic Seal, do they pick up the Chip here in first pick, or do they at least threaten it so the Yanggong ban it? Because at this point, they actually banned out Harith. So they're thinking of it, I feel, right? They're thinking of already picking up either Joy or Chip for first pick.
Yeah, I feel like if you're already banning out the Harith and then you are thinking about picking up the Chip, YG should think about securing their gold lane a little bit early. You know, something that can survive a potential gank here. And I actually agree with the draft with the bans. I prefer banning out Kalia rather than the Chip, because you know, everyone has their own opinions, but I'm allergic to seafood, so I feel like Kalia is a little bit more dangerous. The Phoveus ban, very good ban here, but the thing is, they don't really show their hand too much, except for the Chip. We don't really know what they're going for just yet. Actually, with the Harith as well as the Phoveus ban, I might even consider that they might want a Moskov.
Okay. So let's see. Final ban, I believe it should be the Chip, like you mentioned. But we will.
Other than that, like Louis,
Chip,
Hayabusa,
Joy, yeah, definitely the Joy, I think, because with the Phoveus ban and the Harith, I think it really sets up for a Joy pick here. We haven't seen the ban just yet. Yanggong are taking their time, and there'll be a Juice in. Something that has been falling off recently. We literally just spoke about this utility mid laners being gone. I think Mythic Seal, they have to pull the trigger now. Chip or Joy. Personally, I would go for the Chip here. You know, it sets up for a lot more picks later on.
Yeah, pick up a Chip, but then let's see what YG can get. They can get something like the
Over again, banning out the Harith and the Phoveus for the Joy. And then they can end things off. Over again, banning out the Harith and the Phoveus for the Joy. And then they can end things off with either a Farsa or a Granger. And I think it'll be solid.
Yeah, I kind of feel like in terms of bot lane, the Granger is good, but maybe you don't need it just yet. So they pick up the Hayabusa, not even the Joy here.
Not Joy, yeah.
Maybe Ken is just
that's
not
why.
used to it. The Kimmy.
Yeah, they don't want to overload in magic damage, so they go for the Hayabusa and the Kimmy instead of the Granger and Joy pick, which, again, gives Yanggong Galacticos a chance to pick up the Granger now. It's interesting because they were the ones to man at the Baksha. It really seems Yangon were the ones that wanted to get the Kimmy pick, but they were forced to go Lo Yi, and now it's MSL who hold the Kimmy.
Yeah, I feel like if you don't pick up the Ling here, it's gonna be pretty difficult. Oh, but they pick up the
That's
Lucas,
nice.
which
Yeah.
that is actually pretty nice. In a way, if you do have your energy enough for you to unleash the beast, there is a way that you can actually counter whenever the chip opens up the shortcut.
That's true. You have anti-CC built in. You're really good. The Valentina obviously gets banned out here. A hero that can flex wherever XP or mid to beat the Lucas. So just take that Sacred Beast form so you have it with you have it for yourself as well. Other than that, Mythic Seal, now they might have to chill out on these team fights because look at the composition. Yangon Galacticos have built up a really good team fight composition. Like Turtle 1, Turtle 2, it seems like this is a sure win for this composition.
And the crazy thing is, they actually got a draft where they don't need a link, because if the diversion can send someone behind to actually catch that Kimmy, honestly, you don't even have to catch. As long as you zone her away from the team fight, it might be good enough. Just destroy the front line and then just let the back line not do any damage. And now they ban out the 1-1. Very interesting. Is it a Myanmar priority, this 1-1?
Could be, but again, I would expect Yangon Galacticos to be the ones to ban out the 1-1 over Mythic Seal, knowing that they have a Haya and a Kimmy already. It seems like they have two picks that are really good against the 1-1, right? Meanwhile, Yangon Galacticos, the Badang and the Lucas, it's going to be much easier for the 1-1 to crack the crossbow tank with those two frontliners being there. But we'll see what they have in mind. Maybe they're setting up for a possible like Hylos as well. Maybe that's why they went for the 1-1 ban. Maybe setting up for, again, these frontliners who can't really deal with the 1-1. CC will be the final ban for Yangon Galacticos. That means all three counters towards the Lucas has been taken away. Both the Valentina and the CC for Yangon, and Mythic Seal are the ones to actually ban out the Phovius.
I feel like if Yangon Galacticus here picks up a glue, Mythic Seal does not have a lot of answer for that glue, and then Yangon is just going to look very, very tanky. Even Lu Yi, as long as you hit the Yin Yang reaction,
Good
like
ban.
you get a lot of shields here. They ban out the Hilda.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a good ban still, but
Really
I kind of
good
feel like if they pick up a glue, it's going to be very difficult to deal with the lineup that Yangon has.
Yeah. Right now, Young Galacticos, I think they might just be looking to flex all the way to the end. The Granger's still left open, so they definitely can pick it up, but they'll go for the Aerithel instead. All right. This is looking like a very ready-to-fight composition, man. They're looking to go for the early to mid-game. Meanwhile, for Mythic Seal, I think now you really need that glue to go on to Lucas, go on to Badang. You need someone to be able to kind of mount them here.
Yeah, because Chip is not that tanky, especially if you go for the build of Fleeting Time first item. Yeah, you need some kind of tank here. Glue is great. They pick up the Granger, and then they pick up the glue. All right. Looks like everything is good so far, Mirko. Nothing too surprising in the draft, but in a good way. In a good way.
Yeah. I gotta give props to Yangon Galacticos, though. This may be the reason why they were so consistent in the regular season. Their drafts look so good. The Aerithel pick, knowing that the Granger was the only choice left in the goal lane. If Mythic Seal really wanted to flex the Kimmy, which they did, they were read out like a book by Yangon Galacticos. And now, final pick will be either XP or Robe. Depends on where the Badang is going to go. Or technically, it depends on if the Lucas is even a jungler. Because I'd say they can pick up a Ling still and do really well against Granger and Kimmy.
No, honestly, 100%. And I don't think they have that much of a prio in mid to actually pressure inside the jungle. So yeah, honestly, a Ling pick would still be pretty good here. Looks like they pick up the Matilda. Oh, Matilda Lucas. Oh my god.
Man.
Oh, why did I think of that?
Yeah. Really good
That's-
stuff, the Matilda. Ooh.
Good draft, man. Good draft. From both teams.
Really?
From both teams.
I agree. Both teams have their winning conditions. I believe, for Yangon, it's a little bit simpler, right? Yeah, Mythic Seal requires a higher level of execution for the Granger Kimmy, and even the Hayabusa and Chip. The only real easy to utilize hero will be the glue, but Yangon Galacticos, on the other hand, I'd say this is a pretty easy to execute composition. So, personally, I would give it over to Yangon Galacticos.
And here's the thing, man, like the micro, yes, I do agree. You know, Mythic Seal, they got to make sure they hit their skill shots and etc. But this game is going to be micro and macro because we have
sir.
global ults here coming in from the shortcut as well as the diversion. So this is going to be very interesting where I kind of feel like whoever has a small lead, say 1,500 gold lead, they can just expand that to 5,000, 6,000. So honestly, whoever controls the first part of the game might actually win it out all the way till the end unless they make a mistake.
Who's going to win the early game, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome to the upper bracket finals of MSL Season 1 Myanmar. Welcome to the land of dawn as we get things going for Yangon versus Mythic Seal.
Right, so here we got to look at the matchups here. Looks like they're starting at the opposite side of the map. No, they did. What? I am colorblind. I thought Lucas started orange.
Yeah, they started purple buff. They're both going to meet up top for the Lethal Wanderer. I believe, unless this is a different pathing for Yangon Galacticos. Han has actually opted to go for green camp, then orange, giving Mythic Seal the upper edge. But that might be planned because Nico, man, he's been oppressive, very oppressive in the mid lane.
Yeah, actually looking like they're moving forward. Do they actually want to get a kill here? Looks like Ken is going to be able to steal that camp away. Blink just hit level 2. And even though going up against Nico, the Kimi here, Lina is doing very, very fine against this Kimi 1v1.
That's true. So far, I don't know, in the matchup itself, I would expect Lo Yi to actually have an advantage over the Kimi, at least in the early game. Good rotation up top, really setting up for Stitch there. Unfortunately, I think Blink basic attacked the minion there, so it's not going to be freezing as Stitch expected. But it's all good. Zippy Cutie still going to be shoving the way, trying to at least, as Stitch plays on the Irithel, the counter to Zippy.
Yeah, right now, neither teams is really doing anything, except Ken. Try to get a catch onto Ying, but didn't really hit the quad shadow. And up top, Stitch taking quite a lot of damage, but doesn't look like anyone can fully commit just yet, especially because the turtle is coming up. But I do say that at least when it comes to the draft, YG definitely has a better chance of securing this turtle. So, I don't know, Mythic Seal either go for the fight or go for a cheeky flank and get a kill.
Yes, sir. Orange buff going to be taken first here. Both teams taking it slow for first turtle. Knowing that, again, Blink can just bring Lucas back to the turtle. It's going to be the diversion into the bush. No one's going to take that. Kun, baiting out the spread already. Han holding on. He can go for the pin down already. Boye in the back line, but look at the Sacred Beast form. Han picks up first blood. In the back, it's going to be the crash course over to 3 members. Good immobilization, but Ying goes back in with the pin as Han gets a double.
Yeah, and this is why we say YG definitely has a better draft for the turtle, just because they have a lot of brute force as well as AoE. Makes it to the point where even if you don't secure the turtle, you have a big advantage when it comes to the team fights. While Mythic Seal, honestly, we gotta look at them as a pick-off comp in a way, because the glue wants to pick someone off, and the chip is also good at isolating a target. So I kind of feel like they gotta play with that thing in mind. And compared to YG, Badang can have an AoE setup. Even Lina can do it.
Oh, an all-in with a shortcut, but it's only onto Blink, which... Oh, what a play from Ying! Takes a portal, gets Ken with the fist crack, a flicker forward, and a punch to the face. Nico taken down to the back line of diversion, flank again. Stitch there to go and chunk Boye low. Meanwhile, look at the isolation. Kun decided to utilize the ultimate and will be punished. Han on a killing spree.
Yo, you know what? Ying used the shortcut better, man. Like, he waited for everyone to just clump up and then fist crack in, getting 3 people coming in. Like, you know what? Maybe Badang getting 3 to 4 people ain't that special in Myanmar if everyone can do it, man. Like, is this just a Myanmar specialty using the Badang?
Really seems like it, man. So far, we've been seeing back-to-back Badang picks that have just turned the game around. And yeah, I agree with you. Amazing utilization of the shortcut there from Ying. He waits till Mythic Seal were comfortable, right? They took the portal, they took their time, and then Ying joins in, getting the fist crack on Ken. Really punishing these overextensions for both carries.
Yeah, and speaking of which, we're looking at the gold here. Actually, Zippy has more gold than the Irithel, but it's not that game-changing or anything like that. As long as they don't give a lot of kills over to Zippy Cutie, it's totally fine. Because I kind of feel like Granger is really dangerous when he has at least 30 stacks. At 30 stacks, the damage is just a little bit too much for you to deal with. Like 0 stacks is already a lot, but 3 stacks is at a point where it's very difficult for you to win any kind of team fight.
Okay, good dodge from Ying there. Diversion. Not gonna be taken. Oh, Han actually takes it, jumps back in with the Sacred Beast. Can pin down again. Ying just cannot stop with the picks. Kun able to escape. Now bounce on Ying, gets him taken down. That's gonna be the turtle secured by Han as Nico tries to deal enough damage, but won't be able to. A 0-3 start to Ken.
I mean, like, here's the thing. If you don't know what you're doing, your opponent doesn't know what you're doing. Because we all thought that there's no way Han's gonna take it, and then he takes it, and then Mythic Seal was just not ready to do anything with it. Well, is he gonna get caught? Looks like he is. Han already finds him.
They go. Whoa. Still pops in a shortcut. Everybody's gonna follow through, but I don't think there's enough damage. They put themselves in a tough spot. Boye taken down by the Yin Yang reaction. Ying, look for the fist crack. Will be able to get it. But the quad shadow from Ken gets him out. Zippy Cutie up top as well, unable to get the gold crab.
As a roamer, I actually understand. This is why I personally don't use the chip a lot, because when you use your chip, there's going to be a lot of deaths. You just don't know if it's going to be the enemy or your team's death, right? Because the timing is something that you really have to control here, and it's on him to have that discipline to know when is a good time and when isn't. But his team has to have that that idea as well. Like, is it good to trust him in this situation?
That's true. And for Younggong now, oh my goodness. Look at Ying with the fist crack and that much. I didn't expect that much damage. It fell. Lina just melted through this. Again, not so tanky chip, but still. Diversion now into the bottom lane too. They're really starting to push the tempo.
I mean, this is already a pretty bad spot for Mythic Seal, because Han is 4-0-1. Lina is 1-0-6. If you're able to kill Han, honestly, that's great, because he has 4 kills, so there's going to be a significant amount of shutdown gold that you can start feeding onto your team. Now, the problem is, how are you going to do that? Because Mythic Seal, the problem for them right now is that there's no good setup. And it's not with the lack of heroes to be able to do it. They just don't have the angles. Because every single time, that Badang, man, is just going to stop them from doing anything cool.
Good traction post there. Forces Ying to back away, but it should be a free one for Han. He does pick it up. It's going to be a trade up top for a tier 1 and also a tier 2. Take it very low. Okay, they don't decide to go for it, knowing that a few members have gone missing. They decide to recall. The diversion gets used up. Let's see if Boye can recall in time, and yes, he does.
Yeah, and right now, honestly, Lina is looking pretty good at this point. Not seeing a lot of mistakes here, which is going to make it far more difficult for a Mythic Seal to really do anything. And now Ying finds them.
Oh,
that's 2!
Great pin already, and it is onto Nico. It'll be a kill back. Kun mounted, but got shredded right as he got down. A tier 2 falling up top, but the trade is always worth it for Younggong.
You know what? I don't know if this is a hot take. Maybe you should ban Badang. Because that bro is working overtime at this point. Because even looking at the items, only with just a Thunderbelt, like, this is no secret that Badang just needs a Thunderbelt to do a lot of damage, just because the skills are counted as basic attacks. But still, it comes into perspective. You don't need items on the Badang to be amazing. You just have to be amazing. And Ying is amazing. In fact, you can even see he's amazing.
He's a... That's true.
That's not racist, right?
That's no. It's a pun.
Right.
It's a pun. So
Right.
It works. And so far for Mythic Seal, the answer has really been split pushing. Although I wonder how far that's going to get them, though. I mean, just purely split pushing up against a diversion too. Yes, if you do utilize your diversion to the top lane and a shortcut gets used to the bottom lane, it's going to be very beneficial for Mythic Seal. But with this big lead that they have, 2,600, you know what? It's not actually the biggest lead. That, funnily enough, I thought it would be much bigger at this point of the game with all the kills that they've been able to get. Maybe like 3K. So far, Mythic Seal, I think, have done a pretty good job at putting Zippy and Nico at a comfortable spot. Both of them are farming quite well. Maybe Ken is under level, yes, 0-3. But the rest of them are farming pretty okay.
Yeah, and honestly, even if Ken doesn't have a lot of farm, we do have to remember that he is the one that's getting a lot of the side minions and even getting the turret as well. So I think just what they're doing up top kind of makes it so that they don't fall behind that much. And now this is going to be very worrying. If Mythic Seal is actually able to bait out, unleash the beast, and then just wait it out, maybe they can do something with this.
Oh, Quan Shadow coming in on a retreat though. Still gonna be Han who wins it out. That's gonna be the beast bomb into the backline as a shadow kill deals damage. Diversion! Where's it gonna go? Simply Cutie! Pinned down by the diversion. Somehow still able to kite away. Shortcut coming down as well. Now Nico! What? He takes it all the way, but now he's able to kite away. Han's gonna be taken low, but Nico gets away. It'll just be Boye who gets taken out.
Dude, that could have been so bad. And let me just say, Lucas is such a balanced hero, man. Like, he only has everything. The only thing that he doesn't have is magic damage, and now Zippy Cutie looks like he's not going to get burned alive. But now it's going to be very difficult for them to actually deal with this because everywhere is pushing. Mid is pushing. Down by, you have the Lord, and now Diversion onto top to clear the minions. Yo, YG is not stopping. They're putting the pressure. They're making Mythic Seal sweat. They're making them feel uncomfortable.
Oh man, the shadow kill is tickling Young Gong Galacticos. It doesn't matter. Han as well, just standing in front of Boye, taking the shots. At least they still have good high ground, right? They have a Granger and a Kimmy, two very good wave clearers, so they still can stand despite all this ferocity from Young Gong Galacticos. This is where I expected the goalie to be, though. Now I think Young Gong are in perfect position to maybe even end the game right here.
I'm not gonna lie, Marco, I thought you were about to say at least they have each other. And now Diversion going up to top. Looks like only Boye is there. Ken already escaping from that situation. It looks like YG, they're just gonna be a bit more patient because if you look at the range, they don't actually have a lot of range. So if they try to force out an end right now, they're probably sacrificing at least two. So maybe waiting for the Lord is the smarter play here.
Could be. 5,000 gold lead already for Young Gong. They can just freeze the waves. There's no real reason for them to put themselves at risk of a pick-off too, right? All they needed to do is stick together. I wasn't going to say, you know, but they're together, but that's true. They are very together, and if you're very together, it's very good against the chip. Remember, guys, if you ever go up against the chip in the later stage of the game, if you want to stop a comeback from happening, just stay together.
Yeah, staying together. Trust your friends. Trust your people.
Date bayo.
Honestly, if you want to be even more together than together, right? Being the most together, right?
How do you be the most together?
You gotta play with your enemies. You gotta play with your enemies. Because keep your friends close, but your enemies closer. So if you don't like each other, like say Stitch doesn't like Ying,
okay,
that's how you know they'll be mad close.
Interesting.
Stay close to your enemies, folks.
That's a new way to look at MLBB, man. I don't think I've ever heard of that one before.
Hey, I'm a pioneer. I'm a philosopher of my
You're
time.
a mentalist.
I'm a mentalist.
And so far, Mythic
I'll
Seal...
be writing books in the future.
Hey, you'll be writing books. Mythic Seal are kind of riding the wave at this point. They're not really riding on a wave that they can control. They're just trying to survive at this point. And yeah, Young Gong.
Date bayo. We don't. Our base clear the minions, but all the while, Chip is going to the back. No one. my God.
Hey.
And we're back.
Whoa!
And now we're looking at a potential defense here coming in from Mythic Seal. By the way, guys, welcome back to the stream. Welcome back to the tournament. We're just jumping back into the game. That fast.
Yes,
that
sir.
good.
Nothing happened before, ladies and gentlemen. Nothing happened. YG are on the brink of winning. Game number 1, 6,400 gold lead. Looking to play with one lane. Interesting. Knowing that there is a possible chip flank if they do go and split. They're just going to go and commit into the mid lane.
Hey, I already said it, Mirko. Remember when I said that? But the chip is here. You're not doing the thing, chip.
There you go. Wait a second. Oh, the Beast Bomb taking him to half HP. Zippy Cutie taken very low already. Nico and Zippy doing a good job at clearing it out. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, a slow push coming down. Han, no Sacred Beast. This could be the angle of attack. Guiding win with the Circling Eagle. Ying forced back again. 2 base turrets taken down for YG.
So it's not that bad, right? I mean, like, they lost 2 turrets, but they're still in the game. So they just need a few more items. I feel like... You just gotta think about it. Who is gonna be the one doing the kill, right? Because we saw just now that Nico came in through the portal and almost died. We have to assume that it's gonna be the same with Zippy Cutie. So maybe just send, I don't know, maybe you open up the portal and let the glue come in first, and then let him do his thing, and then you come in. Like, don't immediately come everyone at the same time, you know?
Yeah, that's true. That might be the way of attack here. But Han, jumping to the backline again. The Shadow Kill will be there to clear out the waves. Good stuff from Ken defending. And yeah, no damage. Only a Sacred Beast Bomb coming through to Zippy.
Yeah, it's a good thing that all this heals and shield is possibly going to get nerfed, because we don't usually see Matilda get open. But then when someone picks it up, we're just reminded of, like, oh, that's right. You know, Flash the Oasis plus any kind of shield or heal, you know, balanced.
Balanced indeed, man.
We have an official Telegram channel. That's cool. Join, guys, if you're from Myanmar.
Yes, sir. MLBB Esports Myanmar. If you guys want the latest up-to-date news and updates about everything in MLBB Esports Myanmar, go and check out the official Telegram channel, just like YG are doing here in the game. You're not checking out the page, you're checking out every single bush, waiting for every single checkpoint in case Mr. Boye decides to take it.
Yeah, speaking of which, only Blink and Ying have died in this game. Oh, hold on. They come in.
Going with the pin down. Fist crack coming down as well. He's still able to flicker out, but look at the Circling Eagle again. Nico able to flicker out. The Sacred Beast wants to keep running him down. Han is godlike on the 9 tails.
Oh, dude, Lucas is so balanced, and now Zippy has to clear the minion waves. The question is, YG, are you going to end it now? Or are you going for the lore? It looks like no, they want to end it now, Marco.
Oh, you know, reaction. Zippy Cutie with the Wind of Nature already. The Shadow Kill into the backline. The Wind of Crown is right there. Han again, and the fist crack. Ken almost taken out. Fade away. Game number 1 to YG.
Dude, Lucas is so balanced, and when you pair him up with a Matilda, they're just all right. They're average, but look at how average they are. Like, super... not weak, man. Like, did you see the damage on the Kimmy?
I saw it.
That was not okay. It makes sense. Getting hit by Kurama should hurt, but dude, that was a lot.
That was a lot. That was a bit too much. My lord, so much damage. You can see the crowd reception though to YG winning. Really looking like their story. Really looking like their era, perhaps, in Myanmar.
Okay, so Lucas got the damage.
Got the damage.
Got a tankiness.
Tankiness.
A lot of healing, spell them, etc. He has a dash, long ass dash, and then when he basic attack, he gets behind you. So, you know, repositioning, anti-CC, he looks cool as hell. That's also a plus that you have to consider. He has range. Moontown will figure out a way to give the Beast Bomb some kind of magic damage so that you can have everything.
Yeah. If there's Lucas going to be...
Lucas does physical damage, true damage, magic damage, and emotional damage.
Yeah. At this point, emotional damage comes with the game. I think any hero can, deal emotional damage.
I mean, like, certain emotes definitely do, you know? Certain emotes does deal some form of emotion. That's a good question. What was the one? Was it?
Is it the Navi? The Navi.
No. One of the OG ones. One of the OG ones. Like not MPL related ones. There was one. I can't remember right now. Okay, one. It doesn't have it, but it's the Layla's like. Bleh.
Ah.
That was
okay,
one. But
okay.
there's another one. This is like maybe more for Malaysia, but
Okay.
because we have Zorn, it's like a. Haha, well played, bro. The Geek Fam
Oh,
one.
we have that one too. Yeah, for Geek Fam. Yeah. Ah, well played, bro. That's pretty solid. That one is pretty tilting. That's one. Yeah. The Panic guy is also pretty tilting from.
Yeah. The Panic one is pretty tilting. The newer ones aren't that tilting.
Yo. All right. So this is the MVP. Han is our MVP. YG Yangon Galacticos. 79% kill participation. Could have been a bit better, but it doesn't need to be, right? I mean, this guy was #1 in the GPM standings, LaFell. So technically, this is going to be a hit. But as long as they win, I don't think they care. Look at the stats. Look at the equipment. Look at the way that he was able to play this game. It was phenomenal.
Dude, like just for insurance, he has the Queen Wings as well as the Oracle, just to make sure in case I make a mistake, or just to make the heal coming in from Matilda just a little bit too much. Like I kind of feel like maybe help your opponents out and don't build that Oracle, because once you have that Oracle, not like invincible, man. How would you die? How can you die?
How do people kill you? It's so difficult. I agree. Man, there's so many ways for Lucas to. Yeah, you know what? I think the Lucas needs to get banned out. Maybe that's the reason we've been seeing Lucas banned out most of the times in tournaments too. If you realize, LaFell, Onic PH against the LPH, there was one ban that they always went for, and it was Lucas.
Hey, even in my ranked games, man, I don't want to see that Lucas. Just a bit too much. But yeah, the fighters here in Myanmar, the Lucas, the Badang, really big game changers, because it's one thing to have a win condition. It's another thing to just stop your opponent's win condition. It's to the point where it's like, you know what? You just play the game. I don't even want to play anymore. I just want to sit. I just want to stay in my base.
And let the Lucas do whatever he wants to do, you know? Like, just, all right, you have fun. I'll go next when I can ban it.
Yeah. Sometimes
to be fair, it's beatable, though. Do you think it's beatable? I think it's beatable. I think Lucas is beatable. Yeah.
I feel like he is beatable.
Just not with the Matilda.
But at the same time, it's like you really gotta crank up your brain juice to be able to deal with it. Because the draft can help out to deal with the Lucas, but also like just don't be dumb, you know, going up against the Lucas. The moment you shut your brain off, you're just gonna give the Lucas free kills. And then when the Lucas has free kills, he has that ego. He got that dog in him, and then at that point, it's just hard to beat.
Let's see. He's got that ego. I like that. We'll see if that ego helps YG, or perhaps it helps Mythic Seal to come back in game number 2, because we're going to be ready for that as we get into the items first. That was a stomp, 14-2. The game time was way longer than the average game time of what we saw in the first match, but man, it was nothing less than a stomp. It was, oh man, 14-0-3. There's a lot of chocolates this game, LaFell. A lot of chocolates.
The problem is, Mythic Seal, they can't isolate anyone. Because you did say that YG, they're very together. So what is the chip going to do, right? The moment chip comes in, the Badang smiles. You know that creepy smile you see on memes. He just crank on you, and then there's not much that you can do.
I know what you're talking about. That one. Right? That smile. Hey,
yeah.
At least, LaFell, Now we have an answer to the chip. We've been asking about it, right? Is chip still that prio? How do you deal with it? You go for Lucas, and Lucas seems to be probably the best answer against the chip.
Yeah, be like Chip's like, haha, my friend, I come bring friends, kill you, and then he be like, I'm Lucas. Who you think I am? I'm balanced. Moonton loves me. I'm gonna wipe the floor of y'all, and then he does that. He does that because Lucas has that L, and he gives that L to the opponents.
That's true. He becomes a Ukas when you're up against him because the L is on you, ladies and gentlemen. Oh man, I really think I feel like the way that they played it was a bit wrong, but the draft itself was already very hard to execute. We already spoke a little bit about this and, who we like better in the draft. Mythic Seal's composition really relies on mid-game, dude. They needed to wait for Nico and Zippy and even Ken to reach their item power spikes. Meanwhile, for YG, all of them were ready to fight. Every single one of them were ready to fight for Turtle 1.
I honestly completely agree, but at the same time, we saw how YG play, and they're really showing up their mechanics. Like, Lina was super comfortable in mid with that Lu Yi, where you have to balance out, your mana usage to make sure that you don't run low when you really need that shield, and able to deal well against the Kimmy. And then, yes, Lucas, incredibly OP, but we see teams just force it, right? It's like, I'm Lucas, I will fight, and then you will run away. But look at YG. They just waited out. It's like, this is not the right time. Not the right time to unleash the beast. I got the dog in me. I gotta hold it in. And then when you see the opportunity, then you jump in. So YG, the mechanics are very good. Pair them up with an amazing draft. Mythic Seal needs to step up. Like, honestly, they need to step up. I feel like the draft is not that big of an issue, but the execution, the micro, you got to show that you got better muscles. Like your finger muscles need to be better.
I agree. I think at this point we really have to go back to just the simpler drafts here. Looking at how the game is played, looking at how both teams have been able to execute the drafts as well, the early game has just been so crucial to win. And we can see the highlights once again, man. Turtle 1 just did not go as planned for Mythic Seal. I think what they were trying to do was, all right, we'll try to get a few kills here and there, just clean up some of the members of YG. But it ended up being an all-in because of how good Ying is at just pinpointing which guy to target. Han, honestly, first few fights, all he needed to do was follow up whatever Ying was doing, right? Like, Ying would go in on someone and Han would just follow up. That's it.
The problem is you always think you have a chance, but then either the Badang or the Lu Yi just takes that away from you, and that's very demoralizing, because even if you get a good position, right, and like, look at this, the Lu Yi we don't highlight too much just because Han is showing up with the Lucas, but we gotta consider this. There's so many problems that YG has showed in game number 1. And I'm not entirely sure what Mythic Seal has in their back pockets to deal with this, because Lina, Ying, Han, a problem. We haven't seen much of Stitch, but I'm pretty sure he can deliver as well.
Definitely. It really seems like he took a backseat in this game, right? There's not much he needs to do when the front line's already winning. When the trio mid's already winning, the gold lane just becomes an accessory that sometimes you could use, like in a couple of moments here, to clean them up, but for the most part, it really... Oh, man, how many gap closers do you need on a hero, right? Skill 2 in itself is already a dash, and then there's a basic attack part of your skill 2, and then there's that skill 1 in your Sacred Beast form. It gets to a point where... And then you have Guiding Wind with the Mathilda, right? Like, oh, my lord. Mathilda needs to get banned, I think. If they really want to beat up the Lucas, they need to ban the Mathilda. The Mathilda is what enables the Lucas to be like that. Because usually, when the Lucas goes in, at least you know, all right, he's in, he's going to be punished, right? With the Mathilda, he goes in and then, whoa, flies back with the Guiding Wind.
Or if you don't want to ban out that Mathilda, just go the Indo route. Pick up a Roam Khalid, and then just try to heavily oppress that mid lane. Easier said than done, for sure, but that's your option if you don't want to ban out that Mathilda, because so far, what are the prio bans here right now? I guess the not so prio bans that we saw was the Phoveus, because Phoveus is incredibly strong, but not really a carry kind of hero. It's more disruptive. What other bans did they ban out again? They banned out the Baxia, they banned out the Fanny, they banned out the Kalia. All 3 bans are very much necessary. And then they ban out the Phoveus. What are the other 2s? Either way, something has to go. Either the Badang has to go, the Lucas has to go, or the Matilda has to go. You can't ban out everything, but it's competition, man. You gotta let something go. Pick your poison.
I agree. I think at this point you might as well ignore the Kimmy. Like the Kimmy was a pretty solid pick before when a lot of people just didn't know how the Kimmy worked, but now unless you know exactly when the Kimmy power spike hits and you can play towards it, it's very tough because a lot of people just want to fight in the early game, right? And Kimmy is definitely not the hero to do it. The Farsa would have been even worse, though, to be fair, in this position. The best choice would be Valentina, but it was banned out. Really good read. Yeah. Man, it was, I think, a really tough game. Really, really tough game there to pull off. I think they gotta ban the Lucas or suffer.
Yeah, I feel like the chip will be even more prio because now I feel like teams are starting to understand how to deal with it. The chip might be more prio if there's a big buff onto Lunox because we don't have a lot of mid laners that is very safe to go in the portal. Lunox can come in and then just shine bright like a sun. You thought I was going to say diamonds, but yeah, shine bright and then just deal a lot of damage. Other than that, I don't see a lot of mid laners that can safely go inside the portal. You know, Valentina and Lunox. Yeah, I don't see it. I don't see it.
Yeah, me neither. I don't see the angle
Jushin,
there
I guess.
again.
Jushin, I guess. Yeah.
That's why it was banned, I guess, right? That's true. The Jushin would have been the safer utility mid to go for.
Yeah.
But how bad or good would the Faramis be in that position, right? There was no Valentina on the other side already. Maybe they could. But then the Kimi would have had to go gold. I am actually more of a fan of that compared to what we saw earlier, right? They had a front to back with great backline, but pretty mid front line. The front line there was a chip. The glue was alright, but the glue in itself, I don't think can handle those guys.
Now I see it. Now I see why the draft seems a bit weird. They had a Kimmy and a Granger. They want to play front to back, but then they pick up the chip.
Yeah.
Right. The chip is not really a front to back kind of hero. The chip is about chaos, right? Make them, wonder what's going to happen. I'm pretty sure this draft is good. I'm pretty sure some professional teams can do it. But at the same time, it's one of those that you have to pilot with a very strong shot caller. The one that tells you who goes in, who doesn't, who stays behind. Yeah, I feel like simplify. If you want to play front to back, chip ain't your hero. Don't use chip.
I agree. I think, yeah, I agree. The chip is very, very bad if you want to play a normal front to back. And if that's the way that they've been able to win a lot of games, they might as well. To be fair, I think just ban the chip then. If you don't want to pick up a chip and you want to play front to back, chip's really good at dismantling front to back just by, again, putting a shortcut in the middle of the team fight. So ban out the chip. Ban out the chip is a real good way to deal with it. Yes, there's still going to be a Loyi on the other side, but I think I'd rather go up against Loyi than the chip, especially when you want to go front to back. If you want to go for full team fights, then sure, go up against the chip. Pick up the Hayabusa, go for a team fight composition, more maybe Irithel over Granger, and then we'll have ourselves a better game with a proper front line.
Yeah, to the point where I wonder what is going to pick up for Ken, because Ken, maybe we have a bit of biasness because we saw him debuting and then his journey. So far, he hasn't had the greatest time in the jungle, and we want more from him. So I don't know. I hope there's that one hero where he can really pop off. I don't know what hero that is. He's shown the Hayabusa, went 0-3. Yeah, I just want Ken to be able to do work, because in this meta, if your jungle is not good, very hard match.
Yeah, I gotta agree. I think Ken was just placed in a very awkward matchup, to be fair, right? The Hayabusa against the Mathilda and Lucas. There's not much he could really do. There's so much sustain on the other side anyways. And it was also an Irithel. It was mainly winning lanes. To enable a Hayabusa, you must have winning lanes so that you can have killing pressure. And then the Hayabusa can rotate early, get a few kills. But in this game, it was just not present. That winning condition was out of the board almost instantly as the team just went back to just playing for team fights. And again, when it comes to team fights, it was very heavily YG sided. So, yeah, there's a lot of things to consider, but I think the main thing would still be, if you don't want to go chip, if you want to play front to back, then don't. Don't try to force it out just because it's open, you know? If it doesn't work with what you've already planned in scrims, then don't. Play what you are good at.
Yeah, no, 100%. I completely agree. Just to let you folks know, this is a best of 5. YG already has the first victory here. If they win one more time, that's going to be a very heavy pressure onto Mythic Seal, where they can't lose anymore. So if Mythic Seal wants a little bit less stress on their shoulders, they definitely have to win this one. Force out a best of 5, turning it into a best of 3. And in terms of targeting, maybe, let go of that Lucas, but don't allow that Lucas to be paired up with the Matilda, because the Matilda was literally last pick. You had chances to ban out that Matilda. Can't remember the bans right now, but something to think about.
That's true. So we're going to get into the drafts very, very soon, guys. 1 minute, you can see the counter right here. And just to remind you guys, only one slot is available for the Burmese team. So these guys are going to be fighting for their lives. YG, even if they win here, it's not confirmed yet if they'll be going towards MSC, because they got to win the whole thing, not just here in the upper bracket finals. And later on, there's going to be tomorrow will be a crazy matchup between the loser of this matchup against AI, a very momentum-driven, full hype, adrenaline AI. I'm just putting all the words in there because AI are looking pretty good. I like it.
Yeah, AI is doing everything that makes sense, which really goes to their name, right? AI. The draft makes sense. Even though the last one was pretty quirky with the Hellcurt in the gold lane, but hey, their opponents went a bit quirky, so might as well. A few seconds in, we should see the draft very, very soon. I wonder if Mythic Seal will be going to the second pick, because they were first pick before. Didn't turn out that well. And like I said, Miracle here in Myanmar, looks like the second pick has a bigger win rate, right? Around 53%, 54%?
Yep. The red side. The red side. Yeah, the red side is at 53.
Red side is second pick, right?
Red side second pick 53% win rate right now. So far it's been looking that way too, right? I mean, at least in this matchup, YG versus Mythic Seal. For the Paladins versus AI matchup, it was kind of just all AI. Here, YG have been able to win. Is there more value right now on red side just because you get 2 picks over 1 in terms of prio?
I feel so, especially because that last pick can really throw a wrench in your opponents, because I don't know if we talked about this on desk or behind the desk, but there's actually quite a few heroes that disrupt an entire draft. So maybe with that logic, second pick just a little bit better, like pick up things that your opponents really don't see coming, and then just screw if you try to draft. Like even AI bringing up the Hellcurt first in the 5th pick, and then YG bringing the Matilda the 5th pick. So maybe that's the thing. Maybe the 4th prio and 5th last pick, maybe that's the big difference here in the draft, where second pick just looks much better.
Well, we'll see. We'll see if the second pick has risen, because I think even in MPL Philippines, the red side has been rising a lot. A lot of teams who lose in game number 1 on blue side end up taking away red side from their opponents. And for Indo, I mean, that's always been the case for Onic. Mr. Yeb, the Onic coach, loves red side. Loves red side. So, yeah. I guess we're just going to have to see again. Please be patient with us, guys. We're still waiting for the draft to start.
Do you know SRG, funny enough, they have red in their name, but they really like blue side. Like, it doesn't matter the meta. To the point where they're kind of superstitious with it.
So are they the Selangor Blue Giants?
Maybe, because basically the coaches will call for the coin flip, right? And if Arcadia loses that coin flip, he will not do the coin flip again. Like that's like how superstitious he is with that thing. At that point, he's just like, Becky, you call the shots, and then Becky's like, okay, sure.
Wow.
Yeah. Wow. Like that's how much they really want that first pick.
Wow. All right. Well, we'll see if red side is that as value as SRG's blue for YG as well. We get into drafts here very, very soon. Both teams look to be pretty ready. You can see the notebook. Look at that with full drafts. That's what the prep is for. We saw what the prep was able to output earlier. And now for a Mythic Seal, it's all about them trying to equalize on the board because they certainly did get outdrafted and they executed it pretty poorly too.
Yeah. Now you really got to start considering because maybe red side is a little bit better because I think the thing that they're trying to avoid is to avoid being being obvious. Like you don't want to be read out by your opponent, which comes to the point where in this current meta, after the changes of Glue and Kimmy, now that I think about it, almost every single tournament that I see, there's so many flex picks for the first 3 picks. So maybe the name of the game for this one is just don't tell your opponent what you're playing. Maybe that's why we were so not happy when we see the first game, Moscow and Kimmy immediately pick up, taking away that surprise, right? The moment your opponent knows who's going where, you kind of lose the draft.
All right, we're going to get straight into the drafts, ladies and gentlemen. Mythic Seal still on blue side, YG on red. Seems like we're going to see the same exact band so far. Fanny and Harith, and then the Baksha coming in. Oh, man. Are they really going to try to run it back? Maybe just with a few different picks?
So
yeah, it's
don't
Kalea
ban
again.
a chip. Don't ban a chip. Let them take the chip, and then you use Lucas Matilda or something. Like, I kind of feel like it's easier to fight against the chip rather than your team using the chip. I don't know. Because they're not banning it. They must have something.
That's
Jushin
true.
ban?
Let's see. The Phoveus is still going to be the main ban here for Mythic Seal. Which, again, I didn't really get to see much of. Like, the usage of the Phoveus ban previously. Because usually when you ban the Phoveus, you want to go for the Joy first pick, right? But the Joy was not seen at all, nor was there... Like, I thought maybe the Wanwan would show up then for Mythic Seal. But that got banned by Mythic Seal. They're going to go for the first pick with Dong. Okay, there you go. That's the
Okay.
change. I like it.
That's big. Now, like, you handle the chip, and Badang has been good the entire day, man. Maybe Badang is Myanmar. Myanmar?
Burmese?
Myanmar's? Burmese, yes. Oh my god.
Maybe Badang has always just been like a Malaysian hero, but in heart, maybe a Burmese hero, you know? Let's see, YG, what is going to be the response? Last time they went for the Lo Yi, which is still going to be the case here, Lo Yi, but I don't think they'll go for Cho Chip, and Lo Yi instantly is quite the combo.
And the coach is like, okay, do you guys want a global ult? How much? And they're like, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. After this, pick up the Aldous as well, just so that you have global vision.
And then the Moskov don't want to, or if they want to let go or ban out the Wanwan later on and don't want to go for Joy, why ban the Phoveus? Now they have gone later on and don't want to go for Joy, why ban the Phoveus? Now they have gone for the Phoveus. Sorry, the Phoveus counters, which, I mean, the heroes that get countered by the Phoveus. The Fredrin gets picked up. A really good choice up against the Joy, too. YG en route for a really good game.
Yeah, but not that amazing going up against the 1-1 because 1-1 can get the stacks off of you.
Free stack.
And the Badang can stop you. So I do agree. The Fredrin is good against the Joy, but the Badang and 1
And the Phoveus, now they have gone
here. And because you know it's a Lu Yi, the question is, do you want to go for that glue again? Because glue is still pretty good. It's really about whether you know how to use the hero or not. Because other than glue, what other prior? Oh wait, sounds weird, but a Terizla might work because it can deal with the Fredrin, can deal with the chip, and more importantly, probably not gonna happen. But Terizla has a weird thing with his ult, the penalty zone, where you can actually stop a divergent.
Oh, okay. So what, you can cancel diversion? You can
Feel like an Eve might not be bad. An Eve might not be bad. Just maybe dangerous against the chip, but against the Fredrin should be pretty good. And I'm pretty sure something's wrong.
Yes, I am pretty sure as well. Don't worry, guys. We're trying to troubleshoot the issue, so please be patient with us. We're gonna calmly
Play rank, you know?
play rank. Yeah.
Or brawl,
Take your
yeah.
time,
We
take your
can
time.
talk about it during your, yeah.
Welcome to the English. This is basically gank and gather without break.
Let's call break out. Ask her to join the Discord.
Just for
to
the
talk
gank and gather halftime segment.
because I'm like, you know what? Oh, the timer continued. It was stopped just now at 16 seconds.
Wait, you
Timer
can.
continues.
Oh, dude! Apparently, you can pause in the draft of the tournament room now.
I actually did not know that.
Yeah, it's so cool. So that's a good feature to have, and that's why we were able to see a literal pause in the timer.
Yeah, and now we're back, better than ever. They banned out the Valentino. Does this mean that they want a Lucas EXP or something, or Fredrin EXP Lucas Jungle?
Ooh, Valentina banned out. The Masha XP gets taken out. YG. Let's see, they are kind of lacking damage, but that would have been an amazing combination with the Masha XP, man. Should just be the Granger, right? If they want a safe choice. But oh man, they're going for them. This is now getting a bit sketch for me for YG because the Moskov isn't really ready to fight in the early game. Yeah, you have the Fredrin and Lo Yi, but the Moskov is just gonna be farming for the most part. So now we're going to have to see like a very ready to fight XP lane. Maybe the Terizla for YG, honestly.
Yeah. Oh, already taking off the headset here. So it looks like very quick decision on what to pick up here. So what is going to be the mid? And will this Badang go on Roam or... Okay, so they pick up the Gato Kacha and the Kimi. Gato and the Kimi. Which is okay. Now, okay.
Gatot and Kimi. Okay. Alright. So
I don't think it's gonna be a good game for Gatot, but maybe I could be wrong.
I think the Gatot I think is there you go. I like it. This is the debut of Arlet in Myanmar, and man, the Arlet Fredrin combination is ridiculous. Add in the Lo Yi. Man, I really like the draft for YG here. They have so many displacements, so many ways to CC as well. The Joy's not gonna have a good time. The Kimi's not ready to fight either. So I like it. Yeah, we were talking about ready to fight XP laners. This is the combo you need. Those resets will provide you enough damage.
Dude, like YG is like, even though they have the chip, it looks like they're a front to back team fight just because everywhere is the front. Fredrin is the front, Arlet is the front. Yeah, I agree with you. I really like the draft to the point where I really hope it works out because we had an Arlet in Malaysia, but it didn't work out. So I hope it works out here.
Let's see, ladies and gentlemen. Do you guys like the Arlet pick? A few people in the chat are saying YG30. We saw the Arlet pick as well in Indonesia. I believe it was also Luke who brought it up with the Fredrin in the jungle. So, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, we're going to dive in straight into the Land of Dawn for game number 2. The Arlet pick as well in Indonesia. I believe it was also Luke who brought it up with the Fredrin in the jungle. So, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, we're going to dive in straight into the Land of... So, a pre-recorded segment, right? And this is live. So, a lot of stuff that we say there, we can cut here. It's all on the internet.
We might get cut.
That's true.
Yeah. What time did we start this? Was it 5? Is it 5?
Oh, look at that.
Dude, I don't see that. Or are you just in a different
I'm
one?
on the
MLBB
MLBB channel. This is what you can see in the group what he actually said. You know, I'll send it over to you. Yeah.
Okay. Hold on, let me check it out.
Yes, sir. Oh, by the way, we're back on camp.
In Riyadh.
Really?
Yeah, it's just yellow and blue. Yellow and blue. And a lot of green. A lot of brown.
Yeah. The houses are also kind of like desert colors, man.
Yeah, it's brown. Yeah, it's brown.
Yeah.
You don't see a lot of red there.
Yeah. They really...
Yep. Yep. Oh, dude. Tomorrow, man, like, yes, we're going through today, but imagine tomorrow. We got a best of 5, a best of 7. Woo, let's bring up more games. You know, if anything happens, let's play Uno.
Let's play Uno, or the game we played in Malaysia. I don't think you were there, Lafel, but we played Secret Card game.
Oh yes. I know about it, but I don't play it.
It's pretty fun, man. It's pretty fun. It's almost as fun as Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
No, blasphemy. I have to stop you there. Mobile Legends Bang Bang is the most fun thing in the world. You cannot say anything that transcends that.
I can say something, and I think you might have to agree. Magic Chess Go Go.
Oh yeah, that's very good. You know what? That's very good too. You know what? I have a better one. I have a better than Magic Chess.
Are you gonna go with the adventure? Adventure?
No.
What is it? What is it?
No. It's. Hold on.
Okay.
Starting the game. Oh, that would be amazing.
Oh man, that would be
oh,
crazy. Damn. That would actually bring me joy right now. A lot of joy. MLBB Super League. That would
Maybe some
make
Suyo as well.
that would make my day. That would make me. That would get me joy. That would get me Suyo. That would get me Hayabusa. All that. You know, and even more. Lafa, what color is my suit?
Red.
Yeah. Wait. So what colors are you colorblind? Like what colors can't you
Green.
see?
Green.
Ah. So
Yeah.
a green screen is a brown screen to you?
No, it's black. Do you not see it? This is a green screen. It's black. It even moves. Look at that. Give me a second. Move.
It's not moving.
All right, never mind. Now it looks lame. Oh, now it moves. Okay, never mind.
Wait,
Never
what? Oh, I don't see it. I don't see it.
mind. You know what? Maybe. Can we open music? Okay, probably not. All right.
To be fair, I think you can listen to music without the viewers knowing. Like, you can just play a song right now on your headphones. Because, again, you have the special headphones where one ear listens to me, the other, yeah. Mine just has one thing. I can play, both.
Yep. You know what headphones this is?
What?
It's my by listeners.
What?
Means two. By listeners.
By listeners?
Yep. Where you listen to both things.
Ah, by listeners.
It's
Mine-
it's like
By listeners?
Yep. Where you listen to both things.
Ah, by listeners. Mine-
It's like you know how non-binary people, like, one of their favorite things to ride on is a bicycle. It's like that thing. It's like that. Yeah, it's like we can't like make fun of majorities or anything like that. But I feel like that one is safe. Punching up is
Yeah.
usually okay, unless they're the boss. Then you don't do that.
Oh.
Hello. We're back. All
right.
You know.
What chocolate do you get in airports, chat? Plain. Oh man. Oh
let me-
man.
Let me think of something. Let me think of something. Okay. Now I know.
Okay. What's up?
What kind of people will they not allow on the plane?
What?
People without passports.
Okay. Oh god.
What? It's correct.
Oh god, dude.
I've met people that there's actually a viral video that the guy doesn't have a passport, so he couldn't get in.
Yeah. I know. But you know, like, the way you phrased it was. Oh man.
Passport, man, passport. I was going to say something else, guys. Get your head out of the gutter. Okay, passports are important. Fun fact: I just renewed my wife's passport the other day. It was great because no one was there, so we didn't have a line, so we just went in. Makes you feel like you're famous, you know, when you don't have to wait in line.
Yeah, that's. Oh wait, you didn't have to wait in line? In line?
No, we just came in, get the number, and then immediately go to the officer, and then that's it.
Damn, that's pretty cool.
Yeah. No, so there's a lot of places where you can do the passport. We actually went to the airport to do a passport there because people don't go there.
Ah, where do people usually go?
It's like every state they have like maybe 3 or 4 that's like very famous, very big.
Yeah.
But because it's very famous, very big, a lot of people go there, and when people go there, there's a lot of people. There's a lot of people. Mm-hmm.
Hey man, why do?
Hey, you know what? Network is back. That's amazing. That's
Beautiful.
all I need
Beautiful.
to know. In 30 seconds, not 30 seconds, in 30 minutes. If you don't hear me, it's okay. Don't panic, Marco. Don't panic. I'll be here.
Panic. Don't worry, I got you.
Hey, is this series still ongoing? That's a good question.
That's a good question. We're in game 2 right now. We're in game 2 of a 5-game series. Perhaps. Could be. Or YG could make it a 3-game series. I don't think we're going to have it postponed to tomorrow. I've never had an event where they actually postponed. Actually...
You postponed a week.
We postponed a week. We postponed an MPL match before. Yeah.
So...
Oh, someone said it died again.
How would you know? Are you there in the venue? Is there people in the venue actually in chat? Because that would actually be crazy. That would be insane.
Yep.
Even if you're not, just say you are, so that even the casters are lagging. Oh.
That's not on us, though.
Okay. I mean, like, the fact that I can hear you means that we're good.
Yeah, same. The fact I can hear you. I thought my Wi-Fi was not working at first. Me too. Well, Leifel, this has been an experience. This has been the Super League, you know.
Yeah,
I like it. I like it. I like it lots.
Is it crazy to say? This is okay. I have other experiences where I kind of feel like in this situation, like I'm okay. I'm all right. Feels good. We're not, or you guys are not there. It's okay. I don't think they can postpone it to tomorrow because tomorrow there's a best of 5 and a best of 7. So if they do that, it's gonna be pretty late. It's gonna be pretty late.
Yep. It's okay. We just chill here and wait, I guess, dude. I love Jeff's spirit, man. This guy, I like this guy. I like Jeff. His name is Jeff.
Mm-hmm. I don't know if we can talk about tournaments going on, but welcome to Mobile Legends Bang Bang Super League Myanmar. They are working things out because I believe around the venue there's heavy rain. Like people even describe it as a mini typhoon. And I can understand that really messing up the network and everything. And I would say the more important thing is safety. Like it's one thing not to have internet, but another thing is like I hope everything is okay.
That's true.
Well, health is important, guys. Health and wealth.
It is. Yes. At this point, LaFell, I have run out of things to talk about.
Oh no, same. Like usually in this kind of situations, we go to a break.
Yep.
And then once it's okay, then we come back in. You know, usually that's the way.
Prediction about the match? All right, I think it's going to be YG.
Yeah, you can hear me typing. It's okay.
What about you, LaFell? Do you think YG is going to take it or MS, Mythic Seal?
I don't want to jinx it, so Mythic Seal is going to go for a reverse sweep. Yep. Is a fest standing or sitting? I am sitting down. Very good question, but I'm sitting down. If I was standing, I would sit down at this point. What do we think of the current meta? I kind of feel like it's just the same 10 heroes over and over again, and then every once in a while, he's different, like a Benedetta, like a Hellkurt. Talk about BTR.
Oh, best team in the world, man.
Do they even have a chance though?
What do you mean, Leifel?
Like, I think they need a good chance. Like, if they don't have at least 20%, then, oh, dude.
Dude, they have 100%, right? Like it's 100%.
They have 100%.
I'm gonna win the league.
That's a very high percent. That's a very high percent. 100%. Haven't heard that one for a while.
Hey, look at this. We got some information from Katakuriski. By the way, Mirko, MS, Mythic Seal have won against YG for like 3 times from third-party tournaments and in the league as well. So MS have a pretty good win rate up against YG. That's true. That's true.
So when we eventually get into the match, they can do something then.
Yeah, hey, that's true. That's true. Where the red hair go? That's minus 50%. That's pretty. To be fair, guys, you'll know why I don't have red hair in a bit. Okay, well, you'll know. No.
Well,
BTR equals to Mythic Seal. Oh my. I support both, and both have not made it to internet. That's true. You know what? That's actually true.
You know, Mirko, let me just say something, right? The entire time we're working today, you know, whenever you mention the MPLPH Grand Finals, I find it very interesting because I didn't watch it.
You didn't watch it?
Because there was something else going on at that time, you know?
Yeah, that's true.
Something
way more important. Yeah.
Oh yeah. A little bit more important than Philippines Grand Finals, you know, just a bit important.
Very important matches. Yes, sir.
Do you know the score?
3-2.
Yeah, 3-2. And with that, you know what? How about we go for a break? Because I feel like we can go for a break, maybe 5 minutes, maybe 10 minutes.
Let's go.
And then when we get back, guys, we're going to get into the game. And when we get into the game, it's going to be straight into Lord. So for now, we're going for a break in a second, eventually. Just chill for a bit, Mirko.
Just hold up, ladies and gentlemen. Hold your horses.
Maybe they're back. Maybe they're back now.
Get yourselves on a seatbelt.
Put on a seatbelt? Oh, dude.
Put on a seatbelt right now, brother. You don't have a seatbelt.
My chair ain't that cool. My chair ain't that cool.
Can your chair do this, though?
Actually, it doesn't. My chair actually can't do that.
Oh.
Let me show you my chair. It's just that. Yeah.
It's a nice chair, honestly. It's a pretty good chair.
Huh?
It's a pretty good chair to wait on, LaFell.
Yep. Just got home from venue and now it's having no issues.
Boys, it's time for us to go to a break. LaFell, you ready for a break? It doesn't matter if you're ready. We're gonna go on a break anyways. No. BRB.
They said there's a limit in the women's league. In MWI, we say limit? Watch us bounce from the MWI queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless. They said there's a limit in the women's league. In MWI, we say limit? Watch us bounce from the MWI queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless. They said there's a limit in the women's league. In MWI, we say limit? Watch us bounce from the MWI queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless. MWI, we say limit. Watch us bounce from the MWI queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless. There's a limit in the women's league. In MWI, we say limit? Watch us bounce from the MWI queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless. They said there's a limit in the women's league. In MWI, we say limit? Watch us bounce from the MWI queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless. There's a limit in the women's league. In MWI, we say limit? Watch us bounce from the MWI queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless.
And we're back. We're back. I know someone said, let's go and other things. Hold on. We're back. We're back. So it sounded like a duck for a minute, but that would mean we're about to start soon.
Yes, sir. We're about to get into the game.
If I remember correctly,
yep.
We finished the draft, we got into the game, and then it made it pause. So I already forgot the heroes.
Joy Kimmy 1-1.
Yes.
And then glue. Wait, was there even a glue? Yeah, I forgot some of the heroes, but don't you worry. We're going to be reacquainted with a lot of the picks here as we get into it. And by the way, we haven't even started the game yet. I mean, we did, but we only got into I don't even think purple buff has been taken yet. So there's going to be quite a bit of recaps that we're going to have to do once we get into the game.
Mm-hmm. Which is, why haven't we gotten into the scene yet? Anyways, yeah. It's crazy to think, right? Because this is a best of 5, Mirko. It's
yes,
just
sir.
The first game.
So 4 whole games left, possibly.
And here's the thing. We're talking about strong themes here. You know, Mythic Seal as well as YG. Yep. There is a chance that it's not a 3-0. If it's a 3-0, then we might end sooner than we think.
Yes.
But if not, then it's going to take a while.
If it's not 3-0, then yeah, we're going to be here for quite a while. Again, knowing how competitive both these teams are, I'm actually not expecting a 3-0 clean sweep. Looking at the track record as well, someone in the chat actually pointed it out to us. Mythic Seal has beaten YG across many times across different tournaments before. So right now YG are standing at a pretty bad head-to-head actually up against Mythic Seal. But again, it's always different when you play in front of a crowd this big, right? Maybe Mythic Seal could always just, pull off a Mythic Seal, which means do really well at the start, but then at the end, slowly drop.
Mm-hmm. This is the problem, because I don't remember their previous draft, but I remember we not really having that big of a problem. I think the problem that I had was the Gato Kacha, because the opposing side had a Louis, a Fredrin, and Arlet, so a lot of control. And now we're into the game, 40 seconds in, and then Lina flickered out.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, into the land of Dawn. We are going to get things resumed, and hopefully perfect timing, actually.
Yeah, maybe you just...
Yeah, my bad. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry. All right. Boys and girls, boys and not boys. Oh, Zippy is off. Zippy is standing.
Oh. Here's the thing. I have this thing, Mirko, where unless I know players are close with the marshals, I really don't like to see players talking to the marshals.
Oh, Zippy does
So
not look happy.
you just know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Zippy looks pretty angry. It looks like the whole team is kind of phased right now by the situation. So don't you worry, guys. We're going to try to fix this issue as fast as we can. Troubleshoot the issue as fast as we can. Does seem like these players are trying their best as well, to keep calm, stay composed as we get into the game. They got to remember they're playing a 5-game series here, If this takes a toll on them, it'll be bad for them.
Because everyone's headset is off. Usually that means there's some kind of audio issues, but looking at how they're talking, doesn't look like it. And now even, I'm guessing it's the mid laner talking as well. At least we see that the venue is safe,
Yeah.
No rain, no water or anything like that. So it does look like it's just network issues, but that does mean that once that one problem is solved, we're all good. And as much as I understand, all of us wants to get this going, at the same time, I don't want to compromise the player's performance. Honestly, I'd rather it start tomorrow rather than let them play with very bad connection, because then it just, they're not allowed to show their best.
Yeah, I agree with that for sure, Lafel. If things continue, definitely, I think that could be a way to solve the situation. But it does look like we're going to get back in game. Everybody's locked in. You can see just how professional these players are, man. They were just chit-chatting a bit, trying to wait for the problem. And then right as they get their phones, put their headsets on, it's game time, baby. They're all locked in. It does seem like we are going to be back to the game. Let's go. Back into the land of Dawn we go.
Or back us. Either or.
Either or. I'm sorry for jinxing it again, folks.
You should know. When you
at this point, I really
support a
should.
BTR. You support a BTR. You support a Mythic Seal.
What do you mean by that? Are you saying BTR have not won an international trophy? Are you saying that?
SPS is an international event. They did great. Did they win?
No.
Did they win SPS? Yeah, I don't think so.
But we got a trophy. We beat SRG trophy. We beat SRG. So that's a trophy in my book. That's the only trophy we'll get. Yeah.
Mirko, you know what?
Yeah. What's up, Laval?
What if they're already playing, and then we're just making sure that nothing happens again, and then we're jumping in because
I hope that's the case.
A little tired. Yeah.
I hope that's the case. Yeah. I hope you're healthy, by the way, Lafel.
It's 8 p.m. here in Malaysia.
Oh wow.
And
7 p.m. here in Indo.
At this point, maybe tomorrow they should start way earlier. Just in case if something does happen, then, tomorrow Renmar is going to be here, so that's exciting, Mirko.
Oh, yes.
One more person here.
Hey, Renmar.
So that's going to be good.
Are you ready, Renmar? It doesn't matter if you're ready, Renmar. It's going to happen anyway.
Imagine when Renmar is on, absolutely no problem. The moment is just us two.
I hope that doesn't happen, because then events would just not get us, Because, we might just be bad juju.
Hey.
I hope.
Here's the thing. If our bad juju is that the day will be long, as long as they can make sure everything is all right, they will get us just so that it's confirmed a full game series.
That's true. Maybe because the first match was 3-0, nature says, nah, these guys need a full day.
Maybe this is just the universe saying, you know what, Mirko, you guys don't work with each other much.
Yeah.
Even if you guys are in the same event, you're never on the same desk or anything. So
exactly. Treasure
it while you still can.
Yeah.
And personally for me, Mirko, I'd rather not.
Yeah,
I don't need to talk to you that much.
Yeah, I agree with you, bro. I'm like, M5 was great. That's it. I don't need more. It's okay. It's okay, universe. Thank you for that though. I'll be appreciative, because you need to appreciate what you got. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Remember, appreciate what you got, man. Yeah.
I appreciate my house because people don't
Same.
come here.
I appreciate my
And I
house.
really
too.
like that. I really like that. Like
Yep.
when I was living with my family, people always come over.
Mm.
Yeah. Now people don't come over, which is great because then I can play rank all the time, or watch YouTube, either
Wow.
or Netflix. That's
Yeah.
crazy too.
Or you could just rot in bed, literally, right?
Hey, I wouldn't mind doing that right now, buddy.
Oh
I'm
man,
doing that right now.
rotting in bed sounds like a very fun experience currently. Like as we're going
have
through
some
this right now.
bitter.
Oh man, don't
Right.
don't start, don't
Give
start,
me,
LaFell.
give me that double cheeseburger or whatever burger that you want, and then give me them fries. Give me the fries, the flaky fries. One that,
I think after this, after a long day like this, for me, it's got to be sushi. It's got to be sushi, brother.
sushi is good. Sushi is good.
Or maybe ramen.
I've ate a beef Wellington before.
Oh, fancy man. I've also tasted I've eaten beef Wellington too. How do you like it?
It's not as great as a lot of people say it is.
I agree. It looks way better than it actually is. It's not all that. Like I would much rather just eat
Exactly.
Indonesian food, or even Malay food.
No, honestly,
Or
like it's
Chinese
it's meat wrapped in pastry.
Yeah.
But legit, I would rather just go to a Japanese place and then, with a very thin slice of meat, and then you just grill it yourself and then just
Oh,
eat.
yeah,
Hey,
for sure.
Someone's asking like, what is this? Hey, bro, give us something to talk about and we'll talk about that, because if not, I'm gonna yap about food.
I'm sorry, Chad. We're gonna have to yap here while we're waiting for the match to start. All right. So, I'm sorry, guys. We've gone through, I think, a billion topics already. So for you guys back at home, if you guys want to help out and tell us what to talk about, we could start a whole anime talk. We could start a whole yapathon here. This is basically Gank and Gather live.
So do you hear that?
I did.
It's my cat's playing around. And when I say playing around, the aggressive kind, the very aggressive kind.
So apparently Naisu's flexing on us now in the group. He's saying, damn, our grand finals best of 7 just ended in like 2 hours. 3 11-minute games, 1 15-minute game sweep. LOL. Easy day for me and Realize. Naisu, shut up. We don't need to hear that right now, Naisu. Thank you though, Naisu.
Well, you know what, Naisu, go get a girlfriend. How about you do that?
Gee, dude. Damn. What? Damn. Okay. Yo, all right. Give me your predictions, LaFell, for MPL ID and MPL MY. For MPL MY, SRG already made it. Homeboys are Aero. I'm gonna say Aero just because I'm a fan of Hazel. What about you, LaFell?
I gotta go with my boys, the homeboys, because Izanami's my boy, Stormy's my boy.
We got a lot of boys, yeah? You have a lot of boys.
I mean, like,
You like your boys?
I know how to pick them, right? Because when I see someone, I can see the potentials. Like, that's my boy.
Damn.
I want that boy, and then
You
they
want to know who are
prove
my
themselves.
boys?
Who's your boy?
I don't just have a boy.
boy?
I have boys.
Oh, you got boys.
BTR. All of them are my boys. All of them.
All of them are your
Even
boys.
even the coach. Even the coach. They're my boys. Even
Let-
Coach
let me-
Tazi. She's not a boy, but she's still
But
my boys.
She's still a boy. She's
She's still a boy. Exactly.
Honestly, I can put Erpang and Vel into my boys list because.
Oh, Erpang is my boy though. That guy is. I like that guy. I like Erpang.
Hey, yo, let's negotiate. I'll write an email to you for us to have
The same boys.
You know how when people divorce, they have like a amount of time with this, something like that. What do you
Okay.
call it? Custody, something?
Custody
I don't
battle.
know, I don't know.
Yeah, custody battle. All right.
Yeah. We don't have to battle. Just like maybe weekends. I don't know, man.
We can share the
Erpang is
boys. Share Erpang. Erpang's our boy.
He's a very nice person. Very nice
is.
person. Very
Yeah.
humble. That's insane, because even when you're asking the players are like, yeah, the coaches are so cool that it's really not that stressful.
Yep. Vel was really like, I mean, has always been a player with a lot of potential. Van Strong too, by the way. What's his name now? Is it just Ivan?
Yeah,
What's his
Ivan and then just Vel.
Yeah, Ivan has always been a very high potential player, even in MPL Indonesia. We always mention how good he can be, but every time he plays in MPL ID, he just doesn't do well. And that's why I said, MPL MY is great for reject players like
Do you
Vel,
know that
like
clip?
Ivan.
Do you know that clip is in an official video in MPL?
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So basically, we have a video talking about the story of Homeboys, and they use your clip.
Hey.
So you're in
So I'm MPL MY. I'm part of it.
Yeah, you're MPLMY. Yeah.
Oh my God.
So imagine the video, like the cool dramatic shots of the players, and be
Yep.
like, we're not going, da, 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 and then fade to black, and then fade back in. It's you guys in the podcast with you wearing those shorts, and it's like MPLMY, and it's like boom, changing more dramatic shots of the players doing good. And everything's like.
Yo,
It's a good video. It's a good video.
I should
Some
sue
people did
Moonton for
say,
money. I'm just.
hey, you know what? At this point, be like, dude, give me diamonds, and I'm
Give
not
me
talking
diamonds.
about in-game ones.
Oh damn! That's a good
There
one,
you go.
Rafael.
There you go.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See, guys, if we add Brigida and we have another MLBB podcast episode, no. Like we talked about that. We talked about it.
That's fine.
What have we not talked about, chat? Like the other topics in my head that we can explore is diseases, but I don't know.
No.
No?
Let's get into the game, LaFell. Let's get into the game. Oh wait.
Oh, looking at Ken's face doesn't look like we're going into the game.
My bad. My bad.
It's playing for our emotions.
All
It's
right.
playing for
Who's
our
your
emotions,
favorite
'cause
player from the Burmese teams? It's all time. So it could be like
Justin,
Ruby DD.
Justin.
Oh, wow, Justin. All right.
Dude, like, look at my boys. Stormy, Izanami, Justin.
They're all
I'm a roamer.
mid-laners.
I have something for mid laners.
Okay. For me, Ken. Mythic
Ken,
Seal.
Ken.
Ken. Yeah.
Answer boy.
He's my boy.
All right.
Yep.
You know what's crazy about us, Mirko?
What?
People keep saying that we're wrong because we don't take like the number one player, the champions, and all that. But it's not. It's not.
It's
not
favorite.
because of that.
Yeah, I don't choose
Yeah.
them based on achievements. I'm not a glory hunter.
Dude, we ain't like that, fam.
I choose my favorite player because they my favorite player. They can have 0 trophies. I don't care.
Yeah. Like, it could be their personality
Exactly.
or etc. But we like them for a reason.
Yeah, exactly. So look at this. There's a comment. Hooray! The game start. Viewer brain. Okay, never mind.
Well,
Never mind.
okay. Save the hooray. Save the hooray.
Save the hooray, Mr. Pime.
Like-
Save the hooray.
Say hooray after we're in game for a
Yeah.
solid 4 minutes. Anything before 4 minutes, anything can happen.
Exactly. Who knows? Maybe BTR, Mythic Seal are gonna win. Yep.
Do you like in Indonesia? Fried things are good. Like as
Oh,
in,
we
like,
fry
popular
everything,
food.
bro. Yeah, we fry everything.
Yeah.
Fried chicken, fried fish, fried rice.
fried noodles, fried brains.
Oh,
There's a lot of stuff.
I thought that segue was for us to get back in the game, so I reacted. Turns out it was just maybe to keep us. It's just to keep us on edge, keep us on the edge of our
I find it
seats.
funny because it like transitioned to the YG players and they look so done.
Yeah. So according to LaFell, yes, the Burmese are the Myanmarese. They don't. Someone in the chat says, "Glimpse of us, glimpse of the game." I like it. I like how creative the chat is. I love how creative the chat can be.
Here's the thing, Mirko. I've learned that when the numbers are big, the chat ain't that great.
Yeah, dude. The chat always
Right?
talks about like weird stuff, man. They're either battling regions or battling politicals. It's so bad. But then when we have
Exactly.
like this chat, look at how good everybody is. Look at how everybody's just talking about the game. Everybody's talking about this right now. Even
What do
though,
you mean everyone's talking about the game? What game? Okay.
Oh,
Well,
okay.
here's the thing. At least we're not the only ones talking, Mirko. Look, even the players are talking.
Yeah.
The marshals.
Well,
are
technically,
talking.
we are
I
the
feel
only
bad
ones
for the
talking.
marshals.
They're just chatting, you know.
Yeah.
Hey,
Marshals
Realize
are
is in the
standing.
chat. He's saying we're a mere recap. This is a mere recap episode. Yeah. I haven't actually gotten the chance to record the new mere recap, but this is it. You know, someone just clip it and it'll just be out there.
Maybe certain things that we said maybe don't clip because I don't know how well that would
Yeah.
translate. You know.
You know what? No, clip us out of context. That's good for views.
well, you know what? Sure, whatever, man.
Yep.
I have something bad about my PC though, Mirko.
What?
That I've learned after watch
What's
partying
up?
for a while.
Yeah, your connection
If it-
is pretty bad. Yeah.
No, if it stays on for like 8 to 12 hours, it will just shut down.
Ah. Wow. So Realize is
Nice
flexing
might
on us
just be a
too.
good luck
Realize,
charm. We just-
Realize, shut up. All right. Don't flex on us like that, bro. All right. He just said Naisu might just be a good luck. We just finished quick. Hey, sometimes
Wait, what did
maybe
what
if
did
we
they finish?
don't, I don't know, but maybe we don't want to finish quick. Realize. Have
Dude,
you ever
why
thought
do you
about
want to
that?
finish quick?
Exactly. You want to take your time, man. You know. Sometimes you want to warm up. You know. You don't need to be quick. Now, the fastest isn't always the best. You know. This is not
Exactly.
This is not track and field. Realize.
Have your parents not talked to you about the hare and the tortoise?
Well, that one is a race, so technically that would make. Okay, sure.
Yeah.
Nice guys finished
I-
last, so at least we're nice, LaFell. At least we're nice.
Oh, so that's why I always finish first. Now I get it.
Whoa. Okay, so you're a bad guy.
I'm a bad guy, man.
Bad
like,
guy. Okay.
like I'm the type of guy, America.
Hey,
Let me
rewards
tell you.
code. Rewards code.
What?
Rewards
rewards
code.
code, guys.
Go get
Get it.
6 waiting for the fun.
Oh no. What happened to my hair? What happened to my hair?
Why are you so stunned, LaFell?
No, because my hair fell. Either ways.
Your hair fell? What? You wearing a wig?
No.
What do you mean
Dude,
by
don't-
your
don't-
hair fell?
Dude, our hair is different. Like, I don't know why your question. Why is that weird?
I don't
Is
know,
it
dude.
so weird that your hair can fall?
It's pretty weird.
Dude,
Wait, how is your I mean, like,
dude, we've been friends for years. How is this news to you?
what? How does your hair fall? Like, it's just one strand?
No, the entire thing. The entire thing.
What the hell? Wait, what?
Either ways. Like, Mirko, like, I just need you to respect me, okay?
I respect
I
you,
don't
man.
have a
I respect
banana now.
you.
I don't have a banana, and I'm holding on to bananas to stay alive, Mirko. Oh, that's my cat. My cat is
What?
one of the reasons why my hair fell.
Does she,
What
like,
was I saying? Oh yeah,
he or she is the cat guy?
I do not have a male cat.
Okay, so you got a female cat.
I want one because I want babies, right? But my wife doesn't want a male cat.
Yeah.
Anyways, I want to say, like, I'm very bad. Like, I'm one of the bad guys that
You're the bad guy.
when
Okay.
like when I can recycle, I choose just to throw it away.
Dude, that's bad. That's bad right there.
That is me destroying the world.
Dude, damn. Yeah, whenever I see, the keep off grass sign, I'll stay on.
Dude, like you
pretty
gotta
bad.
stop that. One day you might go to jail. All right.
That's true. In Singapore, I think I would actually get fined, so that's pretty
Yes,
dangerous.
you actually were. But in Singapore, we did something worse, and we were fine.
Oh, that's true.
We don't talk about that here, but
No,
just
yeah.
so you guys know, me and Mirko's first time meeting each other.
Rewards
it was
code. Oh, this is
memorable.
the same one. Sorry. Yeah.
Dude,
Yeah, my bad, dude. My bad.
I think you've been working too long. I think you're working too long.
I think we have been working for a while.
And we is just not the two of us. Everyone is
Yeah, everybody.
having their fair share.
Production, players, coaches, marshals definitely working overtime too.
We need DJY. Hey, honestly, not a bad idea. Ken looks mad.
Man, that's just Ken, you know?
Yeah,
That's just
Ken.
how it looks, yeah.
I have
Hey.
people say that I look stupid, but then I'm like, no, that's just how I look.
Yeah, I don't want to agree because if I agree, then I agree that you look stupid. That I'll just.
You learn. I appreciate that, man. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Yeah, if the M3 Miracle would have just been like, yeah, for sure, dude.
Okay, we're gonna go back to Caster.
Whoa, we're back in the game!
Caster.
My bad, dude. My bad.
Caster Cam.
bad,
I
my bad,
told you. I
dude.
told you.
My bad.
It has been. Hold on. For me, it was 5. So we've went on for 3 hours and we finished 1 game. That's a record. That's a record. Call Guinness.
Guinness?
Call
World record?
Guinness.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like, we gotta make this memorable. You know what, chat? You guys are the real one.
Yeah,
you guys are the real G.
Yeah. So, thank you, everybody, for... Oh, my God. Okay, well... Okay. You guys are the real G's. Apparently, 10 fragments. Oh no. I'm sorry. That threw me off, bro. Oh my God. Redeem the code, guys. Trust me. Oh man. Well, YG or Mythic Seal? YG for me. Miracle says YG because I want Mythic Seal to win. So for that, I need to vote for the other team.
Yep. Well, we're back in game then. Never mind. It's just okay. This is gonna be a running joke. You know, this is
a running joke right now. I mean, it's not even running. Nothing's running right now.
Hey, that's why I'm fat, man. But we'll start soon. Oh.
Whoa! Okay, wait! Oh my God!
Don't get too excited. Don't get too excited. Wait for 4 minutes. 4 minutes.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to game number 2 in the upper bracket finals. We're back, baby!
Woo! Oh my God! I feel like I've been waiting for forever for this one, but now we're looking at the start here, starting at the same side of the map. Going for the it sounds so good talking about the game.
Go ahead, boys. Get the hooray in the chat right now already. I think we're gonna so it's a full restart in the game. Early on, you can see Nico doing the same thing, winning out against Lina, forcing him back.
Yeah, and now it looks like Ying on that Arlet does look like might be going for a more tanky Arlet because not using that Petrify, but hey, who knows? Maybe mid-game he feels something else. He feels a bit of tingle where he's like, maybe Thunderbelt's just not enough.
Maybe good rotation.
Maybe he won't be able to Thunderbelt. Who knows?
Yeah. So far, really good rotation, by the way, from Ken. He's able to stop that level 4 from happening from Han, and now Han is going to have to rotate all the way to the bottom lane, which is going to be, actually, the rotation path for Mythic Seal 2. Mid lane, all the way to bot.
Now I'm looking at the power spikes here. I feel like Ken has to be a bit careful because there's really not a lot of angles for him to go in. Oh boy.
Uh-oh, good revitalize coming down. A flicker out from Ying 2. And it will just be that. No level 4 for Han yet. Cannon will actually be level 5 but for Turtle number 1. And Zippy Cutie in a 1v1 against Stitch. Doing a good job with the Inspire, winning out the trade. In the bottom lane, Electrifying Beats coming down as well. All the way in the back line. Ying going to be taken very low. It's going to be the Chase CC. Locking him down, but Dang wins you games.
It looks like a Mythic Seal. They have this momentum. They've been building up for a few hours, and now they're releasing it. They're starting the Turtle here. And it looks like Han on that Fredrin has no room to actually get in because the Roamer, the Gatakacha, is making sure that he stays far away. But here's the thing. We got to wait for that diversion, man. Maybe that's going to be the key for YG to get into the game. Oh, that brings memories. But yeah, they could do something after the diversion.
Okay, good SOD, stealing the gold crab away from Stitch. Well played there. Good control from Zippy, though, still in the lane itself. And so far, this already is a better lead than YG in game than 1. LaFell. I think it was still very even after Turtle 1, but here, 2 kills, a Turtle. They are actually doing so good. Going in, Traction Pulse, locking Han down together with Boye there with the Revitalized. Nico gets fed another kill as Ken dives into Blink.
And I feel like most of the gold is actually because of the jungle, because Ken on the Joy farms a bit faster compared to the Fedrin. And then look at the levels. Ken is level 7. Oh, engage coming in, and looks like Boya is gonna get taken down by Ying. So they're gonna go back into their lane respectively. But yeah, Ken is level 7 and Han is still level 5. That's a big level gap here.
Big one indeed, man. It's going to be really good for Ken, especially considering that he's continuing to do this. It didn't just happen at level 1 to 3. He is constantly in the enemy jungle farming and taking away creeps. That will definitely benefit the entire team. Knowing that Han, again, would be the main front line for the team. Oh, good pin down. Ying still able to use a vengeance. Ken jumps in again, though. Very aggressive. Diversion, too. Everybody going to be coming in. Super Mr. Ken playing like super with the electrifying beats getting away.
Dude, how did he get out of that? How did they not? Oh, hold on. Blink looks like he's going to get caught, get taunted, but able to flicker out of there. I'm surprised that they couldn't catch him because everyone was there. Was Han... Does Han didn't have the stacks available to actually get the taunt in?
Yeah, I think it was in... I think it's a tenacity boost. They got him out ASAP, right? He got taunted. By the way, I just want to say, LaFell,
Yeah.
I literally... was about to call Ken Super Ken because I'm so used to calling Ken Super
I heard
Ken.
it. Yeah. I heard it. And remember when I said like
Zippy's
don't get excited.
back up, Zippy. Oh man.
So remember when I said don't get excited by 4 minutes? It was 4 minutes and 15 seconds. So I was kind of correct and wrong at the same time.
Oh man.
4 minutes is the mark. Yeah.
Oh man.
It looks like
it's getting
Ken
quite
is having
heated.
issues.
Yeah. Ooh. Don't you worry, boys. Please be patient with us. We're back to the Yapathon.
Yeah. So Ken, like, this is insane. If Ken is the one that really has a problem and he's performing very well, imagine when everything is going right. Like, people are saying that this is where Ken is gonna unleash his true form, his true anger into the game, actually get them kills, and it's looking pretty good. It's looking pretty solid here. This is gonna be a test for the players' mental for sure, because this is where the discipline starts to drop off a little bit, you know?
Yeah, dude, especially when it comes to just mental fatigue, right? They not only are they gonna be exhausted just from waiting, their mental as well is definitely gonna be, I think, something to question for sure when it comes to playing the game. Have you ever had, your mom say, "Pause the game, come get dinner"? You know, it's like, no, I can't, man. And then you're just forced to AFK, and then you're like, oh my god, and then
Yeah. Is it funny that I do AFK and then we win because the bot plays better?
Oh, okay,
No,
that's
right.
I've not dealt with that, but that sounds like a pretty good problem. Then you should AFK more.
I say that as a joke, Mirko. I say that as a joke, but I've actually had ranked games where the guy really did AFK and the bot actually played better.
Wow. Well, let's.
Well. Okay. Let me just talk to you for a bit about the possible tilt that they're gonna have. Is, you know how professional players, they need a level of discipline to say like, okay, we go for this fight, we don't go for that fight.
He's back up.
You know. No, I think he's just stretching his legs.
Yeah.
Like, imagine sitting like that for a long time, Mirko. Mirko, can you imagine sitting for a very long time? Eventually, you just have to stand up and stretch a little bit. He's taking care of his health, his body.
That's true. That's true. You guys, if you guys are sitting right now or laying down, get up and start walking, just like Zippy. Stretch your legs, man.
Touch grass.
You know what?
Actually, you know what?
We went to touch grass.
We
in
went
the
there.
Jungle. That it wasn't fun. Don't just stay home, guys. You know, it keeps you away from leeches.
Yeah.
Honestly,
when we did touch grass.
Boye?
Wait, did he leave? Where is he? I didn't see that.
It looks like he left. Was that Kun?
Okay.
I think that was Kun, actually, not Boye. Kun has decided to
Go to the toilet.
Caster needs to stand
It's
up.
a long pause.
I am
It's a long
standing up.
pause.
I am standing up, chat.
Okay, you know what, chat? I'm standing up now.
I am standing up too.
How does that feel?
Yep.
I'm gonna drink some water.
Don't you worry, man. Go. Stay hydrated, folks. Stay hydrated. It is Kun, yeah. He rage quit IRL. I don't think it's rage quit. I think he's just like a toilet break or something. Does seem like the boy's gonna be okay. Everybody's stretching their legs now. Mr. Boye, Nico, Ken's about to get up too. Everybody's up.
Mm-hmm.
We're up too. To be fair, right now, they're all talking to the marshal.
It's gonna change to us.
Okay, I sat down because I would be cut out if I wasn't lying to you. I swear, guys. All right, there's no lies here.
Yeah. By the way, what did? Not. Never mind.
What?
8:39 p.m. here in Malaysia. This is probably a good time for you guys to get dinner. For me, I already have a lot of mee curry. Shout outs to my mother-in-law, which is great. Yeah. People laughed at me, Mirko.
Oh.
Because in MPL, like you make predictions and everything like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
I had a dilemma where I have connections with both teams, right?
Yeah.
So basically, I just said, like, who do I vote for? The team that has my friends or the team that has my father-in-law? And at that point, I just posed the question, which one is easier to replace? The friends or the father-in-law? Because that's where my conundrum is.
So
if it's easier to get if it's easier to get a new father-in-law, then okay, then I'll just choose the team with the friends.
So which one did you end up choosing, Lafel?
People keep spamming. It's like, dude, you can always find new friends. I disagree, but I'm like, okay, then I'll choose the team that has my father-in-law. It's like, okay, I guess you can't replace him or whatever.
That's okay. You know what? That's a.
Do you want to go for a break?
Oh, let's go.
You know what, guys, get some dinner. Get hydrated. Go to the toilet, because this is Mirko. My name's LaFell. We're going for a break. We'll see you guys when the game starts. And remember, it's game 2 of this best of 5. Bye-bye.
They said there's a limit in the women's league. In MWI, we say limit? Watch us bounce from the MWI queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless. in the Women's League. In MWI, we say limit? Watch us bounce from the MWI Queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless. They said there's a limit in the women's league. In MWI, we say limit? Watch us bounce from the MWI queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless. They said there's a limit in the women's league. In MWI, we say limit? Watch us bounce from the MWI queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless. They said there's a limit in the women's league. In MWI, we say limit? Watch us bounce from the MWI queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless. There's a limit in the women's league. In MWI, we say limit? Watch us bounce from the MWI queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless. They said there's a limit in the women's league. In MWI, we say limit? Watch us bounce from the MWI queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless. They said there's a limit in the women's league. In MWI, we say limit? Watch us bounce from the MWI queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless. There's a limit in the Women's League. In MWI, we say, limit? Watch us bounce. From the MWI Queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless.
Yep.
Hello, everyone. So we're here. We're going into the game, hopefully. Game number 2. It was 4 minutes something, 4 minutes 15 seconds. And now we're at 9 minutes into the game. The Lord has spawned. Looks like Mythic Seal already has 10 kills. And YG already having 6.
Yep. Mythic Seal up ahead by quite a bit. We missed quite a bit of the game here. Ken walking up again. Yeah. Lord gonna be started up by Mythic Seal.
Yep, so right now looking at the situation here, in terms of goal lead, there's really none. The one was still... Oh, hold on, Kun.
Yeah, caught in the tough spot. Forced to use the fist crack. YG. Actually, despite being behind, are fighting back really well. They've gotten to a power... The power spike the composition needs, LaFell. The win condition, Stitch, getting to the 3 items. We're going to take a look at the in-game equipment here just to get ourselves recapped as to what happened. And yeah, Stitch... Seems like he's already super powerful already with a concealed blink. Looking for the back. Just going to go for Boye for a bit. Oh, the final slash whiffs. Now the AOG into the midst of it all. Stitch still able to cat away for a bit now, but it's going to be intimidated by Boye in the front. Taken down. Hen still able to be survive. Oh, Stitch in the back with the SOD. Ying still there. The Lord going to be secured there by Lita. That can save the game for a bit. Stitch running for the hills. Still chased down by Zippy and will be taken out by Nico.
Dude, at that point, honestly, Mythic Seal won that one. I mean, like, sure, they were able to get the Lord, etc., etc. It was a good play coming in from Stitch, but look at that. That's a wipe out. And now, Mythic Seal, they can start controlling the map. The Lord spawn, sure, whatever, but you can deal with that Lord later. Get as much turrets as you can, right? Because, 11 minutes in, and now Mythic Seal looking like they're in a better position compared to YG.
11 minutes in, 2,000 gold lead still for Mythic Seal, but I think for YG, they can still stay put. Yes, Nico, Ken, and Zippy, all of them will deal crazy amounts of damage in the later stage of the game, but when it comes to macro control, it really has to be all YG. With Stitch, Aloyi, and the chip, it should be an easier day for them to control the sides and look for pickoffs. So that's what they got to do. They forced the team fight, I think, way too earlier around the Lord, and that's why we got to see like a pure clash and technically a gamble for the Lord. But if they played towards their strength, which is that macro control, I think this could actually still be winnable by YG.
I mean, like, we gotta talk about the mental fatigue as well, because when you're playing macro, you really gotta be on top of things. And now Blink looks like he's gonna shortcut. AOG
there for Boye. That's gonna be the immobilization over to Blink. That will be taken down. Mega kill already. Boye traded in for Blink so far. Diversion though will send them back towards base.
And that's the thing. Like, you can see the idea there, right? So Blink goes to the back line, gets the portal in, and then basically sandwich Mythic Seal. But it's very difficult for them to do at this point because, I don't know, I feel like the setup is a little bit rushed, and I can't even blame the guy, right? Like, they've been playing this best of 5 for a few hours now, and it's like the chip just doesn't look good in this kind of situation. You kind of want to keep the game plan simple, just play front to back. And I feel like that's kind of what they have to do at this point. Play a normal front to back until they get to focus on what's happening in the front, and then the chip goes in. Like, you kind of have to play him like an assassin. Wait for them to forget about you, and then you show up.
Yeah, picking off the 1-1 seems to be a very tough job right now for anyone. I mean, for YG, right? When they go for the shortcut, usually it's always comboed together with a big CC ability, but because the 1-1 has built-in Purify, it's just been very tough for them to get close even towards Zippy. With a nature already built up too, that's definitely going to help when it comes to just surviving against this YG composition. Rose Gold, this is an interesting build though for Zippy. Usually for the 1-1s, you go Corrosion, Windtalker into the Haas Claws. But here, we actually see Corrosion, Windtalker, Berserker's Fury from Zippy. So instead of the Haas Claws, he's gone and opted for Rose Gold Meteor and the Wind of Nature.
Yeah, so good and bad. I actually do feel like Haas Claw is still better, but Blink is going to die here for sure.
Yeah. Way too far away from the team. And there's no real way for them to capitalize there, YG. Rose Gold for Stitch. Just a split push for Stitch.
Yeah, because here's the thing, like, yes, Rose Gold does have lifesteal as well, More importantly, has that shield, but I think it's not enough. A House should be better because you even have crit there, which synergizes with your Berserker Fury a bit better. So, I mean, I can see maybe it's just for Lina, like really respecting the burst damage coming in from the Lu Yi, so you favor the shield over the more damage as well as lifesteal. And maybe he's considering that he doesn't even need that much damage. And looking at the lineup, you can see it. Like, it's not super tanky. The tankiest one is probably just Fredrin.
YG now are the ones caught on the back foot. Ken already with the electrifying beats. It's going to be up very quick, so not to worry. Melfic Gun will be the final item for Zippy Cutie. Interesting. So it's kind of like a utility build in a way where, again, obviously there's still damage. Han taking a beating up front will be able to tank up the Lord, and it will be dealt with. Tier 2 in the mid lane won't be able to survive, just like that Tier 3 in the top lane. And I think, yeah, bottom lane will also be destroyed. YG left only with their base turrets.
Yeah, if YG really wants to stay in the game, like try to get at 2-0, they really have to start being patient and just wait for Mythic Seal to overextend, because once you have items on stage, he will be good, but the setup is going to be difficult, because if you look at Mythic Seal, having the Badang as well as the Gato Kacha, you'll get interrupted so many times. You know, you don't have to interrupt the Moscow per se, just interrupting the front line is going to be enough for the entire team to have a difficult time. The fact that you do have a Lu Yi, you might want to look weak, right? Make it look very vulnerable for Mythic Seal to actually go in for a fight and then catch them. Like, what I'm saying is, YG, they can't be honest with this kind of composition. You need some kind of bluff to be able to finally catch Zippy or Nico. Honestly, like, Nico might be the bigger threat at this point, because the itemization coming in from Zippy, like you said, is more utility, and I feel like Nico is going to be the main carry with 8, 1, and 7. Other than that, they just got to be creative, and we just have to see how their mental fortitude is in this game, because they have the tools. It's just very difficult tools to use.
Yeah, when it comes to Ken, whoa, very aggressive moves there up front. Ying, wow, not able to get the final slash and will be caught. That's a solo kill for Ken, despite everyone being there. It ends up just being no assist, no help from the rest of the team.
I mean, it's kind of what I asked for, right? Someone has to bait something out, but the rest of the team were just not in the zone to actually do anything. Because if you look at the damage items coming in from Nina, even having the Divine Glaive, the Glowing Wand, and even the Wishing Lantern makes it so that you have the tools to burst anyone. Doesn't matter front line or back line. And Stitch is already full items. At this point, if he's farming up, it's probably for those item swaps. So it's really about the setup, and I feel like it's difficult for YG. You gotta wait for Ying to come back up, and then maybe Blink and just pulls in Ying. Just Ying is enough. I don't think Han needs to absorb damage at this point, because you do want to contest for that Lord.
Oh, there's a shortcut in the back line. Han gonna be engaged on Retribution from Han. Stitch walks up. Crossbow tank gonna be tanked up already. Stitch gonna be able to go for the free hits on Boye. Ken walking up, back and forth. That's gonna be the pin down over to Boye, who can't go for the AOG just yet. Ying in the midst of it all, jumping in as well. Stitch still piercing through Winter Crown and the diversion to get them out of there to safety to where the Lord will spawn.
That's honestly very clean. The fact that the front lines, Han as well as Ying, was able to use the Winter Crown to stop Zippy from flying. And maybe that's also part of the reason why it's like, I'm not going to build full damage. I know what you guys are going to do. So might as well just make sure that I stay alive and just play for my basic attacks, not even thinking about using the crossbow of Tang. And I was talking about Han, you know, contesting for the Lord, but I didn't even thought that he could do it. But he did it. And now only Ying as the casualty. By the time he's up, there is a chance that Blink is able to, you know, force him back into the fight.
Man, luckily for Mythic Seal, the Lord wasn't evolved, because I really feel like... Oh! Still, though, diversion to the... Okay, Ying's gonna take it all the way from the base. Caught in the midst of it all again, jumping it back and forth. Gonna be stunned over to Boye, who's unable to go for the AOG. Appraiser's Wrath takes him down. 1-for-0 trade. Still some super minions left. Up top, pushing in and sieging the base turret. It will be dealt with by Nico and the rest of them. YG will look to go for the mid lane with the conceal as well. Blink looking to go in. Han dashing backwards, defensively away from the traction pulse.
Yep, YG has an amazing draft for fighting, but honestly, for sieging, not the best. So they have to be careful not to overextend, let Mythic Seal get out of their base, and then try to get kills there. Because Moskov is very fast at clearing the turrets, but he doesn't have a lot of range, so he can be punished. And you just gotta look out for Nico, I guess, because I feel like even if Ken goes in, I think Stitch can take care of himself. So YG, this might sound bad, Mirko, but they gotta wait. And I'm not gonna be the one to tell them to the face because I feel like they will be pretty upset when I say that. But that's the reality of it. You know, don't rush into things. Just wait.
They've been waiting quite a bit today, LaFell. So I think
I know,
they're
but,
experts of the patient game. And looking at the way the game has actually been played, it has looked very patient from YG. They've really just relied on those teleports to get them the side control, to get them turrets, to trade across the map. And as long as they do that, they'll still have the advantage. Mythic Seal, the way they can really seal this game would be obviously Evolve Lord. But at this point, it's kind of a gamble between Mythic Seal and YG. That lead that Mythic Seal have, 3,600 gold, doesn't really amount to anything at this point of the game, right? We've gone to a point where the gold is quite irrelevant.
Yeah, no, I do agree 100%. So, let's see here. The Lord is going to spawn again, and we saw what happened just now. YG definitely does have the advantage when it comes to actually securing that Lord. So, Mythic Seal, you just got to go for some kind of fight, right? Like, if you're able to get a very good team fight, a very good kill, then it's going to be all good. Although, no. I was thinking, like, what if you just want to go for a backdoor, but I think it's very difficult against a Chip as well as a Louis. Take down Lina, I think. If Mythic Seal really wants to win this one, I feel like if they can take down Lina, then that's good. Because the bad thing is, Han already rebought the Winter Crown. So the 1-1 really won't be that big of a threat for this team fight, at least.
All right. Back to the Lord we go. Han on the Fredrin. It really has been kind of like a double red tree situation for Han, securing every single neutral objective that he can contest so far. It's been a good job from him. It's a bit difficult for Ken to actually win out the red tree battle against the Fredrin, but to win this game, it really comes down to this Lord. This is going to be most probably the final Lord of the game, unless the team who gets the Lord loses out on a few of their members. Stitch in the mid lane, already clearing it out. Set up for YG. Mythic Seal and the Tong on the back lane as well. Oh! Nico is the one who secures it despite the late retry. Now, your crossbow attack, but it's only to Spear of Misery! Stitch! What a play! Finds them all on the back. The middle crowd gets used a diversion to dive in deep. Nico's gonna be taken down. Zippy Cutie, his immortality will be popped, and he will certainly fall with Boya as well. A few shots to blink to take him down, but with 4 members taken out, even the Lord won't save Mythic Seal in this game.
And look at that. The timers is too long. It's only Kun. I don't think he can do it. That was an amazing fight coming in from YG. And now, like, we're seeing item swaps, but I don't see it. If Kun can do this, if he can stall his, like, the best player in Myanmar, man.
Tries to go for a fist crack there with the Winter Crown too, but there's no way he can clear the waves while dealing with 4 members of YG. Match point for YG.
Yep, YG looking pretty strong, and look at them. They're pretty happy. They're very excited. It's like, bro, we got that one. So looking at their expression, maybe maybe the early game it was all Mythic Seal. But then come late game, just good decisions coming in, and Stitch doing a lot of damage. They ended up winning that one, and I do not want to be in Mythic Seal's shoes at this point.
Yeah,
because we saw the frustration of going into game number 2, and then if you have a very good early game and then losing it out in the late, and that must be very frustrating, man.
definitely will be very frustrating for Mythic Seal, but they got to deal with it, man. You know, it's unfortunate, but Yangon had to go through the same issues, right? Both of them had the same issues. Both of them had to go through it, and YG were just a better team in game number 2, playing it slow, patient, understanding the macro, understanding what their composition really has to play with. That was phenomenal, man. We walked into a winning Mythic Seal game, and we left with a winning YG game.
Yeah, like that's pretty tilting, but what are you gonna do, right? Because Mythic Seal, we know that this lineup is very, very strong. But here's the thing. Even if they lose, it's not over yet because it's just going down to the lower brackets, and some may say that it's a blessing in disguise because you get the warm-up game going into a best of 7. But still, like, I feel like just give your very best. But even if you lose, don't tilt out that much because right now it is pretty late, and then they're gonna have a very early game in the morning for tomorrow. So whatever happens, their coach needs to be super level-headed to the point where he can calm his team down, because I feel like that's gonna be the most determining factor here. Like, how do they stay mentally calm? I guess.
Yeah,
I want to say sane, but I don't know if that's the right word.
I don't think that's the right word. Yeah, they got to be mentally healthy, I would say. I mean, they really got to keep their mental healthy. They got to keep their mental... they got to be able to reset, I think, is the word as well, right? Because after a game like this, after a lot of the technical issues that they have to deal with, there's no other way. You know, you could complain about it and think about it the whole day, or you could reset, come back stronger, and do better tomorrow. Because technically, we don't even need to talk about tomorrow. Yes, there will be a tomorrow, even if they lose here. But match point doesn't mean it's over. It means that they're a step away, your opponents, from closing out the series. And I believe in Mythic Seal, man. I believe they could give us a 5-game banger here after a long day already. Stitch, though, however, doesn't believe in that. Stitch wants to end things quick. After a solid Game 1 performance, now he comes in, guns blazing again with the Moskov that we doubted quite a bit because obviously it's kind of like a late game pick. But Stitch... just solid all throughout, farming all the way to the late game, waiting for those item power spikes. Didn't die that much in the game, especially in the early game, and he really became the game changer in around those big team fights.
I mean, if you're going to go to 19 minutes, 20, 21 minutes, then yeah, picking up a late game hero is going to be amazing. And those SODs, him coming in and actually clutching things out, able to get those kills. Because I feel like in the very last team fight that we saw, I believe it was able to hit Ken. And to be fair, Ken was securing that Lord, so he had to pick his poison. Late game, we know that tanks in the jungle is much better than assassins in the jungle just because you want to play for that objective. And unfortunately, Ken, in this one, he even had the Rose Gold Meteor, not the entire game, right? He swapped items after the Witcher Crown has been used. He changed to the Rose Gold, so Ken, honestly, like, mechanically has been amazing in this game, even though we don't see everything that happened in this game, but mechanically he is on point. But you just can't beat a tank in the late game. Even if you do get the Lord, the tank will be able to stop you, will be able to make sure that he wins the team fight. And 23 minutes, man, you saw, if you die, it's like 50 seconds, 1 minute. So YG just played for their win condition. Like, we can do team fight, so let's just wait until the team fight really matters.
It's also just that retry diff, man. Han has just been phenomenal all throughout the later stage of the game, where he actually got a chance to contest, unlike the first few neutral objectives when technically Mythic Seal just held that lead, held the position every single time. Han, he got in there, and again, this is the reason Fredrin after the buff is so scary. That first skill acts like a second retribution, does so much damage from it being increased from 50% damage to monsters to 100%. That double damage is quite ridiculous, and we got to see it a couple of times. Skill 1 retry, it's almost impossible for you to miss it out unless you're up against a godly retry or a team that really understands how to chain damage together to get the optimal retry results. And in the end, we did see that from Mythic Seal, but it was a bit too late. And it's also just the sporadic nature of having a Loyi, a Chip, and a Moskov. You never know when and where they're going to be popping out from, right? You saw Stitch come in with a Moskov. Yes, Ken died, but the rest of the team were walking away. It looked like it was going to be a clean disengage into an Evolved Lord play. But then you saw the Loyi, the diversion that brought them back into the team fight, gap close, and wiped them out.
Actually, now that you talk about it, I feel like because the pause was so long, we forgot, we joked about it, but we saw the Louis and the chip, and they were like, haha, Aldos, haha, Florid, haha, Moskov. And I was like, oh, wait, they actually did pick up the Moskov. So the global presence coming in from the draft here, it's quite annoying because even if you feel like you're doing good, all of a sudden, they're back into the fight. And then you're like, wait, I just dealt with you just a few seconds ago. And now we're looking at the highlights here. It looks like it is 12 minutes into the game where Blink tried to get a catch. And yeah, this is. Wait, we came in at 14 minutes? Huh. We casted for a bit, huh? Okay.
Yeah. We casted for quite a bit, man. That was, I think, still 10 minutes that we got, right? Around 10 minutes. 23 minutes was the end. By the time we went in, it was really all already in the power spike of YG. I mean, look at the team fights, how messy it was as well. Mythic Steel couldn't really hold that front to back properly. And, man, the constant stitch damage from this Moskov was honestly what really saved them in the end. I really got to give credit to Stitch and technically Lina too for doing so good in this game, positioning as well. In the back always. And the piercing damage is so underrated, by the way, for the Moskov. You don't see it, and by the time you notice the piercing damage, you're wiped.
Yeah. At this point, I almost want to say it's unfortunate, but it does feel like 1-1 is more of a mid-game hero. And yeah, this is the point where we see the re-engage coming in from YG and then the diversion just ending things out. Like, they're very creative in how they approach the fight, and this is what I wanted. Like, don't be... don't be honest, right? Have some kind of deception. But what I wanted to say is, looking at this game, it does feel like 1-1 is more of a mid-game hero rather than a late game. Not to say that the late game she falls off, but in the late game, you will see a lot of Winter Crowns. And at that point, it just feels bad. You basically are using 2 skills and a basic attack.
Yeah, it's really difficult to play the 1-1 in the later stage of the game. Not just because of the Winter Crown, but also the Wind of Nature, right? There are 2 ways to counter you, and it gets really tough. I agree. As a 1-1 player myself, early to mid, it's really where 1-1 strives, especially in the laning phase. If you can win out the lane just with the Inspire, plus, you know, help with from your team, then that's usually the win con. But if not, then we see a late game 1-1 where technically, yes, you can bait out Winter Crowns, you can just, you know, try to look for damage without the crossbow tank, but we all know the real reason 1-1 is amazing, is good in her kit. It's really all about the ultimate. If you are able to pop that ultimate, it's such a game-changing, team fight-changing ability. But at the end of the day, despite the Kimmy and Joy both reaching their item power spikes, they just weren't able to create forced errors enough in this game to force out these 3 teleports out or to force out some baits here and there. It was always kind of... like, Mythic Steel were always still playing in the game of YG. Like, it was all YG, controlling the map, controlling the side lane, controlling even when Mythic Steel have to force out the Lord. It was all YG. What could have changed that would be possibly a base turret take in the side lane. But, again, that's where YG's clear really shows up. Moskov in particular, plus the zoning of Loyi, and then the 3 frontliners that were quite tanky this game. I didn't expect the Arlet to be that tanky. At the end of the game, he was just jumping back and forth in the team fight against 4 members, and he just doesn't die.
Yeah. I don't know how relevant this is, but you still remember Sunfrost, right?
Sunfrost, yes.
So he's still active in coaching teams, and, you know, he has scrims and etc. And he has a very high confidence that YG will sweep everything here. So I don't know what he saw in scrims, but he seems very confident that YG is like just a step above the current competition. Again, we don't know. Maybe things can change tomorrow, in fact, maybe. But hey, if Sunfrost gives that much respect to YG, then maybe they're looking pretty good in scrims.
You gotta give respects to them, man. Being able to pull off a composition like that, Chip, Moskov, Loyi, that requires a lot of brain power. That requires a lot of macro understanding, and they did play it very, very well. Their mechanics individually, too. I was surprised, man. Stitch, a phenomenal player. And as we get into game number 3 in the drafts, I wonder if Mythic Steel are going to change things out. Game 1 and 2, they stuck on blue side first pick. They gave red side away. They tried, I think, to pick up the chip for themselves, but then they noticed, oh man, YG with the Loyi first pick, they also decided to take the chip away. So we thought we would have a way to deal with the teleports with our own teleport. Turns out they're just going to stack up on 2.
I personally just want Zippy to use a hero that he can really carry, because we don't see the early game, so I cannot say for sure. But I feel like it's mostly Ken, Ken and Akimi, right?
Nico?
Like both the Joy and Akimi, I feel like they were really the reason why the early game was so good. But you need balance. You need someone to carry in the late game, right? So I'm even thinking of something like the Bruno, where I feel like Zippy is okay with the Bruno. Doesn't matter, Bruno, carry, whatever. Beatrix, right? Honestly, yeah, probably take a Beatrix. Anything that is able to do something in the late game, because Ken is such an early game player that I believe you like the goal lane doesn't. You guys don't have to go all in. That's what I'm trying to say, because I don't like a draft that goes all in. It's like, if we win the early game, we win. If we don't close out the game by 60 minutes, all right, GG's. Like, have some balance, have options.
Yeah, definitely having options would be great again. And I think you just gotta build the composition better. Like, the synergy was kind of off, right? In a way, the composition didn't know what it wanted to do. Some of them wanted to die, some of them wanted to play for the back, and it ended up with Nico and Zippy kind of fending for themselves at the later stage of the game, right? Like, Kon wants to go for those moments. Obviously, Ken wants to dive in and fight. For YG, it was very, you understood what they were trying to do. They were just playing front to back pure with 3 frontliners, 2 damage dealers. That's it. They weren't really looking to dive. The only times we see them dive is, obviously together with the diversion, with an SOD placed properly and Stitch taking it at the right time. But it was never disconnected from the team. Every single play that they made with teleports, with those diversions, it was always calculated and coordinated. And for Mythic Seal, from what I saw, it really looks like more of an individual playstyle. Everybody's doing their own thing. And as a unit, they kind of crumble. That's why in the Lord fights they don't do well, and especially when they are scattered, they don't know what to do. Do we play? Do we turtle up? Do we split up because the AoE damage is coming in from the other side? They look lost. So that's something that they also have to fix on top of the drafts, on top of everything you mentioned, LaFell. And it's going to be tough because it's match point. They've already waited so long because of the tech issues. It's going to be building up that frustration that was already there for game 1 for sure, up against that ridiculous Lucas performance of Han.
I don't know if it is because, it's very late, so I'm very goo brain.
I got Google brain too.
Even if Kimi is up, right, I almost would rather just put Kimi in gold and then have Farsa mid. Because I feel like Farsa can be a game changer. Like really control the early and mid, and if things go very bad, like, you can zone people away to clear the minions. I don't know, maybe because a little bit biased, because even for me, when I'm tilted, I just want to use Farsa because I feel like in this meta, she's pretty easy to use.
Okay, there you go. That's a change, LaFell. Mythic Seal are going to be on red side this time around. They'll take the blue, or they'll take the red away from YG, rather. The Joy and the Hayabusa, though, will be banned out by YG. So, game 1, game 2, these are the 2 picks that we saw from Ken. Yeah. These are the 2 picks that we saw him do pretty meh on in game 1, and then the Joy pretty okay. So are we thinking that these are just the comfort picks for Mythic Seal? Are these the 2 picks that you would want on Ken? For YG to ban it first phase means something, man, because these are the 2 picks that they've left open all 2 games so far.
Personally, for me, I kind of feel like they can deal with it, but they rather not, because I feel like if you're letting go of the Joy, you're kind of forcing your jungler to pick up the Fredrin. The Hayabusa is more or less the same thing. Like, you have to pick something to counter it, and I think they're just sick of it. Like maybe the jungler wants to pick up an assassin. Like, he wants to get that Lucas game again. So, coach, let me just do damage. I don't want to play tank. At least that's how I would think the players of YG want to play this one.
The chip finally gets banned here by YG. It is. Let's see if the Loyi is still first pick prio for them. There's no Kalea, there's no Harith either way. What pick are we? Oh, the Baksha is actually left open this time around. So YG could definitely try to snatch the Baksha for themselves well here. Yeah, the Juicin
has been banned.
Do you like the Juicin though? Do you think it's first pick prio? Because I think I'll take Baksha over that, and yeah, they'll go for it as well.
So for me, Jushin is good, but it's not good individually. Like you need good pairings with it because you got control, you just don't have damage. And in the early game, you're annoying, but you're not too annoying that people really care about it. So I feel like Jushin is okay if you know that your opponent is going to have at least 3 front lines. So I think Jushin is okay, but it's more situational now compared to before. In terms of the picks that should be good at this point, Baxia, your only bad matchup is honestly the glue and the carry. The glue is because you can only roll and jump around, so you're probably gonna get pulled in the direction that glue really wants. And the carry is just dominated when it goes up against the tank. And now Mythic Seal's like, give me the Luyi and give me the Badam. I'm actually liking this start.
Yeah, giving YG a taste for their own medicine, dude. The Luyi and the Badang has kind of terrorized YG in game number 1. And now, for YG, I wonder if they're going to go kind of ballsy by picking up the Lucas again. Or do they go for the utility jungle one more time? The Kimmy plus Lucas could be a solid choice. Oh, that is another choice, definitely. Lucas Mathilda in the first phase.
Having Baxia, Lucas, and Matilda, forget about it, man.
They go
they pick up the Jushin and Granger. Okay.
So they want to flex the Baxia all the way to the second phase, knowing that technically it is a 3-way flex, right? You can go for jungle, XP, or roam.
Yeah, and the Jushin is able to open up the map a little bit, and in case if they are able to catch the Jushin is one of the tankiest mid laners I've ever seen. Like, I could have sworn she is a tank, because I've had games, Mirko, I hope I save it, where I'm a Jushin with 0 HP, and I'm 1v2ing, and I do not die. And now the Lucas gets into the hands of Mythic Seal. So it's kind of like Mythic Seal's like, hey, you know what YG is doing? Let's try that. That looks pretty
this
good.
Is the exact same draft.
If YG doesn't ban Matilda, the trolling, man.
Yeah, I think they're really selling the game if they actually don't ban the Mathilda here. This is their own strat, literally, in game number 1. That got them such a dominant victory. So, yeah, for YG, I'm expecting the... Man, I'm expecting the Mathilda, but this is why I don't like the Jushin, especially up against a Lucas like this, up against a Badang. There's so much anti-CC. What are you going to do, right? The whole kit of Jushin relies on you picking people up. Who are you going to pick up? The Luyi is going to deal damage from outside your range. The Lucas wants to just get close and up and personal with anti-CC, and so does the Badang. You're kind of also forced to use Purify here, so any form of mobility later on for Mythic Seal, if they decide to go for even more mobility, like say an Aerithel, oh, it's gonna be such a good day for Mythic Seal's gold lane. Okay, please ban the Mathilda.
Okay, let's think about this in the way that you're trying to be really smart about the draft, Mirko. They have the Baxia, which lowers heals and shields without items, right? So maybe that's the idea, or they want to go Khalid in Rome and then just have Khalid, Jushin in the mid.
I see
to deal with Mythic Seal,
I see the angle, but also I think the main, like, the reason, the big factor as to why Mathilda is so broken with the Lucas isn't really the healing. The healing is a bonus, yes, but it's the mobility, dude. Lucas having a disengage is so broken. You can just walk in. Hey, it's not working out. I have a get out of jail free card in the Guiding Wind. I have so many ways to also re-engage later on, and it's also the gap close, right? Because usually on Lucas, you have to use your skill 2, you have to use your ult and skill 1 to get close. But with a Mathilda, all you need is to take the Guiding Wind while he's circling Eagle away. And YG decides to leave the Mathilda open. So this could very well be, like you mentioned, Lafel, a Baxia plus Khalid combination, or it could be Mythic Seal with a win.
Wait, they're taking the CC?
That means the Badang is Rome. No Mathilda.
Yeah, like that's it. Like maybe that's why YG didn't ban it out. Because like, dude, I know Boye, he's not a Matilda player, and I'm like,
I see.
Okay, so they're not trolling. They just know.
They just know. They know
better.
There's
no way.
They just know better. So
that's interesting. Showing CC now, for me, it's a bit too early though. Because there's no more flex anymore, unless you put CC in gold.
And what's going to be in the XP lane now for YG? Because I have a feeling that the Baxia will be a jungler. Looking at how many junglers has been banned out, I don't think they're going to get like an assassin here and play in the jungle.
But not good against CC though.
Yeah, it's I mean, they could still go for Valentina, actually. That is still up for grabs in the XP lane. Take away the Lucas ultimate. The Cho gets picked up. There you go. That's the Valentina, but the Cho... I guess it's good for the CC, but... Yeah, I guess the Lucas and Badang is the same issue. They're built to go up against CC.
Yeah, and so I think they're just like, they want CC for days. It's a good comp because they're attacking the emotions.
Ooh.
This is emotional damage. Like, you guys won't die, but getting stunned, getting picked up, and now a Brody comes in.
What?
I don't even know if that's the best pick, Marco, because...
Oh, man. Iritha would have been better, I think.
Yeah, I don't think the... you know what? Let them do their thing. Maybe the Brody is the answer, but personally for me, looking at the lineup now, I don't think Brody is the thing that's gonna solve the issues. But hey, what do I know, man? It's been a long day.
Yeah, I understand the idea behind it though. Mythic Seal are really just playing with the best defense is offense. So they're trying to dive in to leave the... It's a sprint, Brody!
Well,
what?
Hold on.
This,
no.
This is a mistake, right?
It could be a visual. It could be a visual.
Okay, because that will be really weird. The flicker is usually what you go for, and even then, right? The reason people don't pick Brody... No, the reason people don't pick Brody and Beatrix is because you can only bring flicker. That's why. So if this is a new meta Brody pick with a sprint, if it isn't a visual bug, oh man, we're in for a show.
It's a visual bug. Relax. It's a visual bug. Hey, relax. We're gonna jump into the game and then we're gonna see, right? Because even if it's a sprint, I mean, like, it might be the fastest Brody in the world. We're about to see. I just don't know what the what's the matchup here? Because I feel like against the Granger it's just like whatever, so. Because my worry with the Brody pick, my worry pick with the Brody is actually when the Baxia decides to come at you, when the Cho decides to come at you, when the Jushin decides to come at you, you don't have a free dash. You can dash, but you're dashing towards your opponents. That's the reason why I'm not okay with it. You don't have a way to run away. Heck, let's add a little bit more. What if the Valentina gets Unleash the Beast, which mostly she would, or she gets the Divergent, which also is another option? How are you gonna get yourself out of trouble?
Yeah, there's definitely going to be a lot of questions here asked in the laning phase, in the team fights as well. And Cho is notoriously already a counter to the Beatrix, to the Brody, to the heroes in the gold lane with the Clint as well, who cannot bring Purify. So we'll see. Blink, he's either going to have a great day here, or he's just going to be snowballed out of control against Mythic Seal's very, very early game composition. We got to emphasize that too, right? Like YG, they look like they have a solid composition. We've just been criticizing the Brody. But if Mythic Seal are able to get that early game, this Brody is going to be fine. All fine and dandy, taking turrets for free.
No, I get you. I'm a little bit nervous, Mirko.
Same.
And it's not because it's
Very.
game point. It's because we all know. Like, I feel like I don't have to say it. We all know. Maybe, what if this is a mistake and then they just have to fix it? Right, what if there's a, what you call it, like emblem
That would
bug?
be interesting.
Emblem bug? Yeah, it does happen. It does happen. Oh, it looks like there is an in-game pause here. So my big issue is really just
What's your big issue?
Valentina is a hit or miss. Valentina is a hit or miss. I prefer it. Actually, I really do like the Valentina to go up against the Lucas, but it doesn't always work out, especially if you lose your lane. Like, if the Valentina wins her lane, able to get an EXP advantage, and then when you get the Lucas ult, you look good. You look good. The moment Valentina like dies once or something, then your Lucas is just not tanky. The other thing where I experienced myself, but I'm not a pro player, right? The thing that I experienced myself is I forget to build the right items, because in my head, like, I'm a mage, I'm just gonna build magic items, and then I'm like, wait, no, I'm supposed to get Lucas ult, I'm supposed to build defense. So we'll see. Hopefully Ying, like, his head is in the game, and then just, you know, use the good old defense items. And yes, apparently there is a bug with the emblems, the spell.
Okay, so that would make sense then. Okay, so
All right.
Man, Sprint Brody would definitely be a fun one for sure. Like, that would be quite awkward here, but yeah, we're gonna have to fix these these little things, guys. So please do be patient with us again, ladies and gentlemen. We're gonna get through it. Hopefully, is all G. Hopefully.
Yep. Imagine, right? Imagine he's like, yo, Marshall, we gotta restart. I don't want sprint. Sprint is not good on Brody. And then the Marshall's like, I bet. Let's go back into the drive, just do it all over again, and then this time pick the spell that you want. And it's like, yo, thanks, man, I appreciate it. And then you go in, it's Inspire.
Imagine Brody Inspire. They
can't do anything to me if I kill them first. Yes, I understand there's an attack speed penalty on the passive, but it doesn't matter, man. I can make it work.
We'll see. We'll see if he can. We'll see if that actually even works out here. But yeah. We're still going to have to wait for a bit. Item-wise, this should just be normal, right? I think Mythic Seal are really looking to just win out early game. This is their bread and butter for the last few international qualifiers as well for Myanmar. Mythic Seal have always been the type of team to win out early game, snowball out of control, and then take the game. Unfortunately, in their final game against Falcon for the M6 qualifier, they weren't able to do that. Falcon were able to come back in the end with a Bruno. So, yeah, was not the best win condition for them back in the day, but I think this actually works really well for them now.
So what's going to be the itemization for Brody here? Malefic Roar into a Sky Piercer?
I think it's Heptasea's first item still. I don't think we're going to see anything too crazy. I don't think he's going to change too many things.
Because I don't know, I've seen quite a few people changing it up. I do agree, Heptaseas is good. I honestly forgot about that item. I see a lot of going either Malefic Gun or Malefic
first item?
Roar. Yeah, first item. No, legit. Yeah. I feel like the Malefic Gun makes a lot of sense because you just want the added range. Basically, you just want to siege the turrets as fast as you can, right? But Malefic Roar, I feel like, is an option if you just outrange your opponents. Like, it sounds weird, Mirko, I get it, but legit, I've seen it either in ranked games and some tier 2 tournaments. I think I saw one professionally, but I can't remember.
I mean, I trust you. Well, we'll see, I guess, right? Because I haven't seen a Brody pick in a while. In ID, I don't think we saw a Brody pick at all, despite the buff, actually, that it got recently, right? I mean, the last patch, I believe it was the first skill technically just going faster. It's much faster to throw your skill to get it out. They they cut the animation. I thought that would actually change a lot because for the longest time the Brody skill 1 just takes too long for it to come out. It's very easy to dodge, very easy to just walk back, and not really the best at getting kills. I think if you haven't gone up against a Brody in a while, then it could be a pretty good curveball to utilize, which I think it might be their strategy this game.
Yeah. No, I agree because it happens all the time. When you haven't gone up against the hero, you just completely forgot how to deal with it. The Brody, I feel like it's actually a pretty good hero. The only reason that we don't see him a lot is just because other picks are just better, like the Harv. And now we're jumping into the game. Woo! Let's look at the spells.
Let's see, what is it going to be? Is it still the same sprint for Brody? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the land of Dawn. Let's see if Mythic Seal can turn the tides around, or will the pattern of day 1 playoffs be the same for both teams? AI with a clean sweep, YG with a clean sweep. A big question mark there, and it is indeed a flicker. No sprint for the Brody.
So everything looks good today. Looking at Zip Cutie right now, he's going for the thrill and going for that weapon master. Everything else looks pretty solid except Boya. I don't know if this is real. He went for the tank emblem instead of the support emblem, and instead of going for Inspire, he goes for firmness. So he is thinking he won't be able to spam his skills, or he's just going for a raw stats instead, which I don't know if it's good or not, because as a Badang player, you really want that shield to be tanky, not your natural stats, because it's just a fighter stat, not a tank stat.
Han doing a good job in the jungle. Usually, I think the Baksha can get punished by some fast-clearing assassins, but Lucas actually falls in the same category, maybe even weaker than the Baksha when it comes to clear, just because of how fast the Baksha can get in the jungle, through the jungle with the shield unity. Ken, I think I actually haven't seen him on the Lucas. I've seen him on Suyo. Haven't seen him on Lucas just yet. Good take from Boye with a steal. Ying walks up, just zoning Mythic Seal away.
Hot take, if Naruto learned more jutsu instead of just the Rasengan, maybe he can clear faster.
Yeah, the guy just literally spams Rasengan, man. Every time I play Lucas, it's just Rasengan, Rasengan, Rasengan. God damn.
He's like, bro, it's cool. Actually, every protagonist ever, they just have one skill. Ichigo, he just has an energy slash. And that's it. Like, if we really go down... Okay, hold on. Before that, we're looking at YG here. Actually applying a lot of pressure. And Mythic Seal Ken is still on that turtle. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe, like, YG, do they want to take this turtle? Do they want to bait a fight? Because it looks like they want to bait a fight.
They want to bait a fight, but they are just resetting this while Mythic Seal technically just don't care about it. Yeah, a very awkward reset for YG there, but they were trying to play it safe. Again, they understand how much explosive power Mythic Seal could have with this composition, so Han played it safe, respected it, and will just take it slow and surely. Now, back to the jungle again. Mythic Seal, Ken first towards bot after clearing orange and purple.
Yeah, so maybe Ken is just thinking, I just need my first item, whatever that is. Maybe it's a Hunter Strike or the War Axe, either or. I've seen different preferences. Right now, in terms of the gold, again, not that big of a gold difference here. Lina taking just a bit of damage coming in from Nico. I would say this is kind of good for YG as well, because they don't mind going a little bit slow, because the Jushin, you would prefer 1 or 2 items so that you're much more relevant in the fight. Without items, the Jushin just feels ticklish in terms of CC and damage.
Yeah, and there's no problem with them taking their time. Again, Mythic Seal are the ones that are kind of pressured to do well in the early game, right? The Granger will scale properly. The Brody, this is the question for me, I guess. It really depends on the build, but how does a Brody do in the later stage of the game? I've gone up against some really good Brodies in ranked, and the late game seems to be pretty okay. Melfic gun first item is, by the way, what Zippy has gone for. So not the Heptaseas that we normally see for the Brody. It'll be a bit of a change. Maybe... So Melfic gun into Sky Piercer, you said?
If you're not confident with the Sky Piercer, then you see crazy stuff like BOD, second item, and stuff like that. Or, like you said, Heptaseas. Alright,
good red tree still from Ken. Securing it now, though. Sacred Beast already used up by Ying with the skin, too, and the Beast Bomb over to Kun. Very low under the turret. No one there to follow it up. Han's looking for the Shield Unity. We'll try to lock him down, but will not be able to get it. Kun with a good dash and the curtain call to lock them down together will stop the instant rotation of the Baksha.
Yeah, right now, looking at the builds here, looking like Zippy Cutie is just respecting the damage profile, and they're able to catch one, they were able to catch Han!
Yeah, with diversion, Ying already stealing it again. Oh, Lina, an awkward flicker to the wall, won't be able to find the last few hits he needs to actually pick the person up. 1 for 0 for Mythic Seal, just a clean pick-off into YG rotating into the bottom lane.
Yeah, at that point, you're just like, okay, guys, the fight is over, but Bling wants to continue.
Great Jiku knowing the way to Dragon. Ken now walks back up with a Rasengan 2. Bling gonna be taken down by the Torn Apart Memory. Ying jumping in. Good Sacred Beast Bomb, the curtain call. Puts them in an awkward spot, but it is ultimately a win for YG as they get the turtle too.
Yeah, and now they're just taking control of the map because Mythic Seal, it looks like they're a little bit more passive. Like, guys, we just gotta wait. We just gotta wait. We just gotta wait. And I just want to know when the wait is going to be over, because Boye hasn't had a lot of good engages. He had one when he was able to kill Han, but we don't see a lot of that. We don't see the utilization of the Brody here in gold, because I feel like you have an opportunity to actually snowball this out of control. And it looks like, yes, he might be going for that Sky Piercer. It's nice that I know what I'm talking about, but at the same time, Mythic Seal is not playing around this. I feel like, feed the Brody a bit. He needs some food.
Mm-hmm. Definitely. Mythic Seal are going to have to play around the Brody. Usually, I always say this when I see a Brody, but a team that doesn't play strong side Brody doesn't know how to play Brody. You really want to get the Brody into these good positions early. That's a diversion. Oh, Stitch going to be taken out with a diversion. Good pin down. Han able to escape with the shield unity, but that's definitely not what you want to see if you're YG.
Yep, that's what I've been waiting for. That's what we've been wanting to see. A diversion into a good catch, the fist break, fist crack. and then actually do something with it. Now, get turrets, man. Get turrets. Brody loves destroying structures, man. He loves it. And now the Sky Piercer as well.
It is the Sky Piercer. Melfic Gun Sky Piercer build for Zippy Cutie. Yeah, Brody is a turret eater for sure, man. Munches on turrets so easily. And that's why for YG, keeping Stitch alive is pretty... Like, it's up there when it comes to their priority. They need to keep Stitch alive because Stitch is the only guy that can hold the waves in the early game, right? Later on in the game, yes, I think Ying should be able to do the job too, but it's kind of meh. It also will kind of rely... They'll kind of have to rely on Stitch either way, right? Man, Blink needs to find a pick on Zippy in the next fight.
Hey, you know what? This is where you kind of want to fight it out, but... Oh, we can already hear the conceal here. Blink, not getting anyone. Diversion to the back.
Oh, a pin down over. Stitch going to be taken down again with the diversion play. So well played. Nico able to flicker out to safety. Now Lina is going to be caught. Has the Lancer Flare, but won't be able to escape. Zippy Cutie. Double kill. A full team fight win for Mythic Seal.
And now is looking pretty good for Zippy Cutie. The third item at this point really doesn't matter. If you want a quick Blade of Heptases, if you're feeling confident, the Blade of Despair. If you're not feeling super confident, then you can start thinking about like a Rose Gold meter, and it will help you out. But either way, right now, Zippy Cutie is looking at the top lane. Looks like Boye is going to provide some vision, but you don't need a lot of attacks, man, to get those turrets.
And you got to remember that Zippy Cutie has a Sky Piercer, ladies and gentlemen. This will be a very scary Brody as we get to like the 10th minute mark into Lord 1. Already 2 Sky Piercer stacks, I believe. A Sea Halberd as well. Oh, Zippy is going... He's not going to be. He is a monster in this game.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. He is a Zippy Scary, not Zippy Cutie.
He ain't cute.
Now look... I mean, yeah.
Not in this game.
I'm tired, man. Either ways, Ying, whatever, I don't care, right? Right now, the Lord will spawn in about 70 seconds here. Ken still has to be a little bit careful because you do want to fight. Like, as Naruto, you do want to fight, but not in such close spaces where you're not able to outplay that, especially because, okay, Ying does not have Unleash the Beast. So that's going to be priority number 1 for YG. Unleash the Beast or Diversion. Either way, good for your team.
To be fair, this is also kind of scary for YG. The fact that they didn't go for... Oh! Almost a pick off. Boye able to run away. But the fact that they didn't go for any Purifies on the board means that, again, they're very susceptible to the Boye engages. And so far, that really has been the death of them. If somehow they can force out the engages to Han and to Ying, these 2 frontliners, then maybe they'll still have a shot. But it really comes down to who engages first, I think, right now, right? If YG are able to engage first, just like they're doing right now, it may be a different story, but unfortunately for them, they don't get anyone.
They need someone to, well, they need Han to be a diversion, but you don't want your jungler to be a diversion when the Lord is up, because you need to buy some time, wait for Blink to be in a better position, and then get Zippy Cutie, because he also does not have a Purify, so there is a chance that you can pick him off. Honestly, even if you don't get Zippy Cutie, getting Nico will be good as well.
Diversion. Everybody takes it, and this might be the fight that they were looking for. Everybody needs to play it safe with Stitch. He's in a good position. Blink. Oh, thrown back by the Yin-Yang reaction. Still gets away with the Shunpu, but is very low. Has to pop the regen.
Yeah, but either way, it's still going to be good because I feel like he hasn't used his conceal yet. So if they buy enough time, you know, create a distraction, let Blink go in. He even have the flicker. So we got to look at his Cho, man. If Mythic Seal, they blink, they might get caught. And then you will have enough damage coming in from Stitch, Ying, as well as Lina. Just a lot of CC.
Diversion is onto the backline. Stitch. Oh, no. Zippy Cutie! All alone! Shielded it. He catches him. Stitch able to get the shutdown now, but how much damage can he deal while the guy's down? Stitch kiting away up against Kun and Boye able to the backline as well. It's going to be Ken walking out. Now Sacred Beast Bomb! Han Ying taking down a good shot from Boye. Ying very low in the bush. Boye wants to open it up. Stitch still alive as well. Will stop Mythic Seal's way to get the Lord for free.
I'm sorry, I actually did not catch how Zippy Cutie got caught there, but anyway, good for Stitch. And now, even though Mythic Seal, you know, won the team fight essentially because everyone died except for Stitch, but because Stitch is so many HP left, he's able to make sure that no Lord is going to get taken. But even so, it's not 12 minutes yet, so the Lord has not evolved, so it's not the biggest problem in the world. Now, Zipicutie looks like he's going for a Wind of Nature coming up next, which pretty good item to deal with Stitch. And now Mythic Seal with 3,000 gold ahead. It looks like Ken wants one more damage item. I wonder what that would be.
This is where the frustration... Oh, wait, what was the path that he took? I didn't get to see his items. Oh,
he has a Blade Legion.
He's a Legion? Huh. Interesting.
Yeah, so he had the War Axe,
it should
the
be
Hunter
War,
Strike,
then.
the Queen's Wings. I thought maybe he would go for something like an Oracle just to make sure he stays in the fight
me
for
too.
longer.
All right, so I think it should just be a Melphic Roar. I don't think it's going to be anything else. No way it's a BOD, right? But Zippy, by the way, did not go for the Wind of Nature. He's opted to go for the DHS. Uh-oh, Cohen caught on the tough spot, terrified. Should be picked up. Diversion! Flanking Ying! That's a double take on the pin! Lina able to escape with the Crimson Beacon and the Flicker, but Blink wants to go for the re-engage now. Does he get the Jikundo onto Boye? Shield Unity not landing too. Just a free pick to Mythic Seal.
Yeah. By the way, no evolve lore at 12 minutes. Guys, it's been a long day. I forgot it now. It's 18 minutes is where it matters. Okay, it's been a long day. Trust me, guys. Now Han, making sure that he doesn't take a lot of bursts. Having that Twilight Armor as well, which should be enough, actually.
Yeah. It's a great item. Uh-oh, Blink though, able to go for it. Stitch caught in the bad spot again. A full dive from Ken, but a Wind of Nature saves him. Blink in the back. Han gonna be caught again by that skill one. CCing him as Stitch still deals damage. Zipicutie torn apart. Memory finds it, but will be slain as well. That was a gamble that did not pay off for Zippy.
Yo, let me just say, Stitch is working overtime as well. He's keeping the game alive. Like, I like that Stitch is essentially playing very, how do I say this?
Safe?
No,
Reliable?
not safe. Not reliable. It's a bad word.
Oh,
Forget it. I'll remember when I remember it. Selfish. That's the one I'm talking about. He's playing very selfishly, understanding that Mythic Seal wants to go for him. So he just think about himself, just making sure that he himself stays alive. Whatever happens to everyone else, whatever, and then try to get kills in the meantime. YG, if Stitch plays this way, you don't even have to protect Stitch that much. Still, you know, some protection. I'm pretty sure Stitch wouldn't complain.
definitely. It's going to be kind of tough for Mythic Seal to get to Stitch now, but knowing that he has no Flicker, maybe it'll be an easier day for them. I think Ken just needs to be very careful. He cannot give the Sacred Beast form over to Ying. Yeah, no Wind of Nature, no Flicker, so for a while, YG are actually quite vulnerable. But I'll have to say, again, if Ying gets his hand... Oh, diversion again into the back. Let's see if they catch it. Lina will be able to spot it. Oh, it's going to be an all-in, and Lina disappears! Tail Beast Bomb! Ken gets a double!
So you did say you haven't seen Ken on that Lucas. Well, now we have, and he can use it pretty well. And now with the Lord taken away, going up until 6,000 gold lead here, I gotta say, Nico has been utilizing that diversion very well. Every single time that we see, rarely do we see that it's useless. Oh, boy. And now he gets him!
Wow, a clinical finish from Boye, and I think that might be it, ladies and gentlemen, with the Lord coming down. Not even the Lord, just a Cannon in the mid lane. That should be a free mid-turret. Retry used already. Ying pops in the Sacred Beast, throws out the Tail Beast Bomb, and it hits no one.
Maybe at that point, you gotta go for the panic emote. Panic, but Blink 0-4-1, not having a good game. Lina 0-2-2, not having a good game. And I feel like they're just not looking good. Just because how do you deal with a Lucas?
Good read by Blake. Boye walks up, trying to go for the pin down again. 8 seconds on Stitch. Bottom wave there. Good current call to zone them in the back line. Ying trying to do the same again. Takes away the Sacred Beast form. And now the Lord is coming in. Stitch is back up again. He's giving the all-in dive from Ken as he pops into Sacred Beast form, but he will actually take it defensively. Ying taken very low. Stitch again with that Sonata constantly dealing damage. A flicker out, but a pullback. Ken able to dash away again. YG live to see another day, but Mythic Seal have taken all of the base turrets out of YG's base.
Now it's check, man. Like the moment the Lord spawns, Mythic Seal could legit just do nothing. Let the minions do the work. The moment you see, because in YG, who can really clear the lane fast? It's only Stitch. And then when Stitch is out of the way, when Stitch is nowhere near the Lord, they won't have damage. Ying is tanky, no damage. Han is no damage. And Lina, control, sure. But where's the damage, man? Like, this is in terms of damage profile, they really have none. Like Lina maybe, but still nothing compared to a Granger.
Definitely not, man. They don't really have a composition built to wave clear, built to defend. Their composition is more on all in. That's why they had to also kind of, win out the early game too. It was really a battle of the early game. But the Cho, really, aside from one kick to Boye, what is it? What am I seeing?
Okay,
here?
good, because I saw 2 Sky Piercers on Brody just now.
Yeah, it's gonna be the crowd.
Thank goodness it's not.
But yeah, back to the point.
Because the Sky Piercer was actually the meteor.
Oh, the rose gold. Yeah.
Yes.
Luckily, it got fixed. But for YG, I think the only play I saw from Blink so far on the Cho this game was the pick onto Boye. It was in the mid game. Other than that, I don't really think we have seen any move from Boye. For Blink on the Cho. It's been a very passive and reactive Cho.
Yeah, it's because he doesn't have a good way to flank. At this point, maybe Ying is just better off taking the Divergent instead of the Unleash the Beast. Because I feel like they just need better angles because you have the damage coming in from Stitch. You just don't have a way to start a good team fight. And like you said earlier in the match, whoever starts the team fight ends up winning it. And every single time it's Mythic Seal with the Divergent and then Boye catching them inside the wall. So it's just a problem for YG. They're just waiting all the time. Oh, they're going in actually.
All in onto Boye, has the immortality, but will be taken out already. The diversion, no one takes it. Boye's gonna be taken down. Oh, very low. Detonata takes him down. Zippy in the back line, still able to hold himself down. Blink will be taken out, but the immortality is just the immortality. Lina goes over to knock up and Lantern Flare. It will be another kill over as Lina takes it away. And it's a winning team fight for YG. 2 for 1.
Yeah, the fact that Stitch is still alive, man, like, oh my goodness. Either ways, Boye as well as Kun is out of the fight, at least for Mythic Seal. You gotta be happy that Ken did not die for that one because he has 8 kills at this point. 8 kills is a lot of shutdown goal. Like, it's enough to really turn the game around. But now Mythic Seal, this is where they play the macro. Look at the minions, man. Stitch, you want to be around the Lord, but you gotta be in base. I don't know if Lina can actually clear the minions by herself, but someone's got to do it. If not, Mythic Seal is just going to win without even going for a battle.
They just got to go for one decisive fight for YG, Mythic Seal already in a position where they're like 80-20% the winners here. If we have a real-time AI prediction, it'll definitely favor Mythic Seal, maybe 80. Again, 80% in this game. There's so much macro control just from the fact that YG do not have ways to clear it out. They don't have a Moskov. They don't have someone who can clear out bottom and then rotate over to the fight. They have a Granger, and that's what they're doing. They want to go for the fight. Blink goes over to Jikundo. Boye able to hold shield unity again over to Boye, but he's able to get away. Kun caught on the tough spot. Lancer Flare doesn't get the knock-up. Han on the Lord. This should be the big retry battle that can secure the game or lose of the game. Retry battle! Boye finds Blink. Ying finds the Lord! Stitch in the back line now is going to be the winner, or the winner nature rather. The winner crop for Ken. Still able to escape! Sky Piercer taking immortality down. The wave in the bottom lane still coming out with Stitch. Gets the Death Sonata to shut Ken down. His first death in the game, and it's an 8-kill bounty.
Yeah, that's a very big bounty because they were like, what? 8K, 9K, and now there's no goal difference. That's how big the shutdown really is.
Man.
20 minutes in, Ken is going to take a while to spawn, and Han, we talk about this behind the scenes or on screen, I can't remember, but now Han has that curse helmet. Damage, sure, whatever, but now he's lowering their defenses. Not by a lot, sure, but enough for Stitch to become a bigger problem. This is how you ramp up the game here, because looking at the items here, full items for Stitch, and then with that curse helmet as well from the Boxia, even when you don't have enough damage from your team, now it does feel like you have a little bit more damage. And I don't know, man, maybe Ken going for more damage is not what you need in this game.
Oh my god. Zippy forced to flicker out there, LaFell. The Lantern Flare was already fully stacked. Lina just needed to get one more! Again in the back. Blaine looks in for the Jiku. No! My goodness! Boye with a massive fist crack. Not going to be able to get anyone, though. Still, it's Stitch in the back, surviving, buying ammo, selling items left and right, keeping the game alive for YG. And Mythic Seal stay alive too. Diversion to the back as well. But he doesn't catch anyone. Everybody decides to recall ASAP.
Yeah, now Blink is going for that Twilight armor as well. And Zippy, without that flicker, it's going to be trouble, man. Because, like you said, Miracle, he almost got caught by Lina. And that's a bad thing. Now Ying having that Unleash the Beast. Not going to lie, I feel like Ken, maybe swapping one of your items would be better here. Because I saw the full items. It is a Malefic Roar, as well as having that Rose Gold meter. Rose Gold is good, but I don't know. Do you feel like... then again, they're very tanky. I don't know. At this point, I'm not so sure whether the Malefic Roar is actually good or not for this Lucas.
I don't know. At this point, I think it's fine. The Malefic Roar is the question, right, for you?
Yeah, Malefic Roar.
I think it should be fine because he's still one of the damage dealers necessary for Mythic Seal. You gotta remember that technically the Brody does fall off a bit in terms of damage, so you need Ken to help out with damage too. Right now, for Mythic Seal, it really is about playing the macro game. They cannot let YG just hold the Lord. They have to be the ones holding the Lord while waiting for the slow push to happen in the bottom lane. Because now, it's not going to be 3 waves. It'll only be 2. One in the bottom lane, one in the top lane, right? Mid lane is technically just going to be even all throughout. So Mythic Seal, play patient, hold the Lord, wait for the waves to push. YG, you're going to have to send Stitch sooner rather than later.
Yeah, honestly, like Mythic Seal,
Good.
did good. Oh, they got someone.
Way to Dragon on Kun. That's going to be Lantern Flare as well, but it's on towards the pit. Ying in the back with the Sacred Beast form, shoving them back again. Han pops in the Tortoises Puissance, and they'll be on the Lord. A few members low already. No one's going to take the diversion, not the aggressive one, and look at that. Stitch. The fight was not won instantly, and someone will be sent down, and I think 9 out of 10 times it'll be Stitch.
Yep. Either way, this is still good for YG because they're delaying the game, and the fact that Mythic Seal is not winning by the minions entering the base or getting a Lord is amazing. Like you get any victories that you can. Now Mythic Seal, I feel like they have to be a little bit ballsy here because... Oh, hold on. It looks like they are engaging. Boye, I'm trying to get into the mind of Mythic Seal here. I don't know what they're really going for because now they have a diversion.
Yeah.
So they're just waiting for someone to go through that bush. Blink is checking it. As long as Stitch doesn't open up the map, like doesn't walk beside it, they should be good because right now YG has no idea where they're at. Do they have the sentry? Is the sentry up? Because they could use that.
Oh, Ying's caught all alone. It's going to be the all-in onto him. Ying taken down. Was waiting in the bush, did not see the conceal, did not expect Mythic Seal to be attacking from their own base, his own base. And this should be it, LaFell. 50 seconds at the death timers, an Evolved Lord at 24 minutes. I don't think they'll be able to contest at all. Han can't even make his way onto it yet. Boye is the one who secures the Lord. And YG are going to have to deal with it. I don't think they have nearly... diversion. One more time into the back Stitch. Able to flicker out. Yeah, reaction brings him back. Stitch still able to survive for a bit. Immortality to pop as well. Ken buys and pops in the winner crown in time. Stitch gets the Death Sonata. Perfect timing. Ken buys the Immortality way too late. Why, LaFell, did they go for the gamble when they had the Evolved Lord?
Gamble, that's a straight up throw, man, because they got the Lord. They really don't have to go for the fight because now there's a chance that Ying could come back up and Ken is going to take so long. If YG wipes out Mythic Seal inside of their base, game over, YG wins it.
Still with this big Lord, they're doing a lot of damage. Oh, Stitch still able to get the Death Sonata in the back line. Again, it's going to be a kick into the Lantern Flare. Zippy Cutie caught in the back spot. Lina picks him up in the back as well. Stitch shut down by Boye with the Evolved Lord helping him down. Han and Ying clearing it out. Now Lina trying to escape as Boye walks him down. Gets the pin down, but Immortality's still there. Nico looking for the end moment. Han with his shield unity walking up, getting the kill. Boye looking for the end. Immortality's right there. Zippy Cutie not needed. Boye goes for the hit, ends the game despite the losing 4v5 man advantage.
At that point, the minions is too strong, man. Like in the early game, the minions are nothing, but late game, doesn't matter if you're full build. There's nothing much that you can do. Mythic Seal, like they could have gotten punished so hard, because that diversion trying to get a kill. If you win, sure, 100%, like you're gonna end the game. But I kind of feel like at that point you're gonna end the game anyways. There's a chance that you could diversion in, and then you yourself get caught. Like make a bad play. If 3 people died, that's it. That's GG. So they didn't get punished. So good for them. But something that they do have to consider, especially if they do want to go internationally, I believe other teams will not let that slide.
I agree. That was definitely, a roller coaster of emotions for both teams. I think even Mythic Seal were shaking in that last fight. It was definitely a panic moment too. They were just throwing everything at YG, hoping that something lands, hoping that something hits and knocks YG out. And luckily for them, Boye was able to get it done, right? Boye with the final shot over to the Granger. Whew, I mean, even there, LaFell, it looked like there's a lot of miscoordination, right? Some people wanted to go for the pace, some people didn't. Zippy actually ended up walking away, and Boye was the one that dealt the final blow. Luckily, it paid off, because if it didn't, oh man, that would have been, I think Stitch would have came back up. They would have been able to go back into the enemy base, and it very, very well would have been, I think, a win for YG. But now we have an extended series to a Game 4. 2-1 currently. Still match point for YG. Still 1 game away from knocking Mythic Seal down. But again, we have seen these things before. We've seen a team go 2-0, losing on their lead, and getting reverse swept before.
Now that we've seen both junglers can use the Lucas very well, I think it's about time maybe ban it out, right? I mean, sure, you're going to let something go. I'm up to the point where I'm okay with letting the chip go, because between Chip and Lucas, I don't know how to deal with the Lucas, man. Like it's so hard, even with the Valentina. And like I said, the Valentina is a hit or miss. And now the MVP, Nico, he's very nasty on this Luyi. Very proactive, actually making sure that they have good engages.
Man, Nico was so phenomenal in this game, man. I think, 90% of the game was actually won out by the man you see on your screen right here. The diversions, constantly, always. And I think it's also not just the Lucas, but it's the combo of Lucas plus Luyi that makes it so deadly. Whenever you go diversion, it's almost like you're guaranteed to lose someone, right? Someone's always going to be there, getting mauled by the Sacred Beast, by the Nine Tails, we'll call it. There's not much you can do, really. The CC is so instant. And again, the lack of respect for Purify is evident here in this game too.
Yep. And I feel like, because we know Naruto as the guy that's trying to stop hate from all over the world. He started with Kurama and then everyone else. And he is able to unite nations. And I feel like we can definitely see the friendship buff here in both teams, where it looks like Lucas is a good combo with a lot of different heroes. A good combo with Matilda, a good combo with the Luyi. Once what's her name? Once Angela gets stronger, probably a good combo with Angela as well. Good combo for any kind of setup. Like Lucas is like, it's not only he's individually strong, he's also strong paired up with many different things here. Han, I would say, he still had a pretty okay game, but because we saw how he's able to carry with the Lucas before, seeing him on 2 tanks in the jungle and having a bit of a iffy game in my personal opinion. Stitch overall, I feel like, is the highlight for sure for YG, because if Stitch didn't play that amazingly, I kind of feel like Mythic Seal would have ended the game much faster.
I agree. So many times I think they took very greedy fights, man. I think for the longest time, Mythic Seal has been that type of team to take the gambles. A lot of times it looks like it's not a gamble. It looks like a pure throw, like in the final fight again, where it was really unnecessary to go in for that diversion. Even if they went for the diversion, looking at the position, they try to go for Stitch. If they don't get it, it's okay. It's okay. They don't need to commit to it, but they did almost costed them the game, almost became another Mythic Seal choke moment, because back in the day, again, Mythic Seal have always failed to qualify to international events, and the main reason is because whenever they're in a high-stakes situation, they just tend to make these very risky plays that ultimately don't go their way. Now, it looks like it has gone their way, at least in this game, but I gotta be honest with you, YG have been the better team all throughout the series so far.
But I just want to bring in to note the damage numbers here is actually not bad. Ying 70,000, Kun 75,000, Nico 87,000. But look at that Stitch, 109,000 damage was dealt. And ZP is not as high as I thought, only doing 60-ish thousand damage. And looks like Rich Guy and the carry is going over to Stitch. Best wingman, of course, is our MVP with the Lu Yi. I don't know, like, I want to say we're not going to see the same heroes again, but in this meta, Mirko, it's just 10 heroes recycled through. But personally for me, I kind of feel like the Lucas is a lot to deal with. I'd rather go up against an assassin than the Lucas.
Yeah. I gotta agree with you. The Lucas is so annoying to deal with, really. So annoying to deal with. And I think in the next few games that we'll be casting, we won't be seeing too many Lucases. It really depends, again, if YG just get it done through red side. This game, you got to remember, folks, back at home, red side is still at 100% win rate. This game, it was Mythic Seal who took red side away from YG, and they were able to get their first game win. Even though it was a hard-fought battle, you could definitely see why red side has been favored a lot now, recently. The red side, you get so much. You can react to it. You have last pick on first phase and first pick on second phase, which gives you a lot of counterplay.
Yeah, I just feel like in the current meta, we don't have one hero that just wins the draft. Because previously, having that Suyo first pick kind of wins the draft-ish, just because you're not showing your hand too much, and yet you still have a very strong hero. In the current patch, even if you pick up the Boxia, which is amazing, which is cool, right?
Mm-hmm.
But you're getting a front line. You're not really getting your win condition. It's just an enabler to make sure that your win condition gets to play a good game. And you were talking about how Blink only had one play. We're seeing that one play here. And then after that, it should be all Mythic Seal, because every single time we see that diversion, you're not really seeing like one person getting pulled in. You're going to have multiple people coming in. And boy, you're having an amazing game. And you know what? The entire day, we see amazing Badang plays. Even though he doesn't get a lot of like 3-man, 5-man, it doesn't matter. Getting 1, getting 2, more than enough. And Mythic Seal, very good at following it up. I really like that the fact that Mythic Seal, they've played about 5 hours today, and they're still online. They're still looking good. They're still looking like a beast in the game.
They know how to reset. The reset factor was always, something that we were kind of worried about, because the frustration built up to a 2-0 lead to, again, a game that was almost a comeback, LaFell. I thought their mental could handle it at that point, especially with the gambles, the risks that they kept on showing here. So many times that they go for weird plays. Zippy Cutie with the flicker earlier, got caught by Lina. But I gotta give props to YG too. On top of the fact that obviously Mythic Seal were in a position where they were just forced to fight, YG played it so well, punishing Mythic Seal in every mistake that they made, and pushing a game where they lost 3 base turrets quite early before the Evolved Lord to such a close game. Usually if you lose all your base turrets before Evolved Lord, you're kind of cooked, Yep.
I gotta say, man, Nico is absolutely amazing. 95% team fight participation, but really is all about that data control. Like, if people would tell me that Nico is the shot caller, 100%, I would believe it, because the movements coming in from Mythic Seal, it looks very well planned out. It looks like they understand what they're going for, good or bad, right? Whoever makes the call, good or bad, they're gonna commit to it, which I really do like. At this point, YG was very close to ending the game. But I agree with your statement previously that as of right now, even though Mythic Seal won, it does feel like YG is the better team. They just need to secure themselves a very solid draft. I feel like if you change up the Jushin for, I don't know, Eve, Farsa, anyone that has a bit more damage, even though, yes, I saw that Lina did over 80,000 damage, but it's not instant. It's just, continuous, but not deadly, not lethal,
Mm-hmm. Man, this final fight too was so good. Stitch, good flicker from Boya. That really changed the tides of the fight. And I think Stitch, correct me if I'm wrong, I might be mistaken here, but I think he sold his immortality too quick. Didn't he have the immortality there when he was jumped by Boye? Or did he already lose it before?
Honestly, I think I saw that immortality shield.
Yeah, right?
So that's why I was, you know what? Are you looking back at the replay? Because you got me questioning. Yeah.
I gotta look.
I actually do
back at
feel
it.
like, I feel like he had that shield.
Wait.
What if he did sell it too early? Because then that would be a troll. But I almost don't want to blame him.
No. He didn't have it. He didn't have it. It was Boya's immortality that made it look like he had immortality. They were so close together, but yeah. Whew, that could have been a big blunder again if it was the case, but obviously it wasn't. At that point, I think the immortality had already been popped through the flank earlier before. So there was at least something of value that they got from the flank that we thought was just a big throw.
Either way, is going into game number 4. Mythic Seal, they kind of understand their win con, right? Like try to win early, like at least win something, and then start snowballing off of that. So maybe that's the idea, giving Zipicutie the Brody pick, something that he's very confident to be able to win the lane with. Yeah, because I feel like Zipicutie should not have problems picking up his hero. I feel like the only problem in the draft later on is really just going to be Ken, because we see clearly that YG has no intention of giving Ken any of his picks, even if he doesn't do all that well. Like, if they're willing to ban Hayabusa, I don't see why they wouldn't consider banning out the Lucas.
I think as well, when we're talking about this matchup, by the way, for some reason in Myanmar, they just seem to be kind of allergic to 3-2s, Lafel. I don't know if it's going to continue here, but even in the play-ins, in every single best of 5, it's always been max 4 games. AI beat Falcon 3-1. Mythic Seal beat AI 3-1. YG beat Paladins 3-0. Xeno got beat by Paladins 3-1. And earlier today, we saw a 3-0. So far, we've not seen a series, best of 5, go all the way yet in the MSL Myanmar Season 1. Through play-ins, through playoffs.
You just had to bring that up.
I just have to bring it up, Lafel. Just in case you found a loophole. Just in case you were like, oh, we're gonna end things early.
If you left it alone,
Lafel,
we wouldn't have used any of our mystical abilities here.
The universe has spoken, Lafel. The universe thinks we don't cast together too much anymore, so we get one time to cast together. I think in a year, this is gonna use up all the quota of us casting together.
You know what? This is what I will tell my grandchildren. Be like, I have that one friend, Mirko. Now, kids, do you know best of 5s? Yeah, it was 6 hours. Imagine having 5 games and it's 6 hours. I mean, it's going, like, for me, it's going to 11. We start at 5 something. Say, even if we start at 5:30, right?
You're right. You're an hour ahead. That's true. Oh my god.
Yeah. So it's potentially, this best of 5 is potentially going to 6 hours, Miracle. Imagine that, more than 1 hour per game.
Wow.
That's insane.
That just shows you how competitive the series is, does it not, Lafel?
Oh, dude.
Right?
Yeah. Dude, like, other regions, they kind of suck.
That's
like,
true.
What, the best of 5 ending in 2 hours? That's rookie numbers, man.
Those are truly rookie numbers. We know if you guys want the best in the business, you come over to MSL Season 1. Watch the playoffs and see how these teams battle it out. In-game, out-game, everywhere.
Dude, I'm just thinking about the grand finals, man. Best of 7.
The grand finals?
The grand finals, dude. This might be the grand finals here. You know? Mythic Seal going up against but then again, you know what? I feel like AI should be getting a lot of information here.
Oh, for sure.
Or they fell asleep.
I think which one is more important, getting rest or getting data?
I actually believe you don't need all 8 hours of sleep.
Oh, that's okay.
Yeah, for me, I feel like 5 and above is good enough, because 8 hours is 1/3 of your day, man.
That's true. It is 1/3 of your day. I need
there's a
10.
day I really don't like, if there's a day that I really don't like, sure, I'll sleep longer than 8 hours because I just don't want to deal with that day, you know?
Okay. But for me, Lafel, I need 10 hours.
You need 10.
Yeah, I need 10 hours.
So in your case, sleep is more important.
It is more important. That's why I asked the question there. Maybe for you it's data, but for me, if I don't get my beauty sleep, I won't function.
Yeah. Although if I was legit in their situation, right?
You
I'll
won't
ask
sleep.
someone else to look at it and I'll watch YouTube and have dinner, maybe a bit of Netflix, and sleep. Yeah.
And sleep. Yep. Well, let's see here, though. First, Lafel, it is going to be YG indeed, as expected on the red side. They ban out the chip, so they don't want anything too crazy. They don't want these anomalies in the draft. Mythic Seal, first pick. It's going to be the Juice Sin. Uh-oh. 0% win rate in the MPLPH Grand Final. 0% win rate so far in the series. So, I don't know about the Juice Sin pick.
Okay. So this should be a Badang. Badang is still open.
Yes.
Heck,
Badang Granger,
maybe
Badang
even-
Kimi.
Maybe even just the Badang Lucas, man. Like, I don't know. The Lucas does seem strong. Either ways, the Badang has to be there. I kind of feel like the Kimi is fine here, unless you're very confident that Ken would take the Ling second pick. If you don't, maybe Granger. Maybe Granger is safer. I feel like Granger is safer.
Yeah, I think it is too. It does set up for a mythic. Well, technically, there's no Kimi pick on the other side too, so you're fine. Oh wow, 1-1 first pick, not bad in the first phase, and I guess now we finally get our answer. Why is the 1-1 always bad in the first phase? I guess the Burmese are just godly 1-1 players. Lafel, Mythic Seal. I think they can either go Granger Farsa here. Oh, sorry, they already have Jusin. I think they need to go Haya. They need to go for an assassin that can beat the 1-1, and then maybe a Granger or an Irithel.
Yeah, I honestly prefer the Irithel a little bit more. Oh wait, no. This is the problem with Zippy Cutie. Sometimes his decision making puts himself in a very bad spot. They pick up the Fovias and the Granger.
Okay.
Yeah, the Fovias. This is the first appearance here in the playoffs today.
Yeah. So far, it's
Right?
always banned
Yeah.
out by Mythic Seal in the first phase. When they always ban out the Fovias game 1, game 2. Game 3, I forgot if they banned it out. But yeah, 1-1's left open now. It gets picked up by YG, and the Fovias is the answer. Which means
No joy.
no Joy and no Haya probably, right? Both should be banned out by YG.
So YG here, like, again, like, is there any reason why you wouldn't go for the Lucas? Because the Joy might not have a good time. They pick up the Hayabusa,
Yeah.
and now YG, they could just continue the trend and just take out the assassins. Because
Yeah.
what are the worries here? The roamer and the jungle. That's it.
I think the Ling should be banned out. That's it. And the Joy,
Yeah.
let it be. I think the 1-1 and the Hayabusa actually do quite a good job up against the Joy. And remember, you also have a Badang.
Badang as well.
Yeah. So I think for YG then, they banned the God Thought. I really hope they ban the Ling. Unless they are. I think Mythic Seals can plays a pretty mean Ling. I wonder. Okay, they still have one more ban slot, so let's not talk about it until that happens.
What if Blink just wants redemption and he wants to get that Cho again, and he said he can deal with the Ling, so just put the Badang in the EXP to deal with because honestly for me, this is how I would do it, right? Ban the Ling, sure, and then pick up the High Loss. The High Loss is bad against the Jushid, but he does okay against the Fovias, and I kind of feel like stopping Fovias is more important. But because of that Valentina ban, I'm smelling a dirty Lucas.
That's why I'm not a fan of the Gato Kacha ban. Yes, it does, stop the 1-1 and the Hayabusa from completely taking over in the team fights. But now the Lucas is open with the Ling, and you're gonna have to choose between one. I think I would ban the Lucas, honestly. But this time you have a win you have a 1-1. So 1-1 usually is a pick you would go for when you're up against Lucas, just because you want to try to take all the weakness points and get away with it. So I wonder if they'll still just they ignore the Ling. Kufra.
Wait, what? Like, I'm sorry. Like, Gata, Kacha, and Kufra. Now that's something I don't see often here.
Yeah.
Because their lineup, I don't think they get that punished. I mean, I guess 1-1, but I don't know. And here's the thing, like, also I think about it, they could also go local and just pick Lucas for themselves, you know, and then
So put it in the
they'll
jungle.
Gucci. Oh, Farum is banned. So Lucas or Glue. Wait, they can't get Glue because they only have the Phoveus.
This is actually a pretty solid game for YG to get Glue. Up against the Phoveus is pretty good. And again, up against that possible Lucas pick of Mythic Seal, it's going to be pretty solid too.
Why did they ban the Faramis? Okay, so
Yeah,
I'm guessing this is just them knowing each other better than both of us knowing them. Maybe the Kufra is a pocket pick, maybe the Faramis is a pocket pick, or this is the other one that I'm worried about. If they ban out the Faramis just because they're only relying on the Granger for damage, kind of like what YG did in the previous game. I hope not, because knowing Ken is an amazing damager, so go for that. And now they pick up the Farsa, still
Solid
hiding
choice.
where this Badang is going.
Yeah, really good choice here. And I think Mythic Seal, the safest choice would be for them to pick up the Ling. The Lucas is still a pretty solid choice, but you're going to have to eat a lot of artillery, a lot of damage. Meanwhile, for the Ling, you don't need to walk up. Or you can just fly by, go in, and dive into the back line. You also have some solid kill pressure from the Granger in the gold lane. But for Rome, this is the question for Boye now. Everything seems to have been banned away from him. No Badang, no Gatot, no Kufra. What's he going to go for?
Yeah, I can see the chat. They say that they're just banning Boye heroes. In terms of roamers, you could still go for
Tig. Good catch against the Haya, but that's it, right? The Farce is going to go Purify. I think the Joy kind of forces Lina to choose between Purify and Flicker. It's going to be a tough choice, but 1-1 definitely has a pretty good day against the Tig.
Yeah, I think that's the reason why they pick up the Tig, just so that, like you said, forces the Farsa to make a decision. But I don't know if it's worth it, because if you really want that, you could maybe even opt for a Troll.
This is Glue, right, by the way? Should be Glue, no?
Glue is fine. I think Glue is the best. Yep, Glue gets picked up. I kind of prefer YG's draft here, even though they pick up the 1-1 a little bit early, but I don't know. I kind of feel like they have the easier composition compared to Mythic Seal. Like, I feel like most of the heroes from Mythic Seal is easy. It's only the Tigreal. I feel like the Tigreal will have the harder time, because not only you got to worry about the Purify, but you got a Badang that you're going up against. He can push you away. Like, the moment you use a Conceal or whatever, pushes you away. I've seen moments where you flicker in for an implosion and just the Badang just happen to throw the, his fist at you, and he just canceled it out.
I agree with you. I'll also favor YG in this matchup in the draft as well. Mythic Seal seems like, again, for YG, look at Lina, Purify will be the choice of emblem. So backliners going to be safe up against this Tigreal. It'll just be Han. If he's able to dodge away from the quad, with the quad shadow away from the implosions, it'll be great. And it's already a good matchup for the Hayabusa against the Joy too. YG. Let's see if they can close out the series here as we dive into the Land of Dawn. Ladies and gentlemen, perhaps the final game of the day. But Mythic Seal don't want that to happen. Mythic Seal wanted to go all 5 games and perhaps pull off a magical, mythical reverse sweep.
Yeah, because the thing here, folks, whoever wins this one goes straight to the grand finals. Doesn't confirm you a slot to MSC, but it makes you very, very close. And it looks like for both teams, they're starting on the same side of the map. An early pool coming in, trying to get Blink.
Yeah. See the Inspire Tenacity and the support emblem there with the QC. Pull yourself together. Nothing too crazy, but boy, yeah. Pull yourself together for the Tigreal. Really wants to look for engages. It really is all about the engages here for Boye with the pull yourself together. Yeah,
but look at that. Lina has the pull yourself together as well. So yeah, I'm thinking that she might need that Purify often, and I gotta say, since Boye is using Pull Yourself Together as well, might actually be the better choice.
That's fair. Yeah, Purify on a lower cooldown, especially considering on the far side, you're going to get a lot of assists early game. You're going to get a lot of assists throughout the game in general. Bottom lane Blink. Oh, I thought it was actually taken by Stitch, but it's still a good take. Now it's going to be the all-in with a Shadow Kill. Boye taking low, first blood to YG. Now pin down over Ken. Electrifying Beats coming down, but the Inspire gets Stitch away. Ken, though, so tanky early on. Wow.
Yeah, I was pretty surprised there, but either ways, right now, looking at the top lane, nothing is really happening much here. The fact that Han got that kill, Ken got that kill, it kind of makes it so that the trades you don't really feel it. Ish. Hold on, 1 kill, 1 assist, 1 assist. Yeah,
Do the math,
I would say it's better for YG because they actually have an assist. I don't know why Ken didn't get Ken got a kill, but why does no one have an assist there?
Yeah, I think it's just because Ken went all in. Boye was just reacting, trying to run away instead of jumping in. Ying, already level 4. Does seem like for YG, they are better suited for the turtle fight, but right as I say that, that's level 4 for Boye. No flicker, so no instant engage. Blink walks up with a pin down. Now Ying goes in as well, but Ken's able to escape. 2 members locked in. Boye looking for the implosion, trying to get close to Lena, but won't be able to do so. A pin down against over to Boye, but it's going to be an all-in over to Blink. Taken down by Ken.
Yeah, honestly, I thought that Ken was cooked. I thought that he was going to get caught, but I guess he already know what was going to happen, so he was able to dash out before he got stunned up, because for the down, you need to attack into the wall to actually have that mini stun.
Well, Lafel, you know what this means. We're going to see 5 games, right?
I mean, someone did brought it up.
I brought it up, yo. And so far, it is a pretty good game for Mythic Seal. Ken on 2 kills. He really is angry after, you know, the games of the past. Game 2, Game 3 being so close. We're granted, I think, a very interesting game here as we get to it. If you guys want to join the MLBB Esports Myanmar official Telegram channel, go ahead and scan the QR code and join today. Join the discussions.
Yeah, and Ken, he's an emotional player, but for a lot of professional players, they learn how to use that to their advantage, because people get emotional and then tilt and then make a mistake. Ken, so far, he's just getting those kills. Stitch getting bullied a lot by Zippy here. Blink is just trying to zone him away. Stitch, eventually he'll scale up, right? But like we said, mid game is where the 1-1 is supposed to shine, because once everyone has that winter crown, you're just going to rely on your basic attack. So YG really needs to start ramping up, maybe around 8 to 9 minutes, maybe around when the Lord spawns. That's kind of where you have to be a little bit more decisive in terms of getting some kind of advantage. Honestly, even if Ken gets another kill, that's not a bad thing for YG, because then they can get a shutdown gold if they're able to catch him, that is.
They're already giving double lane over to Zippy Cutie. Meanwhile, for Stitch, he's still going to stay in the bottom lane. Lena given the gold in the mid lane. This is the advantage that you get when you're on a Granger and Juicin, a utility mid laner. The Granger gets so much farm, and if you snowball early, then it's great. But if YG just constantly build into that mid game where they get their power spike, could be a bit different. Zippy Cutie walking up, just steals the gold crab like it's nothing with a Death Sonata.
Dude, right now it looks like YG is the one suffering from it. Oh, hold on, Blink goes in.
Into the mobilization. Oh, man, mounted and taken down. Lancer Flare knocking him up, still able to flicker out now, but it's going to be the follow-through as the pin down doesn't really lock him down. Lena caught on the back, still has the wings by wings, and the turtle gets reset. Retreat battle, Han walking up, it's Ken who wins it out! Oh! Big moves by Kun with the Infernal Pursuit. Shadow kill on him still, and it will be a kill in the bottom lane. Blink taking out Ying, Lantern Flare, and Zippy with a shot down in the mid lane.
I guess don't make Ken upset, man, because he's 3-0-0. He got a turtle. Han tries to get a kill onto Nico. Nico still surviving from the Feather S-Strike. Even throwing some cheeky recalls here. You know what? Mythic Seal, they don't look tired. How the heck did they reset? Is it because of their sponsored drink code?
Oh, maybe. You might be onto something, Lafel. Mythic Seal resetting completely, getting momentum after game number 3, and now pushing the tempo. Really, 2,000 gold lead, 4-2. There you go, our official beverage code that has been energizing our players. Mythic Seal pulling a comeback from being 2-0 down to now winning game number 4. Ken?
Hey, you know what, Mythic Seal, you're looking pretty good. Ken tries to go onto Stitch, but that might be a mistake.
Uh-oh, crossbow tang gonna be used up. Oh, good cancel out. The crossbow tang won't go through all the way. This is gonna be another kill. Stitch just walked into his demise, but he gets the kill before Nico can pick him up. Implosion from Boye with the flicker 2. One a few seconds off of the Purify for Lina. Unfortunate timing.
You know what? Kun is an amazing bodyguard, man, because whenever Ken looks like he's in trouble, you can always rely on the Phoveus to have a good knockup coming in and then just jumps around. Like, the fact that this Phoveus got let through, this is the first game in the entire day of playoffs for today, and he's already popping off with 2-0-3. This is usually like my mindset in rank. If you don't know what to pick up the Phoveus. Very likely you'll be able to do something even if you do get countered.
Uh-oh, 1v1 not really favoring Han. Ken gets away. Han gets away, rather. And Kun's right there, the bodyguard that you were talking about, LaFell. Always there when the team needs him. Will be a perfect turtle for Mythic Seal. No way for YG to contest.
Yeah, at this point, Kun is really the roamer, man. He's going to be the one zoning. He's going to be the one saving Ken. And now Stitch has to save himself because now Mythic Seal, look at Blink. Blink even can't engage. He had to get away from there. Ken now having the Holy Crystal. Oh my God, it's going to hurt.
At 7 minutes, too. That's some pretty good timing. Really fast farmer, Ken. Whenever he's up ahead, this guy really understands how to take the game under his control and pop off. 1,000 goldie between the gold laners, or sorry, between the junglers and the gold laners. Both.
Yep.
Both damage dealers doing a lot in this game. And Zippy already has a Melphic Roar too. Big item.
Yep. Now Stitch looks like he is going for the Haas Claw. I just don't know whether you do have enough damage or not, because we've seen that even if Ken gets targeted, he's able to dash far enough that the crossbow tank will just default onto Kun or Bowie or anyone at all. At this point, it looks like YG, they're having a bit of a struggle in terms of starting the fight, because even with the Feather Airstrike, everyone's just able to get out of the way. Everyone has some kind of dash to make sure that that Feather Airstrike really isn't that big of a deal. So Lina in this game, less impactful, which is not what you want to hear when mid laners just provide the bulk of the damage early and mid.
Mythic Seal in a very, very good position. With, luckily, I think with the Pharsa, you get so much wave clear. So a lot of times when we see the Pharsa games, it's always like prolonged game. Oh, just I say that, and all in over to Lina. Wings by wings to get out of there. Ying, my lord, Ken just heals all of his HP back. Ying, he dealt quite a bit of damage earlier with the help of the turret shots, but he just heals back up like it's nothing.
This Joy looks so good right now. 9 minutes in, and then 4,000 up to 5,000 goal lead. Whew! What if this game is legit the first game that goes all 5 games in MSL Myanmar Season 1? Now Kun again just zoning everyone out. Now the Lord is up. So far we haven't seen a lot of plays coming in from Bowie, but you don't need to. When you have this EXP laner, when this Phoveus is here, like, yeah, Tigru, you're just there just in case. Just in case if something goes wrong. But Kun is going to make sure nothing goes wrong. Oh, Bling with the conceal. Looks like not a good angle for him to set up anything.
Very good angle for Mythic Seal. Playing in the mid lane, a slow push up top as well that will deal with Holy Defense. Oh, my lord, Kun had an angle to just jump in there, but will play it safe. Doesn't really need to take any risks. Walks up as well. Fist crack baited from Blink. That's a big outplay tool already taken out. Ying bursts it down. Wow. From the Death Sonata and the Joy's damage. Ken is atomic. Lina wings by wings. Cancel out already with the Purify. Doesn't get out. Ken bursted him down. My lord.
Right now, Mythic Seal, Code is helping them out so much, because at this point, like, if I'm YG, I'm thinking like, bro, what's going on? We were 2-0. Why are we getting stomped by Mythic Seal? But this is a good time to talk about history, because every single time Mythic Seal has YG's number. So no matter how good YG looks, Mythic Seal historically has been the one winning out those matches.
I want Code, man. At this point, if these players are playing so good because of Code, I gotta get Code.
Send it to Malaysia. Send it to Indo. Send it to Singapore. They might need it.
While you're on it, give me that No 50 as well. Give me that official beverage. There you go, Cole, ladies and gentlemen. Go check it out, man. It really has been helping Mythic Seal a lot here today after a long, long day. But don't forget to catch up on MSC 2025 and MWA 2025 at EWC. This right here is the qualifier for that event, Han. Interesting move. Jumps away, and Nico doesn't even have to use any resource. Just a regen and takes a few of those green orbs to get back to full.
I mean, like, at that point, it does seem a little bit desperate, but you got to make some kind of play. It looks like Nico is just going to be the front line, getting hit by Stage, getting hit by Han. They just got to be careful because it's going to be 12 minutes, so the holy defense is going to get taken down. Again, just looks for fights. Will he get punished here?
Oh my god.
No, I don't think so.
Crossbow tank ready, but... Oh! Turn around Zippy! And pops into Win of Nature. So far, the Hayabusa Stitch as well on the 1-1 hasn't really been able to do much. Ken walks up and zone Stitch away just like that. Mid lane for their airstrike, locking him down. Han does not have the shadow kill, so he walks up with the quad shadow and basically does nothing. Purify, interesting choice already. Oh, the full engage on Stitch. Dunked on, implosion on Yang. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to see a Game 5 in the battle for Grand Finals.
Dude, this is absolutely amazing. Mythic Seal, they might be able to do it. They might actually go for a reverse sweep. And this is insane, man, because you got to consider, even the games that they lost, it was close. They legit could have won it out, just mistakes in the late game. But in this game, even the mistakes doesn't look bad because they just got too far ahead. Even 3 people onto the Joy. The Joy felt like a fighter with the amount of defense and HP that the Joy has. Phoveus with the Dark Wave, by the way. Phoveus with the Dark Wave. Like, get that man a skin. That man
deserves a skin.
That athlete, that specimen, that person, demon needs a skin.
Whatever he is, a purple man, you know, that guy definitely deserves a skin. I gotta
Smurf,
agree with you.
Big ass Smurf.
A big what?
A big Smurf.
A big Smurf? Smurfs are blue.
Smurfs? Phoveus not blue?
He's purple, LaFell.
Give him a blue skin. Thanos. He's a Thanos.
Is Thanos blue in your, like, according
yes!
to you? Oh man, someone's gotta. Yeah, Thanos is purple, LaFell.
Now you're just crazy. Now you're just insane. After this, you're gonna say the sky is purple. Is the sky okay? Is the sky purple? It's not, right?
Ladies and gentlemen, I think it's no. The sky is not purple. That is correct. That is correct. But okay, you know, like
I'm gonna Google this. Is Phoveus blue?
No, Phoveus is purple. Yeah. Or maybe I'm colorblind. Maybe you've been seeing the right colors. Maybe I've been wrong. Have you ever thought about that? How maybe we all see different colors, but we all see it.
I like that. I Googled it and legit the first text, no. Phoveus is not blue in Mobile Legends game. I'm gonna send you how it looks like just so you know why I think it's funny. Give me a sec. You know, I'll just type in your number.
The LaFell Chronicles, ladies and gentlemen. This is what we have to deal with as talents. You know, sometimes we just have full, long discussions with LaFell as to what color, what hero is. LaFell, take a look at your screen right now. Who's the MVP of game number 4?
Big cutie with 3 P's. Cutie, 64% kill participation, 869. Nice. Gold per minute. And in this game, he just popped off. He just dealt the damage. He just get the kills. He got the Malefic Roar. He got the Hunter Strike. Got the Sky Piercer. He don't even need to do a lot of kills, man. He just has to be there. He just has to walk menacingly while playing the violin.
Mm-hmm. Okay, what color is the Granger in that? Do you see more blue or purple?
Black.
Yes, but I'm talking about the background, you know?
The background?
Yeah,
it's blue. And No, no, no. This is a trick question. This is a trick question.
It is. It is. The background is
green.
blue. No, yeah. You gotta stick to your gut,
Okay,
man. You know.
I've seen Fovia's skin being red.
All right, here. What is Fovia's weapon
Wait.
name?
Hold on. I have to show you this. Like for me, this is pretty funny. I'm just gonna show you. Open up your WhatsApp. Anyways, right?
Yeah.
I don't know why he popped off, but okay.
Shout outs to Wolf, man.
Shout outs to Wolf for sure. Ken popped off amazingly for this one. 4-0-2, Nico 0-1-6. In this game, definitely we could see that the Jushin is looking pretty good. And we got to talk about the people that is making Mythic Seal look very good right now. And it's the top 3 part of the screen here. Like ZipCutie got the MVP. Shout outs to him. But Kun, Ken, and Nico, they disable YG. They make YG not able to play the game.
Yeah. I gotta agree with you, man. They were really clinical in this game, especially Kun. If I had to choose MVP, I think it would be between Kun or Ken. And Kun in the early game did such an amazing job, and I think it's also just the updated rotations from Mythic Seal. YG wanted to play the normal style of Turtle 1 setup, where they would just stay in each other's lanes, right? Like the Glute would stay in XP, Farsa stays in mid. But Mythic Seal, they did what we are seeing more of in the meta, when you have a mid laner that doesn't need level 4 instantly around Turtle number 1. They rotate their XP into the mid lane, they give Tigreal, the roamer, the full wave of XP minions, giving him level 4 and getting so much more prio in Turtle 1. That, I think, was really the game changer up against YG in Turtle number 1. If it wasn't for that, I think YG really should have won. If both of them had like level 4 on Blink, on Lina, on Ying, if somehow YG were able to prolong that skirmish, it would have been better for them. But nope, Mythic Seal had the proper rotation, stayed decisive with it, and stuck to their plan.
Yeah. You're asking about Fovia's weapon name.
Yeah, what is it?
This is not the name, but it will be cool if it's just called Dark Matter.
That actually would be
is,
cool.
Right? Because Fovia is such a edgy Dark Lord, right?
Yeah.
Where even the second skill wave is like Dark Wave.
Dark Wave.
So might as well just call it Dark Matter or Fovia Skin Matters.
No, yeah, that's true. It does matter. Well, if you want the answer, it's called Asteros. Or
Yep,
Monolith. For some reason, there's
Monolith?
Monolith. Yeah.
Monolith is kind of like it's like an object, if I'm not mistaken. Like I don't know if Monolith is technically a name because it's kind of an object. Oh, I guess his weapon is an object. Anyway, Rich Guy as well as the carry is gonna be ZipQD and best wingman again, Nico. I feel like Nico is popping off in this last few series, and if I'm YG, I'll be hella nervous at this point because Mythic Seal, they could actually do it, and then Mythic Seal, if they lose, oh my goodness, they will be very upset.
Yeah.
That would be the worst thing in the world.
Oh, that would be pretty darn tilting. I agree with you. That would be very, very tilting if... Oh. Let's see what happens, though, because one of these teams, that's a reality of competition, right? Whatever you think, however much you like these teams, it doesn't matter, really, because one of them have to go down. One of them will move on to the grand finals, and technically, both of them can move on to the grand finals. It really depends on how they do later. The loser up against AI, who, by the way, look pretty scary.
Yep. Happy birthday, Kenzie. He said it's his birthday. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. But you know what? Happy birthday to you, dude, or girl. I don't wanna misgender. Either ways, Han got the first blood there, and then like, I thought actually Nico would at least get an assist, but so far Ken is just like, I got it. I do it all by myself. I can definitely see why the Fovias gets banned because it's not just strong here; it's strong like everywhere in the world. Like I feel like, even if you don't know how to use Fovias, after like 3 or 4 games, you'll get the hang of it, and then you just feel like a man. When I play Fovias, I feel like a man. That's the best way to describe this here. Like Fovias, Fredrin, honestly, Lapu. These are kind of heroes that really makes you feel
like a man.
More like a man.
There you go. Yeah, it really does, man. You just have so much power. You have so much say in these team fights as well. It really feels like, again, a pick for a man. Look at that. Look at how man that is. You just dunk on Stitch like that. Dunk on the 1-1. Oh, man. They should make a basketball skin for Phoveus, no? Like the dunks, the constant bang, bang, bang. I think it's good. I think it's a good idea. Moonton, royalty fees for if that skin pops off, you know?
Yeah. I do agree. I always think about that. Having a basketball skin.
We do. We have one.
Yeah, Balman. I know.
Yeah.
I know. Balman has the basketball one,
the
and
second
Clint has the tennis one. What other things?
We have a badminton skin.
Volleyball, but volleyball doesn't feel good, you know?
Ooh,
Doesn't feel good.
volleyball. Who? We have a badminton skin. Clint.
Yeah, we do.
What?
We have a soccer skin,
Oh
but I
my!
don't know who
Say
has the
football,
soccer.
bro. Say football, bro.
Oh wait. Oh yeah, I said soccer. Yeah.
Gee. All right. It is Bruno. It's Bruno who has the football skin. Yeah.
Really?
Wow.
I don't know if it fits though.
Neymar. The Neymar skin. I don't know. Who has the Neymar skin?
I feel
That I
like
don't know.
it could be a marksman. I feel like it could be
Yeah.
anyone. It really could be anyone.
Yep. I think maybe it might be Glue.
I can see a lot of balls with glue.
Exactly.
The
right?
longs
Longs.
becomes the
Maybe
yeah.
Neymar just have a lot of longs following him.
I
Anyways.
hope longs is not a slang in any language. 'Cause
that would be a pretty funny way to discover, you know, a random slang. But we are a minute away, boys, for the final game of the series. Now, let us know whether you agree with me, whether you agree with LaFell, that YG have looked like the better team in this series so far. Even after 2-2, they've looked more consistent. Their games have looked better. But earlier, Mythic Seal did just come out with a statement, LaFell. And to be fair, I might have been hyping up YG for the sake of Mythic Seal going through. YG gonna win this.
You are the secret double agent. You're giving the KO from Mirko.
Mirko.
You're giving you're the Mir knockout. And I'm
Knockout,
the
baby.
L in La Belle.
You're El Lapel.
Yes, I give the L's.
Like
I give the L's, you give the KOs.
Oh,
Oh, there you go.
I like that. This is why we're called the ML combo. Yo, Mirko and LaFell. There you go. ML combo. We're going to get you guys into game number 5. This is the combo that is forbidden for some reason to cast together. And I think we know why now.
And you know what? Here's the thing. We bring entertainment, Mirko.
Yep.
So, what is the priority for you guys?
For you guys.
Do you guys want fast and quick games like 2 hours best of fun?
What the hell? What
Or do you want
I
the
look like Naisu and
sensational-
realize? Exactly.
Dude, I wish I looked like Naisu, man.
Same.
Speaking of which, we just added time.
Oh, you know what that means, LaFell? We're back
Hey.
to the Yapathon.
Oh,
What is this?
dude. That's actually funny. Like, you think we look like Naisu? Damn, I wish I looked like Naisu, man. Like, what would I do if I had his appearance?
I
would-
just stand, dude. I just stand a lot.
Yeah, you know what?
Yeah, I just.
I
be
will
standing.
stand. I will stand, and then I'll just look at people like this, like.
Yeah, same. I'll just be like. Yeah.
So, guys, type in the comments. What would you do if you look like Naisu? Because I feel like a lot of people would not say the things that they would do on broadcast.
Yeah.
Phoveus is a problem. I wonder if they're gonna prioritize that one because the pick was 1-1 Badang. Even Zippy used the 1-1 before.
Yeah,
Didn't
and
win.
it lost. It
I feel like it
lost.
looked good. Yeah.
The 1-1s have always lost. I wonder. I really don't think 1-1's all that when it comes to first phase prio. I don't know why the 1-1's so
agree.
prioritized. Like, why? We haven't even seen it. Like, I mean, technically we did see it in MPL Philippines, but it was only for Benny Cutie. And even there, he lost, right? He won 1, he lost 1. So it's not like a foolproof hero. It still requires a crazy level of execution. And usually, I think it's against Harith, actually, you know?
Yeah. The stat in Malaysia is 63% win rate for the 1-1. 63 or 67%, but it's 60 something against the Harif all throughout the season. And in Malaysia, the 1-1 has gotten, I believe, like 2 Savages and maybe 1 or 2 Maniacs this season.
Let's see. Seems like both teams are ready to get into the drafts. Mythic Seal and Young Ong. All right, man. What are they gonna go red or blue at this point?
Let God decide.
Young
Just
Ong.
just
First
toss,
loss
just
on
toss a
red.
coin. Just toss a coin and be like, okay, if it's heads, I'll go blue. If it's tails, I don't know how their currency looks like, but tails say red. And then at that point, it's like, hey, God, pick. Like, it's on you, man. On you.
Let's see what God.
I would still
says.
I would still go for red side though. Honestly, I kind of feel like red side, you're able to see what you're going up against and then counter appropriately. I kind of feel like red side lost just now because of that first 1-1 pick. Say if they pick up a Badang and Phoveus, you're showing your hand, but at the same time, you have a pretty strong hand.
All right.
So YG is going for red.
Let's see then. YG versus Mythic Seal. YG on red. This has been the winning side for the longest time. So let's see with the Kalea and the Baksha ban. It's going to be the Loyi, Harith, and Fanny. It'll be the same strategy for Mythic Seal. But YG, I think they are the ones that need to change quite a bit.
So chip ban here? Chip ban? Or letting the chip go? Okay, chip banned out. Mythic Seal, are they going for the Jushin again?
If it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? It worked out really well in game number 1, and it will be the pick again for Mythic Seal. Now, YG, please do not pick the Wanwan. Go for the Granger and the Badang, the Kimi and the Badang, right? The Phoveus. I think the Phoveus was a problem just because they had a 1-1. If they don't have a 1-1, I think it should be all right.
Either ways, I do agree. Either Badang or Phoveus, either or, both are very, very strong in this current matchup. Granger, or you could just wait for your. Actually, no, you can't pick up the Granger because what are you worried about?
Yeah.
The Jushin?
Exactly.
Or just Joy. Or maybe taking it away from Mythic Seal is a good idea because Ken is nasty with it. They pick up the Granger.
There you go.
Safer against the Jushin.
And a Badang. I like it. I like it already. The setup
Joy.
is amazing. Yeah, Mythic Seal probably gonna. I think. They go for the Phoveus Joy again, but there's not as much value in the Phoveus anymore. And again, for YG, I don't see why they won't go for like a Hayabusa again. I think the Hayabusa wasn't really a big problem. I think it was still a solid choice. The only thing that's bad about it was, again, the Wanwan wasn't really able to create the killing pressure in the bottom lane, hence Hayabusa unable to get the snowball early.
Yeah, personally for me, playing a few Phoveus games, and they pick up the Fredrin.
Okay, really I like it. Yeah.
Yeah, trying to face on with the Joy. The only problem is that they can balance this out if they have a damaged EXP laner or just have a very strong mid lane like a Kimi. But I think Mythic Seal, they should ban out the Kimi because if they pick up a Farsa, the Joy can handle the Farsa. Kimi, I kind of feel like has more ways to save herself, right?
Yeah.
Able to get out of a sticky situation as well as the immobilize. So I feel like ban on the Kimi, and then you should be good going up against YG. What I was gonna say is that Phoveus, you do want to face up against enemies that have a lot of dashes. But even if they don't have a lot of dashes, as long as you hit your Dark Wave, you're able to proc your ult over and over again. And seeing what happened in game number 4 just now, he was able to consistently hit his Dark Wave. So I feel like, yes, I agree. Not a lot of dashes, but I feel like it still will be enough because he will just hit that Dark Wave.
I think it's the same, by the way. Like, we're talking about the Kimi, I think it's the same for the Farsa. The Farsa does a really good job at just evading as well with the new Wings by Wings that has recently been buffed when it comes to how fast you are on it. So, wouldn't be surprised if it's actually a Farsa pick for the side of YG again. This time you'll have a much better front line to protect you from all these, angles of attack with the Phoveus and the Joy. You can constantly taunt, stun them. It's interesting to see that it's actually the CC that's banned out by Mythic Seal, because you would expect YG to be the ones to ban out the CC with how tanky their composition is getting.
Yeah, no. in terms of hero picks here, I feel like the Irithel is going to be the best for Mythic Seal. Very very tanky, but I kind of feel like you can deal with it. For YG, Farsa, Kimi, is there anything else that's doing a lot of damage? Not so much damage, but I feel like even Eve could work. And then they ban out the Arlet, so making sure that they don't have that combo.
Yep. Let's see, for YG, is it going to be the Farsa, or do they decide to go for the safer Kimi choice? A bit more mobility, a bit more ways to actually just follow up, and actually a way to engage too with the Traction Pulse. Flexing the Badang all the way to the end is also a pretty smart move. So we'll see about YG, but for Mythic Seal, I think it really is about snowballing in the early game. So they're going to have to get, again, a proper tank to... Well, what would be a... Okay, there you go. That's the Kimi. What would be a safe choice for the Roam? For Boye? But the Badang is taken away. Oh. And for
I
gold.
guess you can go for that Tig again. Not optimal. Because you need a way to actually go to the back line.
Yeah.
Matilda, I guess, is...
Mathilda
kind of
Phobius is a pretty solid combination. And then what, you add the Irithel in? Do you go Irithel?
I kind of feel like that's good because I feel like Kun is doing a good job as the front line anyways. They pick up the Irithel, but they pick up the Cho, which I feel like is still okay as long as you don't get taunted by the Frederick before you can actually engage.
Yeah. I'm not the biggest fan of it, and by the way, for YG, I think the high-lows actually works really well here.
Yeah, able to really stop Kun. And able to survive for a very long time, allowing the Kimi as well as the Granger to free hit. Other than that, maybe a Glue, I guess. Glue is still open.
Yeah.
Yeah, Glue, high loss, either or. As long as you have a very solid front line, it's A-okay. If you want to go damage, maybe Masha, but I don't know how easy it is for Masha to go in when there is a Phobius as well as a Cho.
So let's see, final choice. Oh, they're going to go for the Hilda. An odd choice.
I've seen that for a while.
Yeah, usually we see it against the Granger and the Hayabusa, that kind of composition, but I guess they just need one more frontliner that has a bit more mobility. That isn't the Hylos. Hylos is very reliant on ultimate glorious pathway, I'm guessing, that they just want someone really quick. Or what?
Heal the damage.
Oh.
Okay, probably not.
Probably not.
That would be insane.
That would be a free kill for the Cho every single time. A free kick for the Cho. But it's time, ladies and gentlemen. You saw both of the drafts. You've witnessed it here. It's going to be the sprint for both Irithel and the Hilda. Leave your predictions in the live chat right now. Will it be YG moving on to the grand finals? Or will it be Mythic Seal who pull it off? Who will face off against AI Esports in the lower bracket finals as well? Go ahead and leave your predictions. LaFell, what do you think?
What I think is that this Cho pick is to force a Purify out of YG, but they don't take that trade. They're like, yo, Ken is more dangerous than you, dude. So we're just gonna risk it. We're gonna take the Flicker. So this game is already set up for Boye to actually have very good catches here. So if he does do that, then it's gonna be all in for Mythic Seal. But if he doesn't get any kick in this one, it's gonna be a 4v5.
There you go, folks. It's time, though, to jump into the land of Dawn for the final game of the day. And this one's confirmed. Game number 5 of the upper bracket finals. The battle for the grand finals and the battle for MSC x EWC.
All right. Now, I'm still joking when I say heal the damage, but is going for that thrill. So probably just wants a bit better trade going up against Kun. And in fact, trying to get a creep here away from Ken, just slowing down his farm just a little bit. Kun is really trying to protect this, but he's really not having the best of trades here, going up against Hilda inside that bush. Now I'm thinking, what if it's true? What if the Hilda does go damage? Who knows?
Doesn't look like it. I mean, he did go for the thrill, so additional base damage, but it is the concussive blast and also tank emblem that he's gone for. Yeah. So I think it's just Ying also, I think a good pick. The reason they go for the Hilda as well is just to deny a few of the jungle creeps away from Mythic Seal, knowing the Fredrin will, for the most part, be behind in clear speed.
Now looks like Ken is going to absorb a little bit more EXP here, so also playing just a little bit selfishly, where he's just basically saying, let me carry, dude. You don't need level 4. It's not that important. Level 4, trust me, dude. It's like overrated.
Could be Kun rotating back into the mid lane, trying to get that level 4 ASAP. Boye this time won't be the one soaking in the XP lane. And you can already see the cut happening for the Hilda. Rotating for Turtle 1. Kun level 4 up top. It's just a battle between Stitch and Zippy. Han already onto it. Ying! Oh my lord! Almost getting the solo kill over to the Cho. Traction pulse not landing. Ken walking up, fully stacked up earlier. Blink gonna be engaged on by Kun, who jumps in, gets the displacement. Nico finds the pick on a turtle. Now it's gonna be the all-in as Blink looks in for the pin down as well, but Han is isolated, and it will be Mythic Seal who picks up the kill together with Kun falling. Jungle for XP.
Yeah, but I like that, man. Like, sacrifice your body just for your team to get an advantage. Pretty sure it would be better if the kill goes to anyone else, but it's not the end of the world for Boye to get that kill. But the fact that Kun, Ken, Nico having an assist, I don't talk about this much, but assist gives you about 60% of the gold. So this is just going to ramp up your gold in the early game much, much faster. So I like that the fact that even though, yes, Kun died, but he's able to get a lot of assists there.
Ooh, baiting out the flicker too. Big resources being burnt out by Mythic Seal. And again, LaFell, it really is about that early game for Mythic Seal. They really want to get first few turtles and snowball out of control. Despite the fact that they're up against what should be the turtle fight winners. This is a Hilda, Badang, and Fredrin combo.
Yeah, I feel like they understand it well, or maybe Han is just really not prepared for it. Like, again, mental fatigue, right? Because Kun flickered in, Dark Wave able to stop him so he couldn't use the Retribution. The fact that Nico was the one that actually stole the turtle away just showed like that was like microseconds, like perfect timing coming in from Kun. Kun is really helping the team out.
Doing a good job winning in the lane too, and actually takes away the XP crab, getting himself to level 6. Good setup again from Mythic Seal to turtle number 2, where YG will be a bit stronger. Again, Blink will actually have level 4, unlike the previous turtle. But something tells me Mythic Seal will be the ones with the advantage. Ken already clearing the bottom lane again.
Yeah, Ken is really just, like, this is in a way, like, funneling towards Ken, like, in terms of kills, turtles, assists, etc. Now, in terms of the items, not a lot of big items here, but the one that we can talk about is that a lot of Fury Hammer here coming in from the Hilda, as well as Stitch. But, Stitch might actually join for this team fight, so maybe YG does want to win this team fight out. They have enough penetration here.
I'll give the advantage towards Mythic Seal if Stitch and Zippy decide to go and contest for this. And again, for YG, they're the ones that kind of have to force this turtle. Ken is all good, just farming and clearing it up. 2-level lead already as Ken looks in for the back line. That's a good Lantern Flare, and an all-in over to Han. It's an all-in over to Ken as well, but he's still able to survive with the help of the turtle buff. Zippy is the one who secures it to get Mythic Seal the winning Turtle 2 fight.
Yeah, and both junglers got taken down. So I would say this is an okay trade coming in from YG because Han died, honestly, not that big of a deal. Ken dying, that's precious seconds of farming. So they'll take this. They'll take this any day. But we're gonna slowly start to see the impact of the carries of YG not having that Purify, because sooner or later they're gonna get caught. So YG has to play perfectly this game. The moment they get lazy, the moment they get complacent, that's when they're just gonna make a mistake, and then Boy is just gonna counter that.
By the way, LaFell, what do you think about this killing spree? Blink forces out the flicker, but the killing spree for Zippy, I just noticed it. That's the reason he's been so quick around these team fights. Not as quick and not as sustainable in lane, but yeah, he's just been kind of like non-laning, just farming, and then looking for team fights.
That's actually very interesting now that I think about it. That makes a lot of sense. More movement speeds and etc. And now Ying looks like gonna get caught here, pulled up, and then Ken gets the kill. Yeah, killing spree, getting the heal, getting the movement speed, more damage. Oh, and then never thought of that. Yeah, it makes sense.
It does. I like it too. I think this might be my choice again if I ever do pick up the Irithel. It's a trade down below, a kill for a turret for just a turret up top for YG. It really seems like everything's going to plan for Mythic Seal. You gotta understand that for YG, Stitch and Lina are gonna have a tough time later on if Ken and Zippy continue to farm like this, continue to get resources. You can already see again for Kun, he's in the mid lane. He's giving full XP towards the jungler. Ken is 2 whole levels ahead of Han.
And that's crazy because if you look at the kill score, it's just 3 and 2. And yet the levels are just so different. Even Zippy has an advantage here. Boye try to get a catch onto anyone. Finds Ying. Got to kick Ying.
He has a sprint. Oh, Blink goes in. Able to find the fist track. Traction pulse locks him down as well. But Ken is able to survive now. The taunt doesn't land. Ken still able to escape. Ying very low as Zippy got taken out even with the sprint. And YG somehow recover from the pretty horrible early game here to Turtle 3 contesting for a Nico. Zoned away completely from turret number 1 in the mid lane.
Not gonna lie, I did not see that coming. The moment Blink jumped in, I was stunned. Like, I was not caught in the wall, but even I was like, yo, what was that? And now YG taking full advantage, going for mid.
Oh, great pick on Boy. Yeah, able to get the way to Dragon Stitch, able to escape. Ken jumps in with electrifying beats and dodges away from the Stormtrooper's bullets.
That was good, and this is what we've been setting up for. Like, you will get caught the moment that you, okay, we won that one, we can get mid for free. Boye, fast reactions, even faster decision makings. Like, okay, if I don't go in now, we might lose our turret. So amazing choice coming in from Boye, 2-0-1 at this point. Stitch and Lina, they got to be a little bit careful because they don't have that Purify. They can't be greedy.
Almost a take from Kun, but Han pops into the Appraiser's Wrath, and YG, despite winning Turtle 3, I thought it would be stabilization. They actually have lost a bit more gold than they... the position is Mythic Seal. 2,000 gold lead. A turret up top as well. They have so much more tempo to play with.
Yeah, I feel like the fact that Ken didn't die like twice now in places that he should is really helping out Mythic Seal, because I feel like if Ken dies maybe just 2 more times, it's going to be very, very difficult for them to actually establish map control, because I feel like they're getting this control with him getting into the jungle plenty of times. But Zippy Cutie, he also has to be careful, right? Because we saw what would happen if you get caught. Yes, you can run away with your sprint, but mad difficult once you get caught by the Badang. Looking at the items here, Kimi looks like is going for the Blood Wings, making sure that doesn't get punished if does get caught. Stitch is a bit unfortunate because you do have that Sky Piercer, but it doesn't look like he's able to get the stacks, at least for now.
It's all back to the setup game for Mythic Seal. They still want to hold on to this gold lead as much as they can. They want to utilize it to win in the team fights, but they have to play and split the map up. They can't just go for an all-in team fight. The longer the game goes, Stitch and Lina will start dealing some non-ignorable damage, you know? And Han, Ying, with Blink too, they're going to have ways to just shut down this Joy. You walk up, you deal damage if you get your 3 stacks. If you get Chain CC before that, locked down, you're not going to deal any damage.
By the way, just to point this out, Mythic Seal has 2,500 gold lead. True? All of it is on Ken. He's the only one that has the goal advantage at this point.
Okay, it's a battle. Nico walks up, retreat battle. Han, despite the crazy level lead, gets a bonk to Stitch. Able to get the kill. A killing spree picked up. Lina able to flicker about the safety. And boy, yeah, will be locked down by Han. A Lord +2 for YG.
I think Mythic Seal didn't thought they would go for it. Maybe they were like, oh, they're going to reset. 100% they're going to reset. All right, check this out. And then it's like, YG is not resetting. It's like, wait. We have to go in. And I think that's where we see the desperation from Nico using the Crimson Beacon, trying to stop them, because the rest of the team, they weren't aware that YG is going for it. So Mythic Seal got caught lacking there. Like, they were pretty much saying that YG isn't going to go all in. So they're not in position to actually counter. So good thing from YG just committing to it.
They tried to call the bluff, man, and it didn't work out. It was actually not a bluff. YG were fully committed. They knew they were in a desperate position, and Ken might be just caught here. Taunted up, Link. Walks up. Good disengage from Nico. Kun caught in the traction pulse. Brought back again. Immobilization. He's forced to jump in to the bullets of Stitch. Tier 2 falling up top and down below. Mythic Seal are slowly and surely crumbling to YG.
Miracle, stop supporting Mythic Seal, man. Like, if you lose, you lose. But not like this. Not after almost having a reverse sweep.
Oh, man.
Like, if I was them, if I'm going to lose, might as well make it a 3-0.
Nico. Oh, Crimson Beacon used. Mythic Seal They're in a tough spot, LaFell. They were the ones holding the lead, and that's what can give them the edge. But without a lead, YG's front to back, I think it's too hard to crack.
Here's the thing. You gotta believe. Because in this situation, you just have to ask the jungler, can you do it? And then he just has to be like, yes, I can. You just gotta believe. But the setup has to be good, though. The setup has to be good, and it has to be Kun. Boye, if he gets a good kick, amazing. That's like a birthday present. But otherwise, Kun is the more reliable one to be that front line, pulling people towards your side of the map, and then enabling Ken to do his work. With that being said, Iritel has to pull her own weight. The Haas Claw is there. The Berserker Fury is there. And now even having the Great Dragon Spear. So a lot of burst damage and a lot of movement as well. So as long as Zippy gets to deal damage, it should be good for Mythic Seal, honestly.
Man, but what you said is really... It's all buts, man. It's all, like, conditional. YG, it just seems like their front to back is too much. Conceal already up top. Not going to get anyone, so that's actually a waste to conceal. Mythic Seal, another angle. One of those conditions met, from what LaFell said. No holy defense. That wave is actually going to crash down into the base turret, and no one's going to show up there quickly enough to stop it from getting a few good shots at the turret. That could be a winning angle there for Mythic Seal. One of the win cons. An all-in over with Lantern Flare. Ken does crazy damage. Blink!
Oh, no.
Gets the full pin down. Ken will be shut down. That massive lead that was held by the jungler of Mythic Seal is now gone. That retribution that they could have relied on is gone.
Dude, now they got to depend on Zippy. Zippy, you got to do something, man. Right now, looks like someone is getting caught again.
Oh, Han very low in the back line. Nico able to find the kill on Blink. Ying still walking up as well, but Zippy Cutie with the sprint is able to kite away YG. They have not given the Lord just yet.
Yep. Oh, they're gonna go for it. They get a kick on Han.
Wait, the Dragon Stitch locked up and the red tree. Han finds it in the end on the Praetor's Wrath. Not necessary. Lina was able to get the kill. A Winter Crown bought in time, and now Lina's gonna be chased down. Oh, Lina! Able to go for a Zippy Cutie though, with the help of Nico. Makes him miss a lore accurate Stormtrooper to prolong the series even further.
Dude, Nico is doing work with this Jushin, man. If it weren't for Nico, it would have been GG. It would have been game over. He gave a lot of space for Zippy Cutie to do a lot. Only 1 kill, sure, but Zippy Cutie has 6 assists. 10,000 gold here. Basically full items. At this point, Nico, what are you doing? Nico? Okay. I was worried if he was lagging.
Yeah.
Right.
I guess he's just holding it.
Just want to show off? Okay. I like the aura farm there.
Well, now we taking a look at the items. They technically have gone to their power spike. I think Zippy Cutie, Ken, and Nico have gone to a point where they're actually starting to deal damage in the front line. Like, the front line has been melting by Ken, obviously, but mainly from Zippy Cutie. We don't expect this from an early to mid-game Irithel, but in the late game, is it because YG just don't have enough items that... Do they have too much magic damage, defense items, that they have completely ignored Zippy?
I don't remember the itemization, but I feel like Zippy is not... Like, it does a lot of damage, but honestly, if you're really looking at it, he's hitting them for a lot. So I wouldn't say it has the highest damage on the Irithel now, but just moving around, and like I said, Nico just buying time. That's why we see Zippy doing a lot of damage. Like, I feel like at this point, it's really just Nico supporting him, making it look free, essentially.
It's all about playing in the front to back. Earlier, it was quite messy. Yes, they were able to get the joy, but then they lost track of their win conditions. Ying was just walking up randomly, getting poked down and taken out. Blink as well. Not really playing with Lina and Stitch. They just have to play with Lina and Stitch. As long as Mythic Seal can't bypass the front line, Stitch and Lina will do work. You saw how much damage they were able to do. But now this is the big problem for them. Mythic Seal aren't going to attack just from one angle. They're going to be attacking from every angle. Nico will try to flank. Ken will try to enter from the side as Zippy stays with Boye and Kun in the front.
And honestly, like, boy, that was amazing catch. Able to catch Stitch before. If he's able to do that one more time at 18 minutes into the game, that's going to be the majority of the damage of YG being gone. And I feel like Kun is having a hard time because he's dealing with both Lina and Stitch. If he only has to deal with one, I feel like it's more probable for him to survive the fight. So Boya's job, make sure that there's only one person dealing the damage. And then after that, the entire lineup of Mythic Seal will look much stronger than it does now. No.
Conceal.
Ken.
No. Ken gets taken out in YG. They have another shot at this. But it's just like deja vu. Ying all alone in the mid lane. They're going to have to clear these waves up. Look at the waves controlled so well by Mythic Seal. They can look for a base turret here with the Lord taken down in the 17-minute. Red trade from Han. Going to be consistent. We'll be able to find it. Kun will be taken down as well. But they instead go for the flanks. And it won't really be good. Ying is right there. A good kick to disengage. YG lost 0 members. Got another on top of the Lord.
Yeah, I think there was a bit of miscommunication there between Kun as well as Nico. Because looking at the movements of Nico, he pretty much understands that there's no way that we can get this Lord. Like, unless Han like gets a random ping spike, there's no way that the Lord will go over to them. So he was just poking around, but Kun really invested by after the Dark Wave. Jumping in, like, you don't have to ult at that point. You just want to slow them down and then defend for this Lord. I mean, it's a good thing it's just 80 minutes. He's gonna come back alive, but he can't make that mistakes in late game.
Now it's a siege. Lafell, a blade armor finally built up by Blink. That's the item that is necessary up against the Irithel. It's going to be the final push of the game, ladies and gentlemen. YG trying to stop that reverse sweep from happening. Nico foresees the Crimson Beacon already. The traction post was enough to bait it out. Blink in the enemy base. Inside of it, looking for an angle to attack Ken. Able to clear it out. And we will see yet another battle for the victory in the upper bracket finals.
Yeah, now Stage having that Sea Halberd as well. So Kun is gonna have much more difficult time here. Oh, they're able to pull Han in!
Caught on the bad spot. Lancer Flare and the Wishing Lantern almost dealing it up. Flicker forward, Nico! That was a risky move. He goes for it again. Ying gonna be picked up, thrown back. That's Kun looking for the lockdown again. Over to Ying. Gets it, but there's no follow-up. The rest of the team were not confident in going in there.
Yeah, good catch, but again, just though the follow-up is not there just yet. Ken, he really needs to start hyper-focus on this one because YG is catching him with his pants down because they understand that Ken is a farming monster. So the moment you see a camp, it's like, okay, he's going to go for that 100% and then they're going to catch him. So I feel like at this point of the game, Ken doesn't need a lot of gold. So you don't have to fully invest dashing into a farm trying to get that. Like maybe ask your teammates just to check, hey, is that area safe? Don't just go in without thinking, you know?
I agree with you. At this point of the game, yes, the gold the gold is quite important because you can item swap with it, but it's not as important as your life, right? It's not as important as opening up the bushes this late in the game. And I agree with you. Yeah, YG have been sublime at just reading through the patterns. Look how much gold Ken has. He starts buying elixirs. Oh, good escape from Boye.
The rock potion. Yeah. I do agree. Like at this point, get a rock potion because it gives you some resilience as well. So in case if there's any kind of crowd control, you're able to run away. So maybe that's the tipping point where Ken won't get caught again. This Lord is going to be pretty important though. 20 minutes. 20-minute Lord. If I don't know. It's rough. I don't know. Like the draft YG 100%, but something about the movements here, I feel like Mythic Seal can turn it around.
They have the proper win con already, Lafell. They've gotten to the 21st minute of the game. This is where it really is going to be anyone's game, despite the draft, despite that early win condition. Slow push down below for YG is going to hurt Mythic Seal. They're going to have to show Irithel, and they're going to try to burst this down with the Kimmy and the Granger. But if they burst this down, it's going to be a 50-50 because Ken is still around. Traction pulse locking Kun down. It's going to be an all-in right now. Ken walks up, electrified beats into the back line. Lina still able to escape now. Winter Crown used up by Ying. Now, not knocked up just yet. Boye! That's a flicker forward. A good immobilization. Now a pullback Ying. Taken down by the heavy crossbow of Zippy Cutie.
Yeah, and now it's not over. Blink tries to get onto someone. He didn't get anyone.
Oh, yeah.
And now he has to flicker away.
Oh, in the back, Blink gonna be taken down. Oh, my lord, Ken! Nico.
Now Winter coming in from Nico. Oh, Nico gets taken down. That's a big shutdown for Stitch. Zippy Cutie should not commit for this. Now you gotta clear the minions because in mid, everything is moving, top moving. Overall, that was a good fight coming in from Mythic Seal, but I kind of feel like they bit off more than they can chew. They should have just be happy with what they got and just establish map control.
Boy, yeah.
No, boy.
Oh, can he
Can't
run
get up.
away
He
with
can't
the
get up.
dragon? No, he cannot. Stitch gets yet another stack. That man advantage is now gone.
I'm sorry to say this, but Nico, I don't know why you were in that position. Like, I hope that Winter press was a mistake because I feel like you don't need that. I feel like he was pretty safe.
A moment of hesitation, overthinking. Now the traction pulse. Pulse Kun!
No.
Free one. Ken jumps in. Stitch dash forward. But it's a good flicker back with an immortality buy. And right as Ying shows up, this is an evolved Lord with a front to back composition. The Rose Gold Meteor gets popped by the Lord, but he still has that immortality to play with, and it will be free. Ken is in the mid lane. They still reset it. However, Mythic Seal, no more angles to secure the Lord. This, with a 30-second death timer on Kun, could be the end.
I'm sorry for saying this, but that was a throw, man. Like Mythic Seal throw that one, but I'm actually not gonna fault them too much because it's been such a long day. Like you're bound to make that kind of mistake, and now the Hilda having the Blade of Heptasy, so a little bit right about that damage.
Evolve Lord, traction pulse. Nico caught in the bad spot already in the back with a fist strike. Zippy Cutie falling in the midst of it all, and YG, despite the valiant attempt, the valiant battle that Mythic Seal brought, will secure their first grand final slot in MSL Season 1 Myanmar.
And now, like, this is going to be the story for Mythic Seal. Can they recover for tomorrow? Because that was such a winnable game, Mirko. They had it. They after that fight at Lord, 100% they had it, bro.
Man, not to mention just how much they had to deal with today through all the technical issues, through the crazy duration, suffering a loss despite being so close to the finish line. Hopefully for Mythic Seal, we can only hope that they will learn from this, that they will take it to the lower bracket finals up against AI and they can improve. Because at this point, if they let this get to them in the lower bracket finals, they'll be out. AI Esports are looking to play with momentum, with that adrenaline after beating Paladins, and they've been doing their research. I believe they've been watching, keeping an eye on this game, on this matchup.
You can see, like, that was so surprising. Well, my cats were upset. They started fighting. But, yeah, I'm sure people can hear that. Do we know? That was an amazing play. I feel like as much as AI probably learned from that matchup, I really want to see Mythic Seal learning as well. And not just from their opponents, but for themselves. Because I feel like if they review the game, they can see where it went wrong. Like, this is all fixable mistakes. The question is, can they fix it? Can they fix it within one day? Because after this, personally for me, you can talk about the game a little bit, but you got to start sleeping, man, because you're gonna play early tomorrow.
Yes.
And then if you win, you have to play one more best of 7.
It's back to back
against against YG. So I know you guys want to talk, but you guys really need just to get some rest.
A few of those, individual throws as well, man. Nico in that bush, just staying too long.
That was so bad.
That really was a game-changing moment, and a man advantage for Mythic Seal turned to a man advantage for. Well, first it went to just being even, but because the death timers were so staggered between Nico and Kun, it was too late. It was too much to handle, and at the end of the day, it was definitely going to be a Lord conceded. But at that time, with that composition, I don't think they could have done anything, right? I mean, it's an evolved Lord with a front-to-back composition. That is almost, I'd say, impossible to defend. You'd have to perform a crazy 5-man set, something of the sort, to even try to stop that Lord from coming in your base.
And the crazy thing is, like, we're saying that Nico did make a mistake, but this is just how Mobile Legends or just MOBAs in general is set up. Nico has been carrying not just this game, I would say the entire best of 5. Nico has been playing great.
Yeah.
And then game 5, the
One
crucial
mistake.
one, the one that you have to win. Like, it started from going inside of the turret, taking free damage. Legit, at that point, I hope it was some kind of lag, because what were you doing that for? There's no advantage instead of just doing emotional damage. But and then after that, maybe he misclicked the winter, because you're full HP and you weren't in a position where the only thing that's threatening you was the traction pulse.
Yeah,
it's a good ability and it can catch you, but I don't know, man. That was a throw. That's just a very big throw, and I hope they learn from that. Like, don't do that. Not good.
I agree.
Bad Nico.
Man, definitely something that he's going to look at and he's going to regret doing. It's been a long day, and you can definitely see again from the fatigue as well. It could have gone to the players. Could have gone. That could have been the reason as to why we see these mistakes towards the end. A big game, a big match, 3-2. It could have been a full reverse sweep. Could have been that miracle pull by Mythic Seal, but they were going to have to go through the depths of the lower bracket. They're not going to be fortunate enough to go through. And watch tomorrow. They're going to have to play a maximum of 13? No, 12.
Yeah, 13.
Wait,
12. Yeah.
I don't. No,
7 plus 5, 12.
Yeah, it's 12. But I was like, 13, 12, and he said 13. I'm like, wait, am I mathing?
It's been a long day.
Oh, man.
Mirko, we've been here,
It's
like,
been a long day.
including our standby time, it's 13 hours.
Wait. No, I think it's 12, bro. I think it's 12.
Okay, hold on. Standby in Malaysia time, we were standbying at 11:30. Right now, Malaysia time is 12:06.
Oh, wait, it's more.
so-
Yeah, you're okay. It is more. It's 12 hours and 30 minutes.
Yeah, see?
It's been a long day.
Okay, not 13, but going there.
Yeah. It's been a long day, and for the people who are back at home saying, are you two going to be casting tomorrow? Yes, but we'll have backup. We'll have Renmar to help us tomorrow as well. It'll be 3 of us casting the MSL Super League, Mobile Legends Bang Bang Super League Myanmar Season 1. Man, it's been a blast, LaFell. Thank you for the games today, man. It's been amazing, and you're
I'm
welcome.
not responsible for
You're
it.
welcome for saying we've never seen a full 5 games.
No, let me tell you, Mirko, I wouldn't mind
Yep.
if Mythic Seal would have won anyways.
Yeah, this doesn't change anything despite the 2 extra games.
Exactly, bro. It would be cool if it was a reverse sweep, but then
Yeah. No. Yeah.
my hearts out to Mythic Seal.
Hearts out to Mythic Seal.
It's,
Oh,
it's,
man.
it's just Mythic Seal thing, Bigatron thing.
Dude.
The things that you love get hurt. I don't know how else to explain it.
This never happens to my I mean, technically it did. It did a couple of times. Yeah, never mind. Lina, MVP for game number 5. Do you agree with this, LaFell?
100% kill participation. How can I argue? 100%. Lena's 100% here. And looking at the items here, there's just too much damage from this Kimi. And you can see that the Kimi only died once, right? Meaning dying once is kind of like you being untouchable. Glowing wand, anti-heal. Holy crystal, holy lot of damage. And then having that concentrated energy just ramping up your damage. Because people think it's healing. Yes, there's healing, but here's the thing, bro. The more you hit, the more damage you ramp up. And then the Divine Glaive and then the Blood Wings. Kimi is a problem. If there is no Ling, the Kimi is
So free.
I can't even think of a funny thing, man. Like, and that's it for me.
Yeah, definitely. And we can take a look at the items here again just to see that. Oh man, winner crown from Nico. Oh, it really changed a lot. But yeah, the buys really it came down to just the item swaps. And towards the end, they didn't even item swap, dude. They just had 2. They just had Immortality and Winter. It was too scary maybe to just go and item swap and rely on your mechanics. So they had both up and ready.
One thing to know here, 3 blade armors, 1 from Ying, 1 from Han, 1 from Blink. So the moment Zippy goes in, he can deal damage, but he's gonna take that damage back, man. And taking from 3 blade armors, that's not good. That hurts. That hurts a lot.
That's why I was surprised that early in the mid, oh, not early, but in the mid game towards late game, as we were about to approach that climax, Zippy started to actually do damage, and I think it was because the blade armor was just built up late. They were too fixated on like radiant armors and the magic damage, which makes sense again because it's the joy and the juicing for the most part. But right as they bought the blade armor, you could see a huge dip in damage from Zippy. And you can see a huge dip in the Phoveus when it comes to him having impact in the game. Early on, he's probably the best, the strongest pick in the game. But as we get into the later stage of the game, man, the Phoveus falls off like it falls off so hard.
Yeah, the moment there's like a Divine Glaive, a Malefic Roar, that's where the Phoveus starts falling off. Because before that, you have enough defense and shields and heals to deal with all those problems. But the moment there's penetration, that's when the Phoveus doesn't feel good. And that's why the Phoveus needs a skin. Because he needs more layers on him so that the penetration doesn't feel that bad.
Man, the Badang wins you games, dude. We've been seeing that so much. Badang has just been so good in the series. It's even better in the group.
It's going to be a Badang one trick.
Yeah, at this point, dude, Badang... It's crazy because you can constantly look for those game-changing moments on top of being such a good pick-off hero, great setter. He's like a modern-day, better Tigreal, bro.
Yeah. We always have this one. Like, we have a Tigreal in one patch. We have a Minotaur in another patch. And it's crazy because Badang really didn't have that big of a change. The only real thing is that Thunderbelt, and then people are like, yo, Thunderbelt is actually good with Badang. And then after that, people started paying attention, and now he's a pick. Like, Diablo did it first, but he was too early.
It was the damage Badang at MSC 2023 was, yeah. Phenomenal performance. GPM still Ken who holds it. Lina with the damage dealt. Wow. Stellar stuff from YG. Keeping calm and being able to reset after almost getting reverse swept. You know, like, from a 2-0 lead to a 2-2, it takes some crazy mental strength to be able to come back in Game 5, reset completely, and say, we got it.
Agree. I have to say, if I was a player, and maybe this is why I'm not a player, right? But if I get a 2-0 victory, and then I lost the next 2 games, and then I end up winning the series anyways, I would be one of those players that would start emoting in real life.
Yeah.
So maybe
fair.
Maybe God is like, okay, you know what? You're gonna be too much. You're not gonna be a player. Or maybe if I am a player, I just won't win, so that I won't be able to do that. Emoting in real life hurts.
Does it?
I mean, it depends on the emote that you do. You know.
That's true.
I feel like the panic one, and it was like, yeah, that would sting a bit.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, the well played, bro. Oh, that one will hurt too much.
Yeah, it was really good here too, man. A couple of times, you know, it looked really good for Mythic Seal in the early game because of how good the Phoveus was. They should have constantly just been looking for turrets, looking for trades, and looking for a bigger lead, but they got scared. They played it a bit too safe, and that's what costed them. In the end, this was the game changer here. Blink, able to get that big set, transform the team fight from a, for sure, Mythic Seal win to a YG win.
Yeah, personally for me, tomorrow, I don't want to see any more Badang. I really feel like the Badang deserves a ban. Number 1. Number 2, I have to say, no hate at all, but ZippyQT needs to have an impact in the game, because if you don't win out in your lane, you don't win out in like turtle fights, you don't win out in the late game, like, you're the carry. You're supposed to be a problem for the opposing side. Now, I understand, you know, after blade armors and such, you're not be able to dish out damage and etc. But tomorrow, you have a chance to qualify yourself for MSC. Whether you like it or not, you just got to push yourself just a little bit further, man. Like, you got to step up. You got to make it so that even if Nico makes a mistake, you can still carry the game.
Really tough. A couple of times here and there, we saw crazy outplays. Nico getting the shutdown. The Lord was cleared up, but here is the final fight of the game. Was it? Yeah, it was the final fight of the game. Let's see it again, right? In 4K. Yeah. Let's see what happened. It looks so good. No, Jeet Kundo flicker from Boye. Got a bit impatient. Ying was taken down. This was a Mythic Seal win.
They should just go for Lord.
And then
they should have just gone for Lord.
They really should have. They really should have. And then Nico, yeah, that moment, Boye got caught as well. Can try to save the game. Got the Lord, and then no chance. GG.
Yeah, so GG's, congrats for YG being able the first team to go to the grand final. So tomorrow they will only be playing one match, one best of 7. And AI as well as Mythic Seal, they gotta duke it out for one game. They gotta go for the best of 5. Win that one, face YG.
Let's see who's going to be able to get it done, ladies and gentlemen. Will it be Mythic Seal or AI to make it to the grand finals? Could be a rematch again for Mythic Seal, or it could be a rematch for AI, because I believe it was YG who knocked them down in the play-ins. Yeah. So both
and that was
matches,
a 3-0.
3. Oh right? Yeah, it was 3-0. Or was it 3-1?
Let me check.
I think it was 3-1.
YG. Oh wait, they didn't 3-1. So sorry, I was thinking of YG against Paladins. My mistake. But yeah, Mythic Seal against AI 3-1. So maybe a bit toxic for me, but maybe get Ken angry a bit before you start the game, so that he pops off.
That's fair. I agree. Definitely something that you want to look out for. Mythic Seal, when Ken gets riled up, when Ken gets warmed up, he does do better as we get into the series. First 2 games, he's just not it for some reason. And then the 3rd game, 4th game, he does really, really well. All the way to the 5th game, I would say. It's just, you know, his pattern gets a bit readable. Where, again, like you said, he's a farmer. He wants to go for the camps. It's very easy to see which camp is up and for them to read where Mythic Seal, where Ken is going to go.
Yeah, just like before the game, just say like, hey, your feet is smelly.
Okay.
And maybe that'd be enough.
Maybe we'll, be careful though, because if you insult him too much, it might be emotional damage. He might not want to play with you.
Oh,
right?
that's
So
true.
you gotta find the balance. Everything is about balance in life.
Okay, so just say like, hey, your jungle, slightly below average.
Ah.
Okay, no, that's it. Actually, I feel like that hurts much more.
That hurts much more. Yeah.
That hurts much more.
Much more.
Yeah, I feel like if you just say like, "Oh, you suck," it's like, yeah, whatever. It's like you're just slightly below average. That, not that I hear it. That hurts a lot. But anyways, that is the bracket. So we're gonna be having 2 matches for tomorrow. It's 12 p.m. in someone's time zone of AI going up against Mythic Seal, and the grand finals 4:30 p.m. in someone's time zone. It's gonna be YG going up against either AI or Mythic Seal.
For you guys back at home, don't forget to catch it. You already saw the times. Note it down because it's going to be a banger match. Is that? Oh.
Hold on, let me just see. Looks like the difference of Malaysia and Myanmar is 1 hour and 30 minutes ahead. Okay. I can't count. Yeah, but whatever, man. It's gonna be tomorrow, okay? Wake up and just open up the stream. If it's on, it's on. All right, that's what you do. I'm just gonna assume it's like 12 Malaysia time, so it's 11 Indo time.
Yeah.
What time will be in the US? Do people in the US watch this one?
I think it depends.
Do your own calculation.
Yeah, I mean, right now it's 11 in the morning for them. But ladies and gentlemen, it's been a banger 2 matches. It's been a pleasure to cast with LaFell, my boy, and with you guys watching. Thank you guys so much for watching all throughout the end. Don't forget again to watch tomorrow's matches, the grand finals, to see who makes it from Myanmar to MSCXEWC. LaFell, any final words?
Nope, I'm gonna go to sleep.
I'm going to go to sleep as well, and you guys should too. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll see you in day 2 of the playoffs for Mobile Legends Bang Bang Super League Myanmar Season 1.